Yo, yo. Do, 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 do. Yo. How's it going? My day was pretty chill. I had some family time. It's always fun. No. Let me see. Get the chat. Okay. Early stream, yeah, so early. I'm gonna make a new section in Discord just for alien video share and discussion. With all the disclosure shit coming, should be fun. Do. Where did it go? There we go. Delete this. I'm gonna make it a little cleaner. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Okay, let's see. Cool. This should be pretty good for now. Okay. There. All right. Let's see. I saved a bunch of videos already. So we got, alien plus giant, shit, whatever. Okay, we got lots of different ones here, and then I also have some on Facebook, Twitter links I saved. We've got, he saw a giant while rescuing trafficked children, posted a month ago. We've got satanic Epstein survivor tells all on Epstein Island and disturbing links. Could be interesting, about a month ago posted. Saw shape-shifting entities while rescuing children from rituals a day ago. Alien deception, how they will explain away the rapture. Fun. Trump says U.S. seizes Iranian vessel. That's just like news-related stuff. And then I need to pull up my ones from Facebook that I had. So it's kind of a mixture of stuff on here. Let me get those videos open. Okay. Let me see. I just woke up to a bunch of strange shit on my Twitter timeline and I was like, whoa. Okay. Okay. We got so many tabs. So much shit. Yeah, it's just started. There's a pigeon in my background. I guess we'll do the Twitter stuff first, because it's shorter in theory. So much stuff. Let me get some oranges. Oh God, it just squirted everywhere. I'm gonna put this on the Discord React channel. If anyone wants to chat. All right. So former OpenAI, this is crazy. Former OpenAI executive exposes alien portals, allegedly. I saw this morning on Twitter. We're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens. The portals currently exist in the US, with China, and in the Middle East. I'm like, what the fuck?
Balance of power between this kind of AI capacity is shaping the balance of power between nations and all of our security.
If this is true,
one former OpenAI executive said, quote, "We're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens. The portals currently exist in the United States and China, and Sam has added one in the Middle East. It's just like wildly important to get how scary that should be." This kind of AI capacity is shaping the balance.
That's insane if true, and I need more info on this topic. This has not the OpenAI stuff going on for decades. Portals, yes, but with the OpenAI, that's new. That's not decades. They didn't have OpenAI. So I need more deep dive on this. Let's see.
Stargates.
What's up, Joe?
With Stargates with artificial intelligence.
Okay, so Ammo, you know that Australian reporter we watched last night, Ross?
Yeah.
He actually did a segment a couple weeks back where he said he's been to a government black site that's being disguised on a national park, and that it contains a portal.
Did he say what country?
Yeah, ours.
Oh, okay. Which park? Not gonna tell us.
What's that big ass temple in Iraq again?
The
big
ziggurat?
fucking, yeah, whatever the fuck. Yeah, that thing has like a portal in it supposedly.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was your question, Ammo?
So they're not gonna say which park though?
No, he said don't bother asking him because he's not gonna say, because he's like, you will get shot, you will get killed. They have armed military personnel there.
So is it not like a public park? It's not like known.
No, it is the public park. But I'm saying, like, within the park, somewhere within the park, there's an area that's fenced off, and they're pretending it has something to do with the U.S. Forestry Service, but it's not. It's just military. Because apparently, the only clue he gave was that it looks like, or could be recognized as, like, an ancient site, like an ancient Native American site or something.
Oh, interesting.
But it's not.
Huh. That's spooky. Spooky.
Yeah, that goes into a whole nother field that a friend of mine actually coined a pretty interesting term. He calls it the containment theory. And that's the idea that some of the locations that we've deemed as national park systems aren't. Well, I mean, they are, but within them contain things that they don't want others to try to investigate. So they just keep it tucked away within, hundreds of acres of woodland
Right.
or desert, whatever the park is.
I mean, I feel like
And
most parks are probably parks for a reason, right? Like the land, some kind of ley lines or some shit.
right, exactly. I mean, like to say that there's no attempt at actual, natural preservation. I wouldn't say that. I think they do on some degree, on some level, probably just like surface level government bullshit. But underneath it, there's also other reasons, and it's just like, okay, well, there are things that are in this region, this area, that we can't control, so we're just going to contain it.
Right.
So that way we can do whatever we want within that contained region, and no one can say anything about it because it's already government property.
Right. I was just going through my Twitter links that I saved. This was also from yesterday.
What's that one?
It was just someone is posting, I guess, allegedly, that people claiming they've seen evidence is an all-time high.
I was actually having a conversation with my roommate about this last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about, like a lot of skeptics will say, oh, nothing's going to happen because people always say something is going to happen with disclosure and then nothing happens.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, did we talk about this idea of expedience within the government?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to tell us when everyone who's involved is ready to let the cat out of the bag, right? I'm sure some people working in the background pulling strings are like, not yet, not yet.
Well, what I was going to suggest was the reason why it feels like something is going to happen, even if it's not, what you want to hear or what you want to know,
Right.
that something is coming down the pipeline, because think about like the timetable, right? The timeline of events here. We're talking about the United States government. There are things that they take forever to do, even when we think it's important, like just simple things like criminal justice, right? Takes them fucking forever. But this particular issue, we went from deny, and you're fucking crazy, to sitting active members of Congress talking about beings from other dimensions, for crying out loud. We did all that in less than a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Like, on the grand scheme of things, that's a relatively short time.
Right. No, I
So
agree.
that makes me feel like something's going on.
Mm-hmm. Let me turn the
And this
volume
is
on.
about UFOs. I couldn't let you out of here without asking you about that. You've said you've seen UFO briefings that would, quote, set the earth on fire, end quote. And you also said publicly, you're not suicidal. That's a serious statement. What exactly are you being told
Smart.
that the American people aren't allowed to hear, sir? About
Well, we go into what's called a skiff, and that's kind of James Bond room. It's lead lined. You can't take a cell phone. You got a Fitbit. I don't, but I've been in those rooms and they'll say, hey, somebody's still getting a signal. Somebody's got a cell phone, and somebody will check their phone. Oh crap, that's my Fitbit. Sorry, it's my whatever, and they have to go out of the room. And we're briefed by the highest level of either our military intelligence, these alphabet agencies, and they tell us things. Which again, you've got one group telling you within some of these things that they don't exist. One time this little punk with a freaking man bun, and then you got these military people telling us that something does exist. And I've been briefed and seen pictures and talked enough, but you got to realize too, it's all about the money. And is this a psyop or what? Are they putting this garbage out there so that people will say, gosh, we need to fund these agencies more, and so we can research it more? I'm not into all that. It's not about little green men. It's not about flying saucers, sir. It's about what are they spending tens of maybe billions of your tax dollars on? If it doesn't exist, then why are they studying it? And if it does exist, as I told President Trump the other day, you need disclosure. We need transparency. America can handle it. I'm sick of hearing this stuff. We can't handle it. It's, and I'm a Christian, and they appealed to me on that level. Bartcha, this stuff's kind of anti-Christian, and your beliefs. I said, no, it isn't. Genesis 1, God created the heavens and the earth.
What do they look like?
What do they look like?
Can you tell me? I mean, you've seen Independence Day. You've seen aliens. You've seen a few things. What do they look like? Give me that one.
Well, it's not Independence Day, I'll tell you that.
Okay. I got you. What can you tell me?
But they're gonna, if they would just look, if they would just release what I was briefed on just a couple weeks ago. Again, we had somebody come in there, a colleague, a friend, if you will, that was basically there to disrupt.
Okay.
And they tried to ruffle this guy's feathers and ask him stuff.
You got a lot of naysayers.
Sir, he named names, dates, people in the meetings, where these items, if you will, are located. And
just because
it's too much. It's too much, sir.
Like,
too much is going on. But don't believe any of this stuff you see on the internet, this AI stuff. I wouldn't believe it unless I saw it with my own two eyes. Okay?
All right.
Don't pay any heed to the Southern accent.
Trump's the guy to do it. If anybody will do it, if anybody's a
it's funny too, because
Donald J. Trump, and
if it wasn't about this alien stuff, I probably would never have paid attention to Burchett. But he's become one of my favorites as far as like who's leading the charge on this.
Nice.
And I had a conversation with folks at the White House today just about that, and we're going to be hopefully some things will be.
Just a good old boy from Kentucky. Like, what the fuck would I have in common with that guy?
Right. He just sounds Republican.
He is. He is. But we know where all three of us stand on
history is real.
It's fun.
I'm all over the place, man. Try to figure me out.
This was posted yesterday on Twitter. They found proof of the Soviet UFO legacy program in her dad's loft.
Is this what we heard yesterday about
I don't know if this is. I don't. I just woke up on Twitter and was like, these all seem interesting. I'll save them.
I just woke up and the world was on fire again.
I don't know.
I was a little bit shocked.
He was working on something very secret.
The history is real and accurate. What is this saying? Oh, it's technical specifications of the UFO. The electrical engineering is real and accurate.
It was a manual how to construct the UFO.
That original math is accurate.
It was literally a blueprint.
These documents were part of the official Soviet program. It's legit material.
People are a little upset that this book is out there.
This was dangerous for him to put it out.
The people that it seemed to benefit the most were the ones pushing back the hardest, which raised a really big alarm bell for me.
Logic and reason would tell me they shouldn't match anything.
Technology he describes is not 21st century, it's like 22nd century.
And all of the science points directly into the United States government.
You'd think that that would be something that they'd want.
Because the people deserve to know the truth.
There's things in there that can change humanity.
I don't think they really want to see any change.
He didn't have to fight anymore. He has other people fighting for him.
The future doesn't belong in classified
Toby
vaults.
Maguire. The snake eating itself.
That is a terrible graphic.
It is. It really is. So there's definitely a lot more stuff being posted lately. Going like as of yesterday, it's just been like an onslaught since Trump was like, they're gonna disclose stuff soon.
Did you happen to see my comment before I jumped into Discord about Trump dropping stuff on Sundays?
I don't remember. No.
I was just saying, like, whenever it's Sunday, take extra notice, because I've noticed there's this recurring pattern where he likes to drop announcements on Sundays for some reason. I guess to get ahead of the news, and probably, corrupt churchgoers more. I don't know.
I don't know.
Sunday's the day of rest. Everybody's
Oh, this is the
resting.
portal thing already.
Except for him.
See, what is this? I saved this because I don't remember this, because someone posted this, said, remembering the
Oh my god,
infamous
that
Metal
thing
Man.
is so stupid.
What
So
even
dumb.
is this?
It's garbage.
I was like, what in the Boba Fett? Is this it's just AI video someone made?
Yeah, pretty much.
I was like, they're saying remember it as if like it was a thing, and I'm like, when was this a thing?
The Metal Man in the clouds.
Since when? When? Remember from when?
There's actually fairly big category of flying humanoids, but they're usually flying or hovering. They're not just standing in the clouds.
Yeah,
That's
this
why
is
I saw this and I was
like a weird, attempt.
Yeah, exactly. They were like, maybe if we put it in the clouds, a little more believable.
What is going on?
It's like the most AI sounding soundbite. What is going on?
Yeah. What in the world?
Why are they cheering?
You know, it's funny, like, sometimes I'll judge a UFO video, based on how people are reacting more than what's on camera. Like, if you get those people who are just like, holy shit, what the fuck is that? Then I'm paying attention more, you know?
Right. That man is not real. See her, I believe.
She probably went missing too.
I believe she saw some shit, you know.
Yep.
She even was like, "Keep my luggage, I'm leaving." She was just outie. Oh, just more posts about Noah's Ark, and we already know that like this is where they speculated to be on Mount Ararat or whatever. But now I'm wondering if they're gonna be like, you see, it actually was a UFO, the Ark. If they're gonna try to spin it and be like, you see, it was actually an alien craft. It was cigar shaped.
That story gets so confusing to me because, like, I swear I hear, like, every 10, 15 years somebody comes out in the same location as like, I found stuff. And then supposedly it gets debunked. And then somebody else comes out, a completely different person, same area, you know, same techniques, same possible evidence. And I'm like, I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just like, well, what's going on here? Like, why does it keep getting rediscovered in the same place over and over again?
Right, it's not a rediscovery if it's the same footage.
Yeah, like why is there just no follow-up instead of, oh, I found it, and be like, yes, well, somebody else did too. What's going on there? But the part that they keep talking about that I've heard in numerous expeditions is that the organic content of the soil is greater in the areas, of course, where the boat supposedly rested. And that checks out. That makes sense. What's all Rogan got to say?
Oh, there's someone was reposting his discussion.
Insanity.
Like, read the book of
First
Enoch.
of all, it's God's coming down and mating
Yeah,
with
Luna went on
women
and told
and
them
creating
about that.
this race called the Nephilim, who destroy. Here, I'll ask it again. The Watchers and the Nephilim. The Watchers descended to Earth on Mount Hermon. They take human wives, teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, sorcery, astrology, metalworking, weapons, cosmetics, and enchantments. Enchantments. This is like older than the New Testament, older than the Old Testament. Their giant children, the Nephilim, are described as monstrous beings who devour humans, animals, and even each other when food runs out. That sounds like us.
That's what I'm saying. That sounds present.
That sounds like us,
except
and
not,
we are
not the physical warfare,
right?
But the inhabitation of a digital god, an alien, whatever that is, or the monsters that come down. Well, that does sound like a nice little mirror.
If we were engineered by aliens, you think of aliens, they're these little tiny guys with no muscles. We would look like giant, monstrous beings.
Yeah.
And if you think about what we do, we devour everything. Yes. We devour the earth itself. We devour each other when food runs out. We definitely do that. Like this is one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life. It talks about living mountains, that mountains are alive, and that even some stars, that stars have consciousness.
Well, we devour things now because the Nephilim started ruling us.
I got into the
In
book of
Aladdin
Enoch.
3, in Aladdin 3, the King of Thieves, they had the fucking turtle with the mountain on its back. It was the ancient turtle.
I've also got someone posting fake stuff about Trump, which I don't like. Apparently, this is like this is not like an actual thing. Someone's trying to be like, everyone run for your lives. This shit's about to hit the fan. Trump has gone insane. And they try to make him look like he was doing some kind of blood ritual thing. Like 47 truth posts in under an hour. This guy has lost it. Hopefully
I saw that too, and
he
I was
won't
like,
act. I was like, what? And everyone in the comments was confirming that it's not the case.
Like, that's what I find so interesting is, like, if it's just a social media post, how hard is that to verify?
Right. It's like, why even
Nobody
bother?
does. But nobody does. They're just like, oh, must be true because somebody else reposted it.
Right. I just found that interesting, just like the audacity. Just trying so hard. But, I thought this was hilarious, okay? This is lighthearted.
This is the final stage for the sprints.
Another guy.
I'm gonna try and see if Bagon will interact with her mom.
Okay. So, Chad, this is Chinese humanoid robot shattered the world record for a half marathon, finishing in 50 minutes, 26 seconds.
Have you seen the one with the AI robot chasing hogs?
No, I haven't.
Right now.
Like, I don't know what the full
So this
story
is
is, but I
the
guess like
final stage
some hogs were
for the
pushing
sprints.
into a suburb, so somebody used an AI robot to shoo them away.
We can hear a lot of people are
Just wait,
shouting
Chad.
that the robot is coming near us. Well, I can't see.
Taken
It's
out
okay.
Oh no!
by a
In
barrier.
the last 1 minute, let's see whether this robot can get on its feet on its own. Only a few miles, like a few meters. Well, this is the charm of the competitive
Like, get
game.
the stretcher. Take him to the hospital.
Only 100 meters away from the finish line.
What a
Now you
pity.
can see the engineer and coming back.
There he goes. He
Right
wants
now
to
you
finish.
can see that
Let him
for
finish.
these humanoid robots stood on its feet, but if it cannot, Eliza
He's
say,
going
all
the
right, it come back
distance.
to the game. Final sprint.
Should
You
have played
actually
that while I
come
did this
past
part.
by our studio. Last 3 seconds. Congratulations
Does
to
it know how to cheer? Can it do a
001.
flip?
This is the very first humanoid robot like hit the finish line. Already surpassed the performance of a human being. So for the 2026 humanoid robot half marathon, co-hosted by
It's
the Beijing
giving,
municipal government and the China.
What was that droid from Rebel 1, was it?
Rogue One?
Yeah, that one.
The one that they like hijacked?
KS, I think.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I forget
KS
the name
something or
of it.
another.
Yeah, they reused that droid for like the
can't I
Jedi Fallen Order games. Forget
Hello?
the name of it, though.
There you go. Oh.
I made a meme of him doing the Salt Bay thing one time.
I guess it had a neck.
Yeah, KS.
Barely
Right.
had a neck, though. Let's see. Oh, I thought this
Good
was
open.
interesting. I hadn't seen if this is real. Who knows? Questioning astronaut Scott Kelly and Anna Fisher about faking ISS footage. International Space Station. The best part was accidentally getting Scott Kelly for a second time as I was waiting to confront Joe Biden. Saw a black SUV pull up and run over to get Biden, and Mr. Bubbles jumped out.
No, I'm okay on the picture, but thank you. I do have a question though. Sometimes when we're watching the ISS footage, you'll see the astronauts sometimes connected to like wires and harnesses. Is that to keep them like in the frame during the broadcast, or what's the reason for that?
No, I haven't actually. You mean while they're inside the shuttle?
Yeah, like when they're inside the ISS, sometimes
He's just like
during
pressing
the
them.
feeds, the broadcast, you'll
Oh,
see
do they
kind
work?
of
Yes, it
pulling on
probably.
their belts or something like that.
I bet that is. I
Like
bet
that?
that is. I have not personally seen that.
Oh,
But I
really?
know that they, they try to be still when they're.
I've seen some
when
really
they're
strange
talking to
stuff in
someone,
NASA
and then they
footage,
usually
and it's
cut
just
away
like,
and do like a flip
I don't know.
Yeah,
or something like
because I've
that.
seen the
what's
foot
really
before, and it
going
almost looked
on,
like a
but
foot
what
was caught
is
like
there going
inside
on?
something, but there was nothing really there. It was really strange. I didn't know if there was something to kind of like hold them in place or something.
We never had anything like
Oh,
that,
okay.
but they may have learned over time that it was hard to stay still, and they may
Yeah.
have come up with something.
Did you ever think the public would find out that all the spacewalks were filmed underwater?
Thanks, sir.
Did you have any comment on that?
Well, we train underwater.
Oh, okay,
Thanks,
but
sir.
only training?
Only training.
Okay.
Google bubbles in space. You can literally see bubbles coming up from these astronauts' helmets. It's ridiculous. When I saw it, I was like, this is a joke.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times
It's just
during
the cosmic
NASA
dust.
footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath
Moon
you.
dust.
How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, often on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of.
Melting in such a peculiar
It's a really harsh environment
way.
out there, and the outside of the space station gets beat up pretty good. And sometimes, you'll see just little flecks of paint or something that you might have
Major
disrupted
bombs
Don't want the
floating
bubbles
away
here.
from the suit. And that's
The
generally
bubbles.
what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there? All right, well, I just
He seems
encourage everyone to
nervous.
look up bubbles in space, hashtag bubbles in space. Thank you very much. How's bubbles in space doing? How's what? Bubbles in space? Bubbles in space? Yeah. I don't know what that is. No? You Mr. Kelly? Yeah. Oh, yeah? You don't remember the question from Tampa about the bubbles in space coming up from the helmets? Yeah, you guys are in an underwater pool, remember? We know. Just remember.
While they steal $58 million a day in taxpayers' money to show you cartoons, CGI, they just have to show you enough of Hollywood and magic tricks for you to believe the nonsense. It shocks me how many people actually believe they're floating above our heads. It's all filmed here on Earth. Outer space is a fantasy.
What are your thoughts?
See, okay, so here's what I'm thinking. From everything that I've seen, stuff that I think is real and stuff that I think is fake, I don't think us going into space, us going to the moon, NASA in general, I don't think any of that's necessarily fake. I think, though, that they do fake a lot in order to make it seem like to the public they're being productive when they're really doing other things. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like the public-facing side is.
But this is
all
always
fake
the
stuff.
issue that I've had with it, is that like they always show videos of them flipping around in the space station, but they never show them like actually getting out and going out into space.
Yeah.
They never show footage
Yeah.
of that. That's only like in movies.
Yeah.
And they don't
Yeah, you
show
never
their.
see
They
the
don't. We
actual-
never see the window looking out into space from the ship, except for like that Katy Perry thing, which was questionable.
Yep. Yep. It's weird.
Leave her alone. If she wants to pretend to go to space, let her pretend to go to space. Too much fucking energy
What
on
if-
that shit. For
What if
sure.
she didn't even realize it was fake?
I don't know. He was just doing it for her kid, her and Orlando Bloom's kid, right?
Sure. You could clearly tell that she was really not that interested, though, as she kept playing with everything besides looking out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I went into space, don't you think, or don't you feel like that's probably where you spend most of your time?
Yeah.
Maybe.
No,
It's like
I don't think
actually
the Earth is
looking-
flat. And I don't think space is fake, but I definitely don't think they're showing us actual footage. I believe in the concept of space. I'm not doubting we can go into low orbit, edges of the atmosphere, whatever.
These are uncut videos of astronauts going on spacewalks. But are they?
Right. Where are these videos?
No, I was just reading somebody said that in chat. They said these are uncut videos, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, sure, but he's not saying these videos are cut. He's saying that they're underwater in this.
Yeah.
He sees bubbles.
Which would be a great way to rotoscope.
I mean, NASA's logo is blue with bubbles in it. It's not black with stars. So, I mean, Maybe it started as North American Sea Association.
I've seen posts about that where people talk about that supposedly NASA was originally founded as a ocean exploration organization, and I'm like, I never seen that before, like ever. I feel like that's like brand new urban legend type bullshit, meanie stuff.
Aloha from Hawaii.
They keep you looking up though at the sky so you don't look underwater.
Because that's where they already are.
Mm-hmm.
There might be also secrecy and not leaking tech arc.
Your what's leaking?
They wrote it like a Slavic person. It's like there might be also secrecy and not leaking a tech arc, etc.
Oh, okay. I see what they're saying, yeah.
Yes. Just reading the chat. I'm sure they lie about some stuff. It feels like it's supposed to be a limit to what the public is to know.
Hey, Amo, you want to hear the most redneck thing I'm about to do right now?
What?
I'm about to take measurements of inside the patrol car, but I don't have a tape measure, so I'm going to be using my gun as reference.
Nice. I thought you were about to say your dick, but...
No, I think the neighbors might have problems with that.
But it'd be funny. There's this car.
I'm sure I would.
This is 10 penis lengths. No.
I'm sure I would get an immediate call from one of my supervisors. If you were measuring things with your penis, can you confirm?
Okay, well, this one is Marco Rubio UFO bombshell. We shot down 4 things over the U.S., and 3 of them we had no idea what they were. For the first time in 65 years, the U.S. shot down something over our airspace, not once, but 4 times.
What's up?
I'm just yawning because I'm
This
tired.
morning we're going to have a classified briefing on the objects that were shot down over the last weekend. First of all, I don't know why it's classified. I do not believe that any of the information that they've shared or are going to share with us is going to be the kind of thing that has to be kept secret. There's very specific reasons why things are classified, and if this doesn't meet the standard, maybe I'm wrong, we're going to find out. Second is this is pretty extraordinary, okay? This is not just a curiosity or into weird stuff about UFOs and aliens. For the first time in 65 years, the United States has shot something down over our airspace. Not once, but 4 times. And 3 of those 4 things, we have no idea what they are, and people deserve to know what they are. I mean, it's pretty extraordinary. You're launching at least $800,000 missiles off of fighter jets over American airspace. That's a pretty big deal. We need to understand why we did it and what these things are, where they come from, who owns them, who made them, why are they here. And perhaps the explanation is easy, and maybe not. The point is that these are important things that the American people deserve to know and that they deserve to hear directly from the president about. Not a political thing here, okay? People deserve to know, why are we shooting things down? If it's serious enough to shoot down, it's serious enough for you to know something about it. Look, this is a topic I've been on for a long time because this is not new. It may sound new, but it really isn't. We have been seeing objects flying over restricted airspace in the United States for a long time now. No one took it seriously because immediately it was about UFOs and flying saucers and aliens. And that's not my concern. My concern is that some other country has developed a capability to monitor and enter our airspace, and that we are not prepared to identify it because they have figured out a way. We're looking for airplanes. We're looking for missiles. We're not looking for objects.
Not looking for flying Dorito chips.
And strategic surprise is the way a lot of wars start, and it's the way a lot of wars and conflicts are lost. So these are important questions.
That particular image that
you
he's
using.
Which one, the alien or the ship?
I'm sorry, the ship. I've seen that footage, and there's nothing about it that I can say looks real. That looks like an AI clip.
It looks dead ass like the Star Destroyers.
I can't even track down who originally posted it either.
Oh no!
Some people say it's Mexico. Some people say it's some other
It was
state in the U.S.
It was Kung Pao under the fist.
What?
They had the triangle UFOs at the end of the movie, bro.
Yeah, Stormy, I know it's a TR-3B, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't think it's anyone actually shot real footage of the TR-3B. I think that particular clip is AI.
Could be.
Hear directly from the president.
Because you can't even track down a source of who actually shot it.
And not with double talk and not with unnecessary secrecy.
But who named it?
We'll see how this hearing goes.
That's something that's way old. That's like from the 90s.
This was interesting too. This was posted today. It was at least on Twitter. It's like this guy says it'll turn my implant on during the interview, and you'll be talking to me and the aliens.
Is this Whitley Strieber though?
Yeah,
an implant. That's what it is.
He's okay. I don't know.
Is he crazy?
That guy. He's kind of crazy. Yeah. I think he might have had some experiences, but I think the majority of his experiences are stuff he just made up.
Could be, but
like one time he had a real deal, and then after that he just started seeing things all the time.
I mean, isn't that what they say? And then they mysteriously die and disappear.
Yep.
That's why what?
But he's the one. He's the one that wrote that book, Communion. And what's crazy about it, and this is why I say he probably had at least one real experience, is because after he wrote the book Communion, and him and whoever did the book art, the concept, the cover art for him, whatever they settled on, that book like took off in book sales, and like people all around the world were like, "That's what I fucking saw. That thing was in my bedroom. That thing took me. Blah blah blah." Like you can say almost. Whitley Strieber was single-handedly the man who put the gray face to the public.
I thought that was Aleister Crowley.
Not really. I mean, not in the way, because like most people don't even know the story about Lamb, the demon Lamb, but everybody knows Whitley Strieber's alien abduction story, and then they're like, "Yeah, man, that's exactly what grays look like." Yada yada yada. And then, of course, they did a movie based on that, and Christopher Walken's in it. No, a Communion with Christopher Walken.
Yeah. And the fourth kind, people talk about seeing an owl. They were like, it's the face of an owl.
I think that's a screen memory issue. Not that the beings actually use the image of an owl, but that our mind is trying to process trauma, so it just associates with something else.
In my ear.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to this.
Grays.
Go for it.
Oh, you know people that are connected to them?
Of course.
Oh.
I am. That's why an implant. That's what it is.
That's why what?
The implant in my ear is it'll turn on during the interview, and you'll be talking to me and to them.
You don't have an implant. You're pulling my leg.
No, I'm not telling you the truth. You don't know about it? You never read the books?
I read Communion.
Oh, okay. You've only read Communion.
I've only read Communion.
Okay, yeah. I have this. Well, I'll tell you the story. I'll just give you a brief preface now.
Perfect.
It was put in 1989. I was wide awake when it was done. It was done by two people. There's a whole lot of people who are connected with the visitors, who are connected with them, and these were two of them. I couldn't use it for years, but after my wife died, it began to become useful, and it now is my absolute go-to. It's like having an unbelievable AI, only whatever's on the other side of it is not artificial, but brilliant. It works with me when I'm writing. At 3 o'clock every morning, I get up and there's a dialogue that goes on. It's not like channeling. It's much more direct than that. It's very direct. And during interviews, it will be working most of the time.
Can you see it behind your ears?
You can feel it, yeah.
You can feel it?
Yeah, it's right here, yeah.
Have you ever had a doctor look at it?
Absolutely. I've got an MRI scan of it, in fact. I'll send it to you on my phone. I mean, a CT scan of it. That CT scan was done by someone in the CIA.
What?
Who wanted it very badly to be taken out, but I wouldn't let him. Yeah.
How did you get a CT scan done by somebody in the CIA?
No, it was done. The CT scan was done privately at his request by a doctor who he called and set up.
Okay. How did a CIA person get to find out about your implant?
I'm known to them, to the IC, to be a legitimate close encounter witness, and they are interested in that.
Why do you think the CIA is so interested in people who have had close encounters?
Well, I think they kind of backed into it because their brief is foreign intelligence. And this is about as foreign intelligence can get. And when the CIA was first founded, the Roswell incident occurred. The Army Air Corps became the Air Force, and the CIA was founded, and the National Security Act was passed, all in the same few months. And
this was like July
47, July to October of 47. And so all of the infrastructure was then in place. And I think it was just a very natural thing that CIA would be the go-to agency.
Oh, videos. Cropped for Twitter. But makes me want to see what else.
Danny Jones has some pretty cool interviews sometimes.
Who?
Danny Jones, that young guy that was hosting.
No.
He's got some pretty
Danny
cool
Jones. Let me see.
I watched Danny Jones, Chris Ramsey, and Jesse Michaels.
I don't know why my keyboard's not working with like the taskbar up there. There we go. Interesting. Well, apparently this is footage of the what's it called? Is it the Marines shooting a Iranian vessel that tried to breach the barricade? No, go back. I can't make it bigger. Let me see. That's what Nick sent me. I don't know if there's no sound. Oh, there we go.
Motor vessel Tosca. Motor vessel Tosca. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Apparently they were like following them for like 6 hours and they ignored warnings.
Yeah, that's a no-go.
Huh?
I was thinking about Navy regulations. I was like, yeah, that's a no-go. You don't do that in open waters.
Well, I mean, I guess it's already been barricaded off, right? So they were just trying to go breach the barricade.
I just mean like when you do stuff like
the redhead so beautiful? Wow.
Whatever.
He's a succubus.
I'm not horny enough for that.
Apparently you're stealing men's souls.
Announced on True Social that the U.S. Navy struck and seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship that tried to get past the American blockade, writing, quote, the U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyer USS Spruce intercepted the Tosca in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. He added that U.S. Marines currently have custody of the vessel. And we just got new video of how it all unfolded. Moments ago, CENTCOM released this short clip of U.S. forces telling people on board the Tosca to vacate the engine room.
Is
Watch.
this lady's first day reading?
Today, Junior.
Motor Vessel Tosca, vacate your engine room.
Yes,
Vacate your engine room.
There you go. That's better
We're prepared
quality.
to subject you to disabling.
This comes after Trump said that U.S. negotiators are going back to Islamabad tomorrow night for another round of talks with Iran, stating, "We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy." Moments after this post, our very own Jackie Alamany spoke with Trump. He told her that Vice President J.D. Vance would not be participating in the talks this time, and that U.S. Special Envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner would be the negotiators. Trump told ABC News the same thing, citing security concerns for the reason Vance wouldn't be going. But two senior U.S. officials later told MS Now that Vance will, in fact, lead the delegation to Islamabad. The White House has not yet offered us further clarification. And if that wasn't enough, Iran is weighing in on all of this. According to state media reports, Iran denied it would participate in new peace talks with the U.S. Their news agency cited no specific source in its report that Iran had rejected the talks.
If Vance goes and talks to them, they're all going to die, just like the Pope did. It's cursed interactions.
So you know how like they've been making some of this sound like a religious war,
Mhm.
right?
That was true. Nick would be dead.
And then you got Vance over there talking about fucking their demons.
Yeah.
When do we get our government starting to convince everybody that the Iranians are demons? They're alien demons. When does that happen?
Oh, maybe soon.
Is that on our bingo card?
I thought they were just an oppressed people.
I'm not saying anything about them either way. I'm just waiting for Trump to say something dumb like that.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
For him to make up some kind of new claim.
Yeah, I mean, like you see Iranians kind of going both ways. You see them, some of them going, "Man, about fucking time somebody did something about it," and then you see other ones going, "We were perfectly fine just the way that we were." So it's just like whatever, you know.
Yep.
You got the ones that think it was a good thing, and you got the ones that think it wasn't so good.
I want to see what this guy has to say here, because this is kind of like what a lot of us have been theorizing. Is that if the rapture prophecy happens, that would be the perfect time to be like, oh, look, alien abduction in mass, to explain half the population, if it were to happen, right? I know a lot of people don't believe in it. Even some Christians don't believe in it. That the rapture won't happen before tribulations or whatever. That's debated widely, but
Yes.
it is an interesting
a little
theory.
bit of the world will see a mass abduction, but what they'll be told is it was from the aliens. The Bible calls it the rapture. We'll be abducted, snatched quickly away by the Lord Jesus Christ, the church, and then the wrath of God comes down, the 7-year tribulation. But they're not going to hear that. They're going to hear it was aliens. In order to fall for the lie of UFOs and aliens, you have to first fall for the lie of evolution. So Satan is so sneaky and tricky, he had to start this thing that it was the aliens, not the rapture. He had to start this 150 years ago and first get the planet to buy into the lie of evolution. And then sure enough, in the 60s and 50s and the black being white movies, and here comes alien this, alien that. Now today, UFOlogy is the new religion for the 21st century. More people believe that.
See, but I could also, what I could also see them doing is trying to deceive people into thinking Jesus Christ is coming back for you. Get on this ship. So I'm torn on this, like the rapture theory. Like I could see that being used against Christians also.
Right. I think it's totally possible to do both. You know, like I really do think that there's some other non-human intelligence that's out there and has been interacting with humanity. But on the same token, I'm sure they're using the facade of that possibility to do
Right.
whatever they want to control the
But
population.
I feel like they might like try to jump the gun on the rapture before the like say demonic presences or whatever, just going down this theory, do believe in the rapture. I could see them trying to create a false rapture to trick people and then just like abducting people and torturing them or hybridizing, breeding them or whatever.
Wait.
Like I could see them being like projecting a fake Jesus in the sky with drones or projections or whatever, and then having like a fake ark or some kind of spacecraft even in the sky with this fake Jesus and trying to trick people to get on.
Get on the ship. It's me.
You know what's interesting is way before Gray started becoming popular, like in the 80s and 90s, you had, like during the 50s and the 60s, you had so many accounts of beings that were very human-like, and they often would talk to experiencers about Jesus. Like they already knew, like, oh yeah, you know all about Jesus. He's tight.
Yeah.
So I just think that's an interesting shift, you know?
Right. But in the presence of an actual rapture, I don't think you would have to board anything. I think you would just be spirit in a different area. If like that like right. So I think that they would try to lull in the sheeple, the who are living in fear and desperate for escape. You know?
You could
I could see them doing it.
It could be a twofold thing, right? Where, you know, you get religious types by saying it's the rapture, and then you get the UFO nuts by showing them a ship that you need to get on.
Right.
So you hit two birds with one stone.
Oh no! I absolutely believe that if the rapture were to happen, you know, they would say it was aliens to discredit it and be like, "Oh, those are the bad aliens," and now we have to stand against the bad aliens as a one world government and unite. And look, Superman's going to lead us, which is the Antichrist, one of their hybrids. But that's my theory. If the rapture does happen,
are they going to pretend that's Jesus though?
Huh?
Was that Black?
Are they going to pretend that's Jesus though?
No. It would be the Jesus equivalent. It would just be Superman, basically.
The Antichrist will have Superman-like powers.
Mm-hmm.
Your mom's got Superman powers.
My mom goes to college.
Planet Earth,
anyway,
then that Jesus is the Son of God.
Welcome back to the podcast. If you like this podcast, please like, share, comment, subscribe, all the things. I'm not going to say anything else because I really want to start talking to this guest. Hello.
Hi.
Billy Crone is in the studio.
Yeah, glad to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Hey, super happy to have you here. There's so much that I want to talk about, but I do want to give because we are going to talk about all the crazy stuff that's going on in the world right now. So tell us because you have a kind of crazy testimony. So how on earth where were you at, and how did you find Jesus in the midst of all the craziness?
The extreme short version is a 1980s ex-headbanger, drug addict, sexual moral, male chauvinist pig guy involved in Satanism, the occult, and New Age.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
That's a lot.
A little bit of an expanded version is I grew up actually in the Midwest, Kansas, Nebraska, and a very isolated existence. But I grew up with a disdain and a hatred for Christianity.
Why is that?
Because of the hypocrisy that I saw growing up in high school.
Okay.
I've done about every drug under the sun, all kinds of immoral behavior. Again, it was a male chauvinist pig. And, you know, it was the 80s, sex, drugs, rock and roll, do whatever you want, please yourself, all that kind of stuff. And the guys that I was partying with, doing all the rotten things, the sinful things, guess where they would go on Sundays if they weren't too hungover or strung out?
They go to church?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They never told me about Jesus, go figure. But the message they were sending loud and clear to me was Christianity is a joke because you're doing the same thing. Your life is no different than mine. And frankly, I wanted some answers to life. But so when I got awakened to, I need to seek out spiritual truth. Part of it was one of my friends died in a car wreck, and I should have been there. And 3 days later, I'm staring at his corpse in a casket, and it was a huge wake-up call. So I realized, man, I better figure out what life's all about because that's going to be me. And that was the message. When I looked at him in the casket, it was, what's going to happen when you die? And it wouldn't leave me. I tried to drown it out with alcohol and drugs and all this stuff, and it just wouldn't go away. So I began to search, but because of what I grew up with, I said, I ain't going down that road. That's a joke. So my first big mistake, actually, the irony is my first prayer was to Satan. And I said, oh yeah, it was, I said, you can have this life if you give me power and significance. That's all I wanted. And the irony is, that's what people think today. They think there's this, I call it the mystical middle ground. And they say, well, I'm not a wacky Christian like Pastor Billy is today, but I'm not a Satanist. I'm just kind of in this middle ground. I haven't figured out, no, there is no middle ground. The Bible's very clear. You either belong to God or you belong to the devil. So the irony is, the whole time I'm making a pact with the devil, I already belong to him. Right?
Yeah.
But anyway, so he showed his true character within 3 months. I tried to kill myself 3 different times.
Were you starting to be oppressed?
Yeah. If I wasn't demon possessed by then, I was by then.
Really?
I was multiply demon possessed because of what I got involved in. It wasn't just Satanism, because after that, and I tried to kill myself 3 different times, which is not a surprise. John chapter 8, Jesus says Satan's a liar, he's the father of all lies, and he's a murderer, and he's been one from the beginning. So been there, done that, deep, dark depression, thinking that suicide is the only way out. That's from Satan. He's a murderer. That's what they do. They want to kill you so you can join them in hell. But it got even worse, because I'm going like, I survived that. 3 suicide attempts.
And that's just like the grace of God.
Oh, absolutely. I should have been dead in hell so many different times. God's been so merciful to me. The things that I've been involved in, the satanic places that I went, looking back, God totally protected me from that. Somebody could have killed me and used me as a ritual sacrifice and would never have found my body. It's no joke. And then
how did you get involved? How did you find those people?
Well, part of it was the music. The music, glamorizes
that's
Satan
really not
and the
funny.
devil, and of course is anti-God, anti-Christianity, Jesus, and so it's that rebellious nature, things of that nature. And but then the second mistake I had was I moved to California after that, because I'm like, man, I got to make a change. I almost died, right? But it didn't last very long, because unfortunately the guy who lived next to me in the apartment complex, he turned me on to the Satanic Bible and Tom LaVey. So I began doing the rituals and things, because it's basically a ritual book is all it is.
The opposite direction.
Further connect with Satanism. Not good. So again, if I wasn't already demon possessed, now I'm really demon possessed.
You definitely opened the door thin.
My sister had roomed with me for a little while, and then I remember after I got saved in '93, and then she got saved about a year later, she had said, hey man, I found some of those old tapes. We used to videotape ourselves back in the day. And she said, I found some of those old tapes of when we were rooming together. You want to see them? And I said, absolutely not. That was the most horrific nightmare. I don't ever want to go back to those days, ever. There's nothing to, whatever. She said, well, I'll just tell you this. She said, I watched one of them. You should see your eyes.
Oh, damn.
They're just seething. It's demonic. I was possessed. Right? And that was my own sister. And, but anyway, then it got even worse. Then I had a coworker who turned me on to New Age. Oh, man, I was like a kid in a candy store at that point. So I jump off of Satanism. And I start going, which is another lie of Satan, Genesis 3, you'll be like God, you decide between good and evil, etc. And that's the core of New Age. You get to decide. I'll take a little bit of Buddhism, take some Hinduism, Eastern mysticism, shamanism, self-help, secular psychology. You put whatever you want on there. Then at that time, at the same time, most people don't realize this, and I write a lot about this, is I'm into altered states of consciousness now. I'm communing with demons, whether it be through meditation, whether it be through psychotropic drugs to get you there, just like that. And of course, you don't call them demons, you call them higher power or an angel.
Like light guides.
But guess who popped up during those times of altered state of consciousness? UFOs, aliens.
Really?
Or it's all demonic, Rebecca. I'm telling you, been there, done that. And so they're popping in. So because you got these different entities, but that's what they do. Satan masquerades as an angel of light, the Bible says. So these things masquerade. They don't always come in and it's like, oh, a scary, freaky demon. Sometimes they appear like, oh, that's angelic, and that's how people get sucked in. They go, you can't tell me that this is wrong, or you can't tell me. Sometimes they'll even say this wasn't from God, because I felt so euphoric, and it was. I cried alligator tears, and it was such an emotional thing. It wasn't scary at all. Well, that doesn't mean it's not demonic. So anyway, long story short, I am full on demon possessed, probably multiple times. These things were driving me insane, literally. In fact, the attacks got worse there at the very end before I got saved, because I'm getting darker and deeper
from
into
everything I've read in the Bible about when God talks to people, it's not warm fuzzy, it's scary. So I feel like that would be a bad sign if you feel euphoric and warm and fuzzy.
Yeah.
Like a spider poisoning you kind of thing. Like
just an update. My trunk is 5 Glocks long.
What?
It's 5 Glocks long.
So how many penis
like
links is that roughly? Is it like?
Oh my god.
That varies on penis.
True. There's not a one size fits all.
Thing like talking about dick measurements, like is that like a?
It's just funny.
No,
It's
I've
a
never
joke
had to
from
measure
earlier.
a dick for cosplay.
I know. I was just fucking with you guys.
Anyways.
And I remember 2 weeks before I got saved, one of these attacks got really vicious. And it's hard to describe because they're not on the outside of you. They're on the inside of you. And you're not in control. And then that fuels the fear, the terror. It's like, what if this doesn't stop? But I remember the thought literally going through my head as a non-Christian. If I don't fight this, I'm going to go insane and I'll never come back. That's what they were doing. They were driving me insane. And so anyway, basically Easter 1993, Resurrection Sunday.
I have one question though.
Yeah, sure.
Because a lot of people, they stay attached to this stuff for a very long time and they're not aggressive towards their host, almost because they want to use the host.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think almost God was having them, it's a weird question, but you almost feel like they were attacking you because they saw the call of God in your life and they're just trying to destroy you?
Well, I think it's just their nature to destroy.
Uh-huh.
That's the nature of Satan and
Yeah.
certainly the demons that work with him. Satan is not omniscient like God.
Mhm.
So to what degree did he know the calling of God? I don't know.
Yeah.
I just know that that's who they are. That's what they do. Could they maybe sense that God's angels were strangely
Protecting you.
always protecting me
Yeah.
from ultimately dying? I'm sure they could see that. So maybe that kind of gave them a clue, if you will. But I didn't see it coming. It's like God went snap and then saved me that fast.
Really?
There was no warming up to Christianity for me. There was like, oh, you Christians are so wonderful, your apologetic discourse. Because I used to love to chew Christians up and spit them out. They couldn't even answer my basic questions. How do you know the Bible it really did come from God? Hey, how do you even know God exists? Hey, if God's real, then why is there evil and suffering? They couldn't answer me.
Mhm.
But I had two faithful Christians that, even though they couldn't answer my skeptical questions, they kept saying, it's Jesus, it's Jesus, it's Jesus. So long story short, the night before I get saved, I'm in a restaurant, I blacked out. Next thing I know, I've been blacking out more and more frequently. Next thing I know, I wake up on the floor and I hear this knock, 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 knock. And it's the guy I was partying with. His parents were Christians. They had no idea what he was up to. And so I'm on the floor in his bedroom. His name was Mark. And they knock on the door. Mark, it's Easter. You're going to go to church service? It's Easter. And he said, no. And they kept knocking. I said, come on, you got to at least go on Easter. And he said, no. So they left. So we get up. I had a hangover. It's Sunday. I got to get to work the next day. So I started drinking some coffee. Mark's trying to get rid of the headache. Got to get some rest. That wasn't working. So I drove across town. I was rooming with my brother. He was out of town, so I'm all by myself at that time. So I still got the headache. So I go to the cupboard. I start slamming some vodka, trying to get rid of the headache. And then bang, it happened again with the demonic terror. This time, I'm telling you, you could have told me 5 seconds before I got saved, hey, you're about to get saved. I would have punched you, spit at you. I didn't see it coming. It was literally, and that was the trigger point, that God used that demonic terror and the seeds that were planted from two faithful Christians, and I was mean and nasty to him. And he goes, watch this, bang. And so this time my knee-jerk reaction was, I was 25, I ran to my bedroom, I dropped on my knees, and I said, God, if you're real and you really want this life, you can have it. And then I knew that wasn't enough. I knew inherently, because the seeds that were planted, I had to call upon the name of Jesus Christ. So I followed that up with, Jesus Christ, would you please save me and forgive me? And bang, instantly, just like that. All the demons completely left me. I was light as a feather. I was crying. I was weeping. I knew I was set free. I had my mind back. For the first time in 10 years, it was perfectly clear. I was instantly delivered from all the drugs, the immorality, and not just the demons leaving. The first couple of days, I'm not joking, it was like the sky was bluer, the grass was greener, everything was neon. It was like brand new creation in Christ. The next day, under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, I'm all by myself. I got rid of all my occult paraphernalia, I was writing a New Age book, what would have been my first book. I deleted it, got rid of it, and all that stuff. And then I found a Bible. I figured I better start reading the Bible. I'm a Christian now. I went to church services. I figured I'm a Christian now. That's what you're supposed to do. I didn't know anything. So 2 weeks old in the Lord, I'm reading the Bible before I go to bed at night, and I just simply close it and say, God, I want to know more. That's it. Woke up the next day, go to Bible college. I'm going, what? Not me. I'm disqualified. I thought you had to be related to Pat Boone or something, right? Not what I've been involved in, right?
Yeah.
It persisted. And long story short, 8 weeks after I'm saved, no church background. I didn't know anything. I just wanted to know more. And I knew I had the truth. And I tried every religion under the sun. Nothing worked. But when you call upon the name of Jesus Christ, okay, you didn't have to convince me he's real. So 8 weeks after I'm saved in Bible college, later seminary, I first started pastoring in Northern California for many years. I took a position in New York for many years. And then I've been in Vegas for 14 years. And now today you and I are talking.
Wow. What did your family think? Since it's such a huge difference.
Well, I was already the black sheep of the family.
Yeah.
With what I was involved in. Unfortunately, my unsaved family thought that I literally went insane. I lost my rocker because now you're not only a freaky Christian, but you're the very thing that you used to hate and persecute. Like the Apostle Paul. It's like it just didn't compute. So they literally thought, okay, you've gone over the edge, you've lost it. So
out of all the things, they thought that was the thing that made you lose it.
I was now insane.
That's
I went from the black
crazy.
sheep to insane person.
Did your family end up finding the Lord?
Several of them did.
Yeah.
The year I got saved, about a year later, one of my sisters got saved. My brother got saved.
Aw.
About a year after that, my dad got saved. The big holdout was my mom.
Yeah.
My mom got saved. Prayed for her for 29 years.
Wow.
And she got saved 3 months before she passed away.
Oh, thank God. That just shows never give up praying for people.
Praying for people, absolutely number one. And the reason why they kept me that, because not only I don't want my mom, my family, anybody to go to hell.
Yeah.
We need to deal with this. It's not just, oh, they didn't go to heaven. No, there's an alternative. You don't want anybody to go to hell. Certainly not your family. And but that kept me praying. But the other thing too was my own testament. I tell people this all the time. Listen, again, I didn't see it coming. You could have witnessed to me 5 seconds before I got saved, and I would have punched you, spit at you. But I was 5 seconds from getting saved. So the point is, don't be put off by people's external visuals or verbals or behavior. You can't see the heart. They could be almost saved. Don't quit. And I tell people all the time, there is a genuine scientific method to know. How do you know if you witnessed to somebody? And it's fantastic. It works every time. You know what it is?
What?
You put your hand up to their mouth, and if you feel air, you witness them. There you go.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's good science, right? In other words, if they're still breathing, there's still an opportunity. The point is you don't quit. And you don't let anybody's behavior, even nasty behavior because you're looking at one of them. You're looking at one of them. You're looking at one that Christians really wanted to avoid me.
Yeah.
Right? You're looking at somebody that was an antagonist all the way to the end. You're looking at somebody that people had written off, including Christians. He'll never get saved.
Mm-hmm.
But God can save anybody.
And he really, miraculously saved you. Like some stories that really show like the mercy and the grace of God. That is powerful. So what brought you as a pastor to write books like the Trump Stargate prophecies? Do you think it was your background in seeing deception, maybe someone who's seen things in the church that were alarming you because of your own experiences and knowledge of like the New Age and stuff? Where did it stem from?
Yeah, all the above.
Okay.
Some of the people say, how do you know that? Or how can you put that together? Or how do you know about the elite or the cabal, whatever? Because I was involved in it when I was involved in Satanism and New Age. I was on the other side of the camp, Rebecca. I was I lived in Sacramento at the time, California. I would go down to San Francisco, the World Expos, the New Age Expos. This is real. This is not just a couple of weird people with triangles on their head. These are global elites around the planet. And shocker, guess what they want to bring to the planet? What is their new age, their new vision? It's a Luciferian order.
Yeah.
In fact, the New Age, you're taught that Lucifer is a good guy and he's come here to free us. But they're here to bring in, shocker, a one world government, a one world religion, a biometrically controlled cashless society. And I didn't get it back then because I obviously wasn't a Christian and I wasn't reading the Bible. But I'll never forget the first time I came across prophecy in the Bible as a young Christian, my first year in Bible college. I'm going, wait a second. And my head's popping off and going like, this is real. And these people are really doing it. And I used to be there. I was there. I was at the conferences. This is no joke.
Yeah.
Right? And things of that nature. So that was the big thing that really, I come with the insider perspective.
Yeah.
A lot of people want to downplay it. Oh, that's just a conspiracy theory. No, I've been there, done that.
No, I think there's so much now that there are things that are conspiracy theories, but there's a lot of things that there's just straight facts behind it. And just people aren't aware of it. What would you say? Can you explain really quick with the New Age? What is their whole thing with like consciousness? What is that?
Well, again, it stems from mainly Eastern mysticism and Hinduism. New Age, again, is you pick whatever you want from any religion. Your God, in essence, you determine what religion or religions, you just put it all on your plate, right? Which is Genesis 3, the lie of Satan. But really the bulk of New Age comes mainly out of Hinduism, Eastern mysticism. And so really the goal is that you get into an altered state of consciousness. It could be through transcendental meditation. It could be through yoga, which by the way means to yoke. And you're yoking with the Hindu deities. Most people don't realize, Rebecca, that there's many different ways to get into an altered state of consciousness. Meditation is just one of them. Believe it or not, yoga is another one. And you cannot separate the two. This, again, that's one of the many things I saw when I came into what I call church world. And I'm seeing some of these practices come into the church, and then they want to try to Christianize it, like say that that's holy yoga. No, it's not. Yeah. The Hindu yogis admit you cannot separate the practice because there's many different ways to get into an altered state of consciousness. It's not just meditation, transcendental meditation. Yoga is going through the physical postures. Physical posture repeated over and over again will get you into an altered state of consciousness. In fact, your first clue you're doing something wrong is many of the poses are snake poses.
Yeah.
And they think the snake god is a good god. But there's other ways. You could do repetitive movement put to music. A lot of Hinduism in their ashrams, that's what they do. They put people to just jumping up and down repetitive with music. And within about a half an hour, you'll get into an altered state of consciousness. Repeated words over and over again. That's what the Hare Krishnas do. They repeat their mantra over and over again. You keep doing that and keep doing that, it becomes mindless.
And this is knowledge that they got probably from the Watchers to get into these altered states. So it's not that they just randomly found this out. The reason why people can do these things, including like ayahuasca and stuff, it's ancient knowledge, doing things that we were never supposed to do. Why do you think they're trying to get us into these altered state of consciousness? Is it because it's
because then they can appear to you and make you think that they're your God?
Where it's not supposed to go?
Oh, absolutely. Again, they're about to kill, steal, and destroy. That's their modus operandi.
Yeah.
But the lure is when you get into these different altered states of consciousness, including drugs. Drugs is one of the fastest ways to get there.
Or then the other conclusion people come to is that I see these things when I take drugs, therefore all religion and spirituality must stem from drug use.
Wish I wouldn't about
and
the
not
t-shirt.
be legitimate.
But it's to discover truth.
It's like, hello,
And the truth, not the Bible. Don't ever go there. That's a book of lies. That's what the Bible It's full of contradictions and errors. I used to say the same thing, but of course I never read the Bible.
Yeah.
What?
I was just going to say, as somebody this guy that you're talking to, somebody who's declaring himself as a, self-proclaimed saved Christian, I do really appreciate, because I got a little nervous there for a second. I do really appreciate that he didn't start slamming on like Eastern religions. You know what I mean? He was just like, he just explained them. He didn't have to be like, oh, but those are wrong or incorrect or not valid or anything. He just explained it. I was like, thank you. Was it that hard?
Right.
But then, so
Okay,
you
that's
look
all.
to them for truth, and of course, the truth is we're all connected together
That's what
in
they
the
say.
universe, the collective consciousness. But see, that's the bait to get you away from the Bible, to connect with demons, who then begin to lie to you, to prepare you for the global society that the Bible, and only the Bible warns about, called the Antichrist kingdom, where humanity will be united collectively. Specifically, you get it?
Yeah.
They're preparing the mindset for the 7-year tribulation, the Antichrist kingdom, for a one world government and a one world religion.
Yes.
And that's coming in with the false prophet, working with the Antichrist. It'll be a one world political structure, government, and one world religion, all working together to bring what? Peace and utopia to the planet, which is the other lie of New Age. You get into these altered state of consciousness, you find out what truth is. Here's the truth. We're all connected together. We just all need to get along, and we need to get rid of any extremisms. Christians.
Yeah.
In
hate.
fact,
Get rid of any
right,
hate.
right. But who defines that?
Yeah.
That's the danger. Who defines that? Maybe being a Christian is being hateful. Be careful. It's a slippery slope. In fact, that's what they say. In fact, I still have in my office a lot of some of the resources that I used to be involved in, because it has everything to do with proving the point that these guys are preparing the way for the 7-year tribulation.
Wow.
And one of them is, and I've written on this extensively, done 2 different documentaries on it, on UFOs and aliens.
Yeah, talk about that, because
yeah.
that's becoming more and more mainstream.
Yeah, we did a mega deep dive just last year, UFOs, aliens, and the coming mass abduction. And I titled it that way on purpose because the world will see a mass abduction. But what they'll be told is it was from the aliens as to why these people disappeared. The Bible calls it the rapture.
There you go, Ammo.
Yeah.
In fact, that's what the word harpazo means. Rapture means an abduction. We'll be abducted, snatched quickly away by the Lord Jesus Christ, the church, meet him in the clouds, and then the wrath of God comes down in the 7-year tribulation. But they're not going to hear that. They're going to hear it was aliens. And so I begin to prove the point that there's been a long preparation process for that. I even back it up to 150 years ago with the lie of evolution with Charles Darwin.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, in order to fall for the lie of UFOs and aliens, you have to first fall for the lie of evolution. Because when these things come off their so-called crafts, what's the first thing they say about themselves? We're a higher evolved... you see? So Satan is so sneaky and tricky. He had to start this thing, this last days lie to explain away the rapture, that it was the aliens, not the rapture. He had to start this 150 years ago and first get the planet to buy into live evolution. And then sure enough, in the 60s and 50s, and the black and white movies, and here comes alien this, alien that. Now today, UFOlogy is the new religion for the 21st century. More people believe in the United States of America in aliens than they do in God. More people believe that aliens have visited planet Earth than that Jesus is the Son of God.
Wow.
So this is, and I got so-called religious people. This is the Lutheran seminary. And they did a survey of if they were to make extraterrestrial disclosure, imminent disclosure that aliens are real in the news, quote, how would that impact your faith? And you know what some of the responses came back?
What?
It's supposed to be a seminary. They said, hey, no problem. I'd share a pew with an alien any day. And so it's even infecting the church. And so we get this out. But here's my point. In the New Age, the other thing that you were brainwashed was with these channel messages from these aliens who are here to save us, our new saviors, which is all demons. And but they say stuff like this, Rebecca, all the time. They say, don't be surprised. I'll even quote this one. This is Barbara Marciniak. She wrote a book that she channeled supposedly from aliens in the star system Pleiades called The Bringers of the Dawn. And I still have it in my office for resource purposes, obviously. And they told her to tell us, don't be surprised when you see perhaps 20 million people disappear from the planet one afternoon. These people no longer fit here anymore. Listen to this. They are stopping the harmony of the earth.
Yes.
You know what the Bible calls that? 2 Thessalonians 2, the restraining influence.
Yes.
Right? They can't wait for us to get out of here.
Because we're holding it back.
Right. We're holding what back? The Antichrist kingdom, which they think is the greatest thing since. Right, exactly. So they're already preparing people that it's the aliens that took us, not Jesus. And they're already preparing people who are left behind thinking that, but you're a chosen one. You have been elected to be a part of this utopia that is now, look, and we have this man who brought peace to the Middle East, Daniel 9:27, that's what starts the 7-year tribulation. And they may even show a couple, quote, aliens or UFOs and have a global broadcast. And then maybe even to pacify people religiously, here comes your false prophet to encourage people that this is real, this is going to be a time of utopia. But just like when I made a pact with Satan, the Antichrist doesn't take very long. He rides in on this utopia, this false peace, Revelation 6:1. But he shows his true colors very quickly because the next seal is the red horse rider. A global war breaks out, and it's downhill from there.
That makes so much sense, though, how they're going to like sell it to where it seems like such a great idea and everyone being so excited.
Yep.
And kind of like, it's interesting how you talked about how every step from like laying the groundwork with evolution, and then it's like we move into this weird postmodern where it's like nothing's true and any morality, anything goes. And it has been this precise plan that's been unfolding for a really long time in history, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash that kingdom. What would your advice be to Christians navigating this content? I think that's the most responsible thing to ask, because I think Christians get so caught up in wanting to know about aliens and things, and they can almost be sidetracked. Right. What would your advice to that person be? We'll start there.
Well, number one, we do need to study. We don't stick our head in the sand. We need to be aware of what's going on. But here's my point. There's a balancing point. Never at the expense of the Bible.
Yeah.
You need to have your nose to the grindstone. You need to be in the Word every single day. You need to be a disciple. What's a disciple mean? Go make disciples. That was the order. It wasn't just share the gospel. It's make disciples. Mathetes in the Greek, that's where we get the word mathematics, a disciplined learner of what? Of God's Word. God's Word is the only book on the planet that is true in the history of mankind.
Well,
the only one. And
it's
because
also
it's true,
been
because it's from God,
redacted some
therefore,
stuff.
it's the only book on the planet that protects us.
They've also
from lies.
redacted some stuff, so I don't know about that necessarily.
Yeah.
You know, like where did the Book of Enoch go? They just yoinked that one right out. Anyways.
Right? And dare I say, let's go a step further. It's the only book on the planet. This is why Paul says to renew your mind, Romans 12, with the Word of God. And basically, it's the only book on the planet that unbrainwashes us from the brainwashing that we've been receiving from this world.
Because we are being heavily brainwashed.
Yes, you are.
And
Even
we
the
don't
church.
realize it.
But guess what? Okay. Renew yourself. Renew your mind. Wash your mind with the truth of God's Word. That's the balancing point. And then again, it's a protecting thing, because the more you know the truth, you can't be fooled.
Exactly.
And to use the classic analogy, when banks want to prepare their tellers how to spot a phony bill, they do not show them all the phony bills out there, because they're a dime a dozen. You know what they do? You know what the method is? They have them look at the real thing over and over and over again, and only that. They touch it, they feel it, they smell it, they taste it, they crinkle it, they whatever. All they do is spend time just nothing but the real deal. You know why? Because by the time you're so well acquainted with the real one, you could spot a phony a mile away, right?
Exactly.
It makes sense when you realize what they're doing. It's the same thing with the Bible. When you get so acquainted with the Bible, as you're supposed to, as a Christian, every single day, then guess what? You can't be fooled. So here's the point. So then when you're out there and you encounter falsehood, you could smell it a mile away, you could see it a mile away, because you're comparing it to the truth. And then that keeps you from getting sidetracked. That protects you from falling for a lie. But more importantly, God, 1/3 of the Bible deals directly or indirectly with Bible prophecy. God wants us to know the future.
So we're prepared.
Prepared, and that, which is what people miss. They've been brainwashed with a lie in the world that Bible prophecy is bad for you, that it's doom and gloom, and you shouldn't go there. I had one guy, I'm not kidding, he literally was told, growing up in the church, if you study Bible prophecy, you will lose your mind.
Crazy.
Thank you.
All in the Bible.
Well, and that's my point, right? So if 1/3 of the Bible, not 1/300th, 1/3 of the Bible deals directly or indirectly with Bible prophecy, first coming, second coming, millennial kingdom, the eternal state, all that stuff, I'm kind of thinking God wants us to know for good reasons. Well, He does, because when we know the future verbatim, we can begin to see the setup that we're talking about. So that's my perspective. I come from a background where I've been there. I've been in that camp. I've been in Satan's camp. I've been in this New Age camp, this one world Luciferian order camp. It's real. It's not a joke.
Yeah.
Demons are real. Satan is real. This is not a game. But they're setting the stage up for it. But the Bible's the only book on the planet that tells us in minute detail.
The idea of God is controlling trash is terrible. No, God isn't the controlling trash. It's man who has created religion to try to control people. God is merely spirit. There's a video link. God is spiritual. Religion is controlling.
Yeah, it's not that God is controlling anything. It's that humans are saying God is
God
doing
gave
it.
you free will. He's the least controlling thing in the the least controlling concept out there. God set up a sandbox Minecraft server, and He lets you just do whatever you want, basically.
Exactly, and we fucked that up real good.
Yeah, people started to grift in the server. He had it on creative mode, and some assholes came and put it back on survival.
That was the best analogy I've heard in a long time.
What about the Desert Wars analogy that Patton Oswalt used?
I'm a big advocate for creative mode Minecraft. I hate survival. I can't stand it. I don't like being anxious. Let me just enjoy creativity.
Yep. Exactly how it's going to play out. Why? Not because we're going to be there, but Rebecca, so that you and I can develop a heart of compassion to warn people you don't want to be there. As Jesus said, the 7-year tribulation is the worst time in the history of mankind. So horrible that if God didn't shorten the time frame, i.e. keep it to 7 years, the entire human race would be destroyed. So we need to understand the game plan, not because we need to prepare and build a bug out shelter and survive. No, we're not going to be there. God gives us all this gory detail because, frankly, it should scare people straight to Christ. What led me to Christ? Absolute demonic terror. Why? Because I was so arrogant, prideful, and rebellious that it took me going that far before I would humble myself and bow a knee to God. Never would wish it on anybody, but praise God that he did it, because at the end of the day, I got saved.
Yeah.
Not all fear is bad, right? If you have a natural fear of here comes a truck and you almost went into the street, but fear motivated you to back out quick, is that bad? If you were getting close to putting your hand on a hot stove and you go, hey, that's not good, and you back, is that bad? Not all fear is bad. And people have been brainwashed to think, we can't talk about any fearful thing or whatever, just lovey-dovey. That's a lie. Number one, the 7-year tribulation is the worst time, the fearfulest time. It's horrible. You don't want to be there. You don't want your worst enemy there. Oh, let me add that. That's hell on earth for 7 years. How about hell itself?
Eternity.
For all eternity. Hey, well, that's pretty fearful. You're trying to scare me. Hey, I like one guy says, you can't talk about hell. It's going to scare people away. What are you going to do? Scare them off to hell number 2? I mean, what's the option here? And Jesus talked more about it than he ever did about heaven. Why? Because he is a God of love. Because he did make a way, right? That he doesn't want people to go there. And sometimes with people like me, who are so hard, so rebellious, they need to understand that. They need to know there's a fear factor. That, listen, I get it. You're persisting in this, but I'm just telling you, bottom line, please get saved. Please accept Jesus. Don't go to hell on earth, the 7-year tribulation. Don't go to hell forever. You don't want to be there.
For the people in chat wondering, how does God tolerate evil? I view God as like a parent with many different kids. Some are disappointing and some aren't. But they are still his kids. So he's not going to, go out and disown them necessarily or kill them straight out whenever they disappoint him. But he's still disappointed.
Yep.
I don't know.
Right? I call it hell the silent H word in the American church today.
It's like, does a parent tolerate their kid sneaking out and doing drugs? It's like, well, they don't like it, but what are they going to do? Kill the kid? You want them to just be smite them where they are? I don't know. It's just...
And yet, here's what we say all the time as Christians. There are Christians, you need to get saved. Okay, saved from what?
Yeah.
A poor economic existence? A low self-esteem? A mediocre life? No, you need to get saved from what? Hell. Why can't we say that anymore? That used to be, and then people, again, they've been brainwashed because they're not in the Word. Well, that's those old preachers, the hellfire and brimstone. It's like, no, that's biblical preachers. And dare I say, we need to get those back today.
Yeah, I agree. And what's so crazy is you had a moment of experience, just probably a portion of the demonic terror compared to hell.
Yeah.
That's the reality. It made you fall on your knees. It's we don't want anyone experiencing that unless they choose that, because we all have a choice at the end of the day.
It's all a choice, but at least that's why I said, a compassionate Christian
would warn people.
Even their worst enemy, please don't go to hell.
Yeah, because you don't want anyone to have that.
No.
So to give clarity, the aliens are demons. So they're not, but the deception is that they're this higher race of beings. That's the deception. They're basically here to elevate us, save us, whatever. Do you think that they're just spiritual beings, or do they have a physical form, or is that just too hard to even understand? Are they going to be on this earth physically when they come?
How much time do you got?
Not that much time.
Oh, no.
You have to come back.
We could do many, many programs on this.
I've been thinking.
This is my old stomping ground.
Oh, gosh. Okay, well then will you come back and we can talk about it?
Yeah, well, let me just give you a little teaser.
Give us a little bit.
A little teaser. Number one, yes, they're demons. Been there, done that. I've seen these apparitions with my eyes. It's totally demonic. I'm not trying to boast in my sin, what I was involved in, but demons are real. It's not a joke. I've seen them with my own eyes. Number two, the aliens. Think about it. Alien, not too different from demon. They just scrambled it up. Alien, A-L-I-E-N. What's right in the middle of it? L-I-E, lie. It's not by chance, I'm telling you. And they tell you who they are. But they tell you who they are because they're always slamming Jesus. They say that they come all the way across, supposedly, the universe to tell you that Christianity is not real. Jesus is no different than Buddha or Muhammad. He's an avatar, spiritual, moral teacher. They denigrate him. They say there is no such thing as sin. They say Lucifer's a good guy. Well, you think you come over here with a cure for cancer or something, but no, you slam the Bible and the Christianity and Jesus. Okay, that's not by chance. But I'm convinced part of the horrors of the 7-year tribulation is these critters, they're demons, will be walking
These
around
critters.
on planet Earth,
Yeah.
and people will fully embrace them and not realizing that they're embracing demons repackaged as aliens. And then you go to Revelation chapter 9, and it says that people in that time frame, they're what? Worshiping demons. And these aliens pitch themselves as our saviors, the gods of the planet, who come back during the time of earth changes when Mother Earth is in turmoil. No, it's the wrath of God being poured out. Let's say that they repackage. But I'll just add this real quick. There's, we need to come back. But real quick, I call it a biosuit. I'm not saying thus saith the Lord, but based on what I was involved in, based on what's still going on to this day with the abduction. Some of the abduction things that they're doing, they're taking sperm and eggs, male and female, and they're doing experimentation. They're doing a hybrid thing, which now you're doing a repeat of the days of Noah, which Jesus said would happen before he came back, with this hybrid race being created. The Bible called it Nephilim. And so they're repeating that. So that's a Bible prophecy issue. But I'm going like, but why would they do that? Well, if you look at demons in the Bible, demons inhabit living things.
They got to have
and the only
stuff
options
to
we have
inhabit
scripturally is they inhabit
once
people,
all the people disappear.
or animals. That's it. So if you're a demon and you need to have a physical body, then this is where my mind goes, oh, that's what you're doing by creating this hybrid. You're creating basically what I call a biosuit or a biobag, a living
made a body to come live
for
in
you
the
to
Antichrist
inhabit
kingdom.
that looks like an alien or a classic gray. And then you're literally possessing that body, a living body, so to speak, a biobag, I call it, so that you could walk around and traverse on the earth. Because that's what they do. So, yeah, we can go way deeper in that. It sounds freaky, but this is the level of evil that is on our planet. And this is why I believe the Bible says, watch out that before Jesus warned about wars, rumors of wars, famines, pestilence, he says, watch out that no one deceives you. And the Bible says there's coming a delusion on this planet that people are going to fall for because they refuse to love the truth, right? And I think part of that delusion is the alien factor.
Yeah.
And that it says it's so powerful that it could even deceive even the elect, if that were possible. And unfortunately, even many Christians are already being deceived with this lie, and they don't realize the demonic background in nature. But most importantly, that it's an indicator that we have got to be getting close to the rapture, because they are setting up the Antichrist kingdom, and the planet is ripe for, think about it, if a political figure could arise and promise to bring peace to the Middle East and the rest of the world, they're ready for it.
Yeah.
And the Bible says it'll happen, except he's called the Antichrist.
Do you think the Catholic Church has any involvement in the end times and the deception?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. We'll see what this new pope is going to be all about. He's kind of been silent lately, but you certainly look at the previous pope, Pope Francis, and you can go even beyond him with Pope John Paul II. But really what started way back in the day was, number one, the lie that all religions can come under one umbrella, of course, the Vatican. That's a lie of New Age.
Oh, yeah. The Vatican allows a lot of pagan shit in their halls. I went and toured it. They wanted everyone's tax-paying dollars, so they allowed lots of different pagan religions. They have the Egyptian shit in there, like everywhere. They got all kinds of crazy shit.
But isn't that more just an assimilation of what they've done to other cultures throughout history?
Oh, yeah, sure. But the point is they wanted the people who they took over to pay taxes, so they allowed all the pagan worship.
Right. I just want to differentiate the difference between, like, allowing other religions to keep doing whatever pagan bullshit they want to do and just...
But it's interesting, though, for me, I think it's one way to allow it, right? Like America, you can have whatever religion you want. But it's another thing to decorate basically the Capitol with all the pagan religions, but still call yourself Catholic. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's suspicious.
Oh, no, they don't. That's a denial.
Because to me, that's like putting false idols in your place of like holiness.
Yeah, and it also tells me that they knew something they didn't want everybody else to know.
Right.
Something advantageous, you know?
Mm-hmm. Like, suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
Very suspicious. I'm watching you, Wazowski. You're always watching.
Of Jesus Christ and the gospel. John 14:6, Jesus said he is the way, the truth, the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through him. And when people say that all religions, including the Catholic Church, that all religions are basically the same, They just told you two things. Number one, you don't know anything about true biblical Christianity. You just denied John 14:6. I didn't say Jesus did. Number two, you don't know anything about world religions, because if you actually study them, then not one of them agrees with each other. I did a 9-year study called World Religions, Cults, and the Occult. And I started that years ago in Vegas, and we ended on Freemasonry. That's a whole other topic.
Oh, I want to talk about that.
I'll give you a whole study on that. and so, because to dispel that lie, that you don't even know what you're talking about, all religions disagree with each other. And none of them is the message of Christianity. All other religions basically say you are God, you become God, you got to work your way to God. Christianity is the only one that says, no, you're not God. You can't work your way to God. And the only way to have a relationship is to believe on the Son of God who died for you in your stead.
Yeah.
No other religion has the cross of Christ, right? And so number one, the Catholic Church, that's the message they're pushing. That's a lie. That's a lie from the pit of hell. But that's also a lie that the false prophet will use to garner the world, right? So we're seeing religious figures, high caliber figures on the planet that could fit the role of a false prophet. Now, I've said for many years, I'm not saying the Pope is a false prophet, but if you look at the behavior, what's going on, man, it seems like they're trying really hard to get the job. So there's that. Number two, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, been there, done that. Guess who also is pushing the alien agenda?
They are, aren't they?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So on top of the global religion, they're pushing the lie of aliens. Why? Because they also believe in the lie. This is from the Vatican. They believe in the lie of evolution.
Do they really?
Yes, they do. They promote it, right? They say that they have no problem with evolution with their Catholic belief system. Number two, the Catholics have their own, believe it or not, astronomy group. It's called
The
VORG,
Pope goes
VORG.
every Monday, allegedly, to look in his telescope.
Vatican Observatory Research Group. And the Vatican's evolution astronomers are in a desperate search for ET.
That's what I've heard.
Yes. And so that's been going on for years. This is nothing new. It's not a conspiracy theory. And they're already saying, and this is from the Vatican astronomers, and it's in print. I got it in print. I got it on file. And they're saying that the aliens, when they come, first of all, they want to make the announcement for extraterrestrial disclosure. Go figure.
Supposedly, the Pope has access to the world's most powerful telescope, more powerful than NASA, which is kind of crazy.
They say that when they come,
allegedly,
they believe that they, by nature of being out there, they are in a closer relationship with God. And this is what, watch this lie. They say, we fell, they didn't.
No.
Yes, thank you very much. And so they say, so therefore, this is the rationale. So when they come, and they're actually saying this, and if they preach a different gospel than what we've heard, we need to submit to what they say.
Where did you see this?
This is in the print with the Vatican astronomers.
Do you think most Catholics just don't know about that?
They don't know, but most Catholics don't even know that they have Vatican astronomers.
No.
They have no clue.
There's so many great Catholics, but I feel like something at the top is more sinister.
Yes, exactly.
Because of all of those things.
And it usually works that way. Pick an institution, right?
Yeah.
Most people are just doing their job, or let's go down the politics route. Most people, they get into politics, they want to make a difference, whatever. And that's great. That's what it's supposed to. You're supposed to be a public servant. To serve the public, serve your country, right? Serve for the betters of your country. But then you find out when you start getting involved, people at the top may have a different agenda, or may be infected. Trump had the phrase all the time: swamp, drain the swamp, swamp. What's that? The government's been taken over.
Yeah.
By evil that's got a different agenda than what you think when you first enter into that arena. So I agree with you. The higher ups in the Vatican, they got a totally different agenda.
What are your thoughts? I mean, it has to be a short answer, but what are your thoughts on Trump? Because some Christians are die hard for him, and then other people think he's the worst thing ever.
Well, that's the thread. I'm glad you brought that up. That is actually the thread that we try to bring back what I call the biblical balance.
I like that.
Because if you say anything positive about Trump, then you get the one group that says you voted for the Antichrist, you drank the Kool-Aid, and then they shut you off. I'll never speak to you again. It's well, first of all, this is a secondary issue. Politics, secondary issue. And we're Christians. We're supposed to be united. And by the way, we're in the last days. If ever there's a time for us to need to work together and get the gospel out, it's now. But they're shutting you off on a secondary issue. Mistake number one. Extreme number one. Then you got this camp over here, and they literally think this, Rebecca. Oh, Trump's back in office. I got at least a 4-year vacation. I can go back to sleep. No. Do you really think that Bible prophecy stopped just because Trump got into office? And my concern is because of that one, this group is not being the whistleblowers like we were with the previous administration.
Yeah.
Then it's actually allowing these guys to get away with it even faster because the church isn't being the salt and the light and the restraining influence. The church is looking for an excuse, Trump's the excuse now, to go back to sleep. So that's the extreme. The point is this. I am not saying, I say this all the time, I don't know President Trump. I'm not saying he wakes up every day. I seriously doubt this. I'm going to make these decisions because I'm actively, knowingly helping to build the Antichrist kingdom. No. Okay, that's the extreme over here. Okay, But then don't go the other end of the spectrum and act like some of the decisions that he's doing doesn't play, whether he realizes it or not, into prophecy-related issues that we need to discuss. Can we talk about this? Can we come back to a balance? Can we get off the extreme?
What's the most alarming thing you've seen so far?
Well, that's what this one is all about. The first day in office, he launched the AI Stargate program, a $500 billion investment to speed up the development of AI.
That's a red flag.
That's a $500 billion.
Of money we don't have.
First day in office.
Money means
Yeah, I never heard anyone talk about that.
And that's what we exposed, because that was my first red flag, like, oh boy. And I've done many mega deep dives on AI for many years. And I believe that AI is the linchpin to pull off Revelation 13.
Yeah.
Big Brother society. How are you going to monitor people and know where they're at all times? How are you going to, the mark of the beast, the buying and the selling, how are you going to control that? Because we've had microchips, computers, satellite technology for years, but there's no practical way to tie it all together. You can't hire enough people for that. You need something superhuman. That's where AI comes in. So here comes Trump, and this decision is putting it on steroids. And most people don't even realize it's not just for America. Read the fine print. They want these data centers around the world, and they're already building them.
They're building one in this area.
8 of them in Texas is the plan.
Whoa.
8 of them just in Texas, right?
There's so many weird things happening, launching in Texas.
Right. So here's my point. You start talking about that, and this group over says there, oh, you must be a leftist liberal. You're an anti-American. You're a communist. No, I'm a Christian. I'm just saying this decision has everything to do with prophecy. Why can't we talk about it? We talked about it the last administration. Why can't we talk about this? But then if you say, hey, man, Trump is doing great with the economy, and he's supporting Israel, and that's all great. Oh, you voted for that. Can we stop now?
Yeah.
Can we come back to a biblical balance and just deal with it? I'm not saying he wakes up every day and says, I'm just saying there's ramifications to this. And so what we do is we expose 4 different areas that this decision to speed up the development of AI, hence Trump and the Stargate prophecies, 4 different prophecies that this is going to speed up just in time for the 7-year tribulation. Again, I'm not saying he's doing it on purpose. I'm just saying this is the facts. And one is certainly the image technology. That this is going to speed up. And then I finally deal with the Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency, the cashless society, that this is also going to speed up. I think Trump thinks he's doing things to help better the economy, and that's great. I think he's doing things to help create jobs, and that's great. Okay, but I'm getting more and more convinced that just like the first time, the other people around him aren't telling him the full enchilada of what's really going on. And here's the thing. It's not just a theory. I share interviews of the people who are running the Stargate program, like Larry Ellison. I have him on camera admitting what he's going to do with the development of AI. And he admits that it is going to create, even in the United States of America, a big brother mass surveillance society. I have it on camera. Like we can't even dream. And he even says scenarios like this. And he pitches it as a wonderful thing. Police will be monitored at all times, and they will be on their best behavior. Citizens, this is a direct quote, citizens will be on their best behavior because you're going to be watched at all times. Every camera, every post, every social media, all of it will be interconnected, monitored in real time by AI. And then it even gets to the point where they admit it will help us predict crimes before they even happen. Now, what does that sound like? That sounds like a movie called Minority Report. And he admits that's what they're going to bring with AI. So my thing is, did anybody tell Trump this? Is Trump being left in the lurch here? What's going on? I'm not saying anyway. I'm just saying, can we talk about this?
Yeah.
Please? The other thing, too, is the big pharma aspect that we deal with. Again, Larry Ellison. Again, there's 3 guys that head the Stargate program. Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison's the CEO, by the way, of Oracle, big software company. And Larry Ellison, by the way, is a transhumanist.
That's a huge red flag.
That's a whole nother rabbit trail. And Larry Ellison, I challenge you, go look at some videos online, go look at a picture of him online, and then go look and see how old he is. He's in his 80s. He don't look 80.
No, he doesn't. I know.
Not
he's
even
like,
close.
That's crazy.
And so he's using...
Oh, geez. They're right. He doesn't look 80s. Interesting. He does look like he's wearing a mask, though.
In this, because part of the plank of transhumanism is they're going to use science and technology to basically create their own immortality, to reduce aging, to stop aging altogether, to live forever. It's a false gospel. Well, he's also into that. And so that's a danger. And then again, he's wanting to use AI to develop this technology to further the transhumanist agenda. And also he said on tape that they're going to use this AI to make even more mRNA vaccines. And with the help of AI, they can crank them out in 48 hours. So I'm going, hey, can we talk about this? Because I think this has everything to do with Bible prophecy.
Absolutely.
And since when did it become a crime to discuss biblically related issues? But see, that's the unhealthy extreme we're in today. One camp, you say anything positive about Trump, you voted for the Antichrist, I'll never talk to you again. This other camp says, I don't want to hear it. My head's in the sand. I'm enjoying my 4-year vacation. Leave me alone. It's like, no. And again, that's our thread we're trying to bring back. Can we come back to a biblical balance, have a biblical, intelligent, common sense discussion, and then respond appropriately? We need to work together as Christians. We're living the last days. Stop your vacation. Stop calling me the Antichrist. And let's get out there and share the gospel.
Well, you're going to have to come back. We'll talk about more stuff. But I do want to have you lead us in a prayer because I feel like there are going to be people watching this that want to pray the prayer of salvation.
Okay, sure. Father, we love you and thank you so much for today and being able to discuss you, to boast on you and how awesome you are, and how awesome you are in giving us your son, Jesus Christ, to die on the cross for us so that no matter what we've done, no matter how far we've strayed, you can save anybody you want. That's how powerful Jesus' death on the cross was and still is to this day. If you're listening to this broadcast and maybe you were like me in rebellion, maybe you feel like you've done too much, you've gone too far. That's not true. That's a lie from the evil one. But maybe today's your day. The Bible says if you hear God's voice, the Spirit of God's prompting you, today's the day of salvation, not tomorrow. You're not guaranteed tomorrow.
Amen.
But turn to Jesus right now. From your heart, ask him to save you and forgive you. The Bible says if you confess Jesus as Lord, believe in your heart that God raised him from the grave, you'll be saved. But just ask Jesus, please save me, please forgive me. I believe that you died on the cross for me to forgive me of all my sins. I received the gift of eternal life by faith, and I trust in you and you alone, Jesus, and your death on the cross to get me to heaven. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Okay, well, thank you so much for being here, Billy, and we'll have you back. And thank you, everyone, for watching. And for anyone who wants to get connected, you talked about like documentaries.
Yeah.
What's the best way to get connected to your ministry?
Our ministry website, getalifemedia.com.
I like that name.
Getalifemedia.com. And really, that's what it is. We're using media, the vision that God gave us, one piece at a time to share Jesus Christ to the world, to show them how to get a life, because Jesus has come to give us a life.
That's
So
so
at
good.
getalifemedia.com.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Them aliens. Aliens. Woof woof. What are you barking at? Let me see which one has more views. This one's got 1 million. Let me do this one. He saw a giant while rescuing trafficked children. Shit.
And after a while, you begin to realize this is not a fantasy. This thing is real. It is going on all
He saw giants while rescuing trafficked children.
over the world, in every culture, among all races. It's truly Luciferian.
Please welcome to this broadcast my good friend, Troy Brewer. Trouble.
Hey, pot, meet kettle.
Okay, I hear you. So good
come
to see
on.
you.
It's so good to see you, Katie. How have you been, man? I missed you.
I know, I miss you too. Hopefully we get to hang out soon. I know you might even come down here and do my new show, Stewards of the Mysteries.
Okay, well, I'm in. Yes, ma'am, I will. I
Okay,
will definitely do that. I would love that.
So sweet, so sweet. You know, you kind of like, you had this encounter. It was Machu Picchu, right? Was it Machu Picchu?
No.
Well,
I don't know where you got that from.
man.
Who knows where you got that from? It was Chiapas, Mexico. And there was a pyramid there, so maybe that's where you got that
Oh, gosh, no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, you had that wild encounter, and after you just told that
For the person in chat, someone who built an empire selling fantasy, suddenly watching something about grace and redemption. Bro, it's not about grace and redemption at all. It's about the truth and what the government's going to try to deceive you on soon. So, it's not about my grace or redemption. But if you must know, I've been a follower of Christ since I was a child, raised that way. And I actually just tricked a bunch of people, and I don't do real porn, and I've only ever slept with one man, and I just made a bag so I could save animals and take care of them in my own personal garden. So,
Story about what you saw, like everybody went wild. Okay, so if anybody hasn't heard it,
You
they're going
must
to hear it
know.
now because Troy's going to share, and I'm glad to finally hear it firsthand.
Okay, well, for one thing, I never intended for everybody hearing this story. And I was at the NRB last year, and Tony Merkel came walking up, and I totally fanboyed and said, "Hey, Tony, I saw a giant. We got to be friends. I got to tell you about it." And I was on camera. And then all of a sudden, everybody and their dog started asking me to tell the story of when I saw a giant. And I was like, "Oh,
Jealous!
man." So
Where?
it's just kind of funny
What
how it
did
all
he
came
look
to pass.
like?
But yeah, well, everybody wants to know about it now.
Okay, so spill the beans. Come on, let's hear it.
Okay. All right. So we rescue kids in Chiapas, Mexico, and we have a ministry that rescues children all over the world out of sexual trafficking. I've been doing that for 30 years. And when you do that, you come across really blurry stuff. There's a lot of witchcraft involved in it, a lot of Nephilim sex magic. There is all kinds of blood ritualism, satanic ritualism, and there's just a lot of witchcraft and all kinds of stuff. And so it doesn't really shock me to see crazy things. And in the context of an American context, you're like, if you say, "Hey, I saw a giant," or "I saw this," people are like, "Whoa, wait, stop." For us, it's just like, yeah, you see stuff. So we were down there and we were rescuing kids. And one of the things that all the kids say in that region is when many times there'll be many children disappear at one time, and they'll say they fed them to the giant.
I've heard that.
And you
That's
just think that that's just a
crazy.
metaphor. That's something
But
that
they
they
keep
say
saying
to
it,
scare
so it
the
must be
kids.
true.
The cartel there is really,
it's funny because
really
how
bad.
is that any different than old legends, right?
Right. Yeah, I keep saying it. You have to, at some point, you might have to start believing it, right?
And the largest Mayan pyramid on the planet Earth is there. And it is the only privately owned Mayan pyramid on the planet Earth.
Wait, stop right there. What do you mean? Somebody actually owns a Mayan pyramid? These people must be Satanists then. They're using the power of the pyramid to do rituals? What is this?
Yeah, no, I've been there. And I went there with Brian Schwartz and a bunch of our
They
team.
worship a fucking flying serpent, lady. What do you think?
And
I
yeah,
don't know.
it's privately owned.
Kind
And
of,
people come, they have
interesting.
private meetings there from all over the world, and all kinds of madness happens there. Our rescue home, which is called, it's called Redemption Ranch, and it's
My dad's
literally,
actually talked
you can
about
see the
giants,
pyramid
though,
from
they're
our
not
place.
gods.
On the very place where untold number of children have been slaughtered, in that very place, we're actually rescuing children there.
Wow, stop.
And they have crazy things happen. The guy that runs the place told me that there are certain times of the year that the stars come down and turn into people and all kinds of things. And I'm like, "Oh, really?" He said, "Yeah."
Oh, man. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're like validating everything that I've already known for so long with these encounters. This is seriously crazy stuff. Well, so what do you think? How long have they been bringing children blood sacrifices to that pyramid?
More than 1,000 years.
Oh my God.
More than 1,000 years. And I mean, and it's still going on today. I mean, there are still, I promise you, we have rescued children out of the most horrific of circumstances. And yes, there was pornography involved. Yes, there was all those things involved, but there's also too unbelievably horrible things that have to do with their blood and have to do with ritualistic satanic things. And all of that is also tied into the Mayan culture. And it's been going on in that region for at least a millennia. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh. So do the setup. Were you at the pyramid when you saw this being?
No, I wasn't. I had been at the pyramid. I had been there. But even at the hotel we stay at, there's a giant rock that has a giant's footprint in it.
The fuck?
And it's part of the floor of the actual hotel where we stay at. There's giant sightings around there. There's giant footprints within the rocks. There's megalithic structures, and it's just
Now I need
part
to
of-
look. Now, what did he say? What hotel? See, hotel with giant foot. Hmm. Oh no. I want to see it.
of the local culture down there, and the mythos of the narrative down there is that there are giants here. And I had really thought that most of that was just myth and things like that until I actually saw one, and that changes things.
I guess so. For me, if I would have been in the hotel that was built on the rock with the giant's footprint, I would have been fighting giants all night.
Yeah.
So what happened that day? Do the setup for us.
Okay, so the setup is I was invited by an apostle down there who we work with, and he invited everybody within his whole apostolic organization had come together. They were fasting and they were praying for us. And so they have a place that they call Prayer Mountain, and they own this mountaintop, and it is a prayer garden. It is where they go to fast and where they go to pray. And so I went up there, and there's, I don't know, 20 or 30, maybe even more people up there waiting. They're fasting and praying. They sit me down in a chair. We're outside. And when these people start praying for you, it's not going to be a polite American prayer. It's going to be every one of them is going to pray for probably 20 minutes and lose their minds. And so you spend the day just sitting in a chair. And I don't hardly speak Spanish. And so they're praying for me. And after, the first couple hours, don't get me wrong, man, the power of God is moving. And it was a great privilege. But there's nothing to do because you don't speak the language, and you just get in the spirit and you see things, you hear things, and you just pray and you just do that. I'm sitting in this chair. Well, in Chiapas, the Chiapas mountains down there, Katie, are huge. And they're 18,000 feet tall. And so
Hold on, we got to pull up Google Earth. I need to see it. Chiapas. This is in Mexico. Okay. Turn on photos. Not that many. Check out this one. Whoa. So lush. Interesting. All right, let them cook.
The mountains, the biggest mountains within the United States is 14,000 feet. So these things are 4,000 feet bigger than the Rocky Mountains, and it's crazy. And they're just so beautiful. It's such an incredibly beautiful place.
Wow.
And I'm sitting there and I'm looking over the ridge, and I'm thinking I might have somebody bring me a notebook, and I might start drawing, because God will prophetically give me pictures and stuff, and I like to draw and I like to do stuff like that.
Wait, so hold on. So if I look up Chiapas in Prayer Mountain, maybe we can find the resort. Apparently there was multiple witnesses with the giant encounter. Let me see. Still can't find the name of the actual peak. Maybe didn't have one.
And so I was looking at this bald ridge, which was the next ridge over from us, and there was this one big lone tree. And I thought, that's odd that there's only one big tree there. And I thought, okay, if I drew that, how would I draw it? And in my mind, I'm processing like, yeah, I think I will draw that. And maybe if I'll draw this and draw that. And so I'm really looking in detail, okay? Just kind of bored. I'm in the Holy Ghost, and I'm just, trying to occupy myself for this 4-hour-long prayer, okay? And so I'm just sitting there, yes, Lord, and you pray in the Holy Ghost a little bit. You just say, yes, Lord, but they're still speaking in Spanish. I looked around for a little while longer, and then I looked back, And that same bald ridge where there had been one tree, now there was 2 trees there.
What?
And I thought, there's no way that there's 2 trees there. Like, I know I looked at it for a long time and there was only 1 tree there. And I'm like, what the heck? How did I not see the other tree? I'm like, that's crazy. Like, I know for a fact there was only 1 tree there. And as I was looking at it and as I was pondering it, this second tree, a big giant tree on the top of this otherwise bald ridge, except for this 1 tree beside it, all of a sudden, it's transformed and 2 arms came out of the side of it and 2 legs appeared and it turned into a being and it made a couple of moves and then it turned back into a tree again.
Oh my God.
And I'm just standing there and I'm looking at it, I'm like, what in the wide, wide world of sports did I just see? And I'm sitting there going, what in the heck? And so I get to looking and I'm eyeballing it and I'm eyeballing it. And then all of a sudden it does the same thing. And it shoulders appear, arms come out, shoulders appear, 2 legs appear, and it kind of gets situated, you know, and then it kind of leans forward a little bit. It stays in this humanoid form and it leans in and I can tell it's listening. And then it just gets real still and it turns back into this tree. And I thought, that is a regional entity. That is a regional little g god. That is the giant that they've been talking about. This thing had a physicality about it. It wasn't a poof, Katie, even though it could transform and it could shapeshift. It wasn't a poof kind of demon. It had a true physicality about it. And whenever it would turn back into a tree, it would move exactly the way that the tree next to it moved. Exactly.
Oh, man.
And then when it would turn back into this humanoid type person, he would move or he would get closer, or at one point he even switched sides. But the last time that I saw him do that, he leaned forward and I could tell he was listening. And I thought, that demon from hell is listening to this prayer that is going on.
Where does this jolly green giant lore come from?
On this mountain. And I'm sitting there looking at him going, oh my gosh. And so I thought, if it can hear this prayer, it can hear me. And so I leaned forward and I said, I see you, you devil.
Wow.
And I don't know what you got away with down here for so long, but you're not getting away with it anymore. I am here in the name of King Jesus, and we're going to rescue so many kids, and there's nothing you can do about it. And when I said that, it changed into a very scary form. And he didn't care who saw him after that, because I told him I saw him. And he started swaying back and forth. He started rocking back and forth like, you know, I'm going to beat your eyes shut, you know, and he started making all these gestures and rocking back and forth and like blowing up and like, okay, well, I see you is what he said. And I was sitting there and I was just like, nope, in the name of Jesus, you're defeated. There's a new sheriff in town. We have authority here. We were invited by the indigenous people here, the people that love King Jesus. We're not stepping into some other territory. We're stepping into kingdom territory and we're bringing the kingdom with us. We are going to rescue children here. Your days of getting away with this is done and there's nothing you can do about it. Light maketh manifest. You're going to be known everywhere we're at. And it's also going to be known that you are defeated in the name of King Jesus. And I was talking and it was just doing its head like this. And it was getting so mad. And I was sitting there and I was just watching this thing and I'm talking to it. Well, as I'm getting fervent in my declarations against this demonic manifestation, the people that are praying for me who do not speak English, they're just getting really hyped up because they're praying and I'm yelling this thing. And my son, Ben, was, I don't know, he's 30 yards away from me and he just heard me getting a little bit loud and he was listening to me and he goes, who are you talking to, Dad? And I said, come here. And he comes over to me and I said, Ben, turn around and tell me what you see up there on top of that ridge. And Ben turned around and he looked up there, Katie, and he said, it's a frickin' giant.
Oh.
And I said, yes, sir.
Wow.
It sure is. And Ben said, wow. And I said, pray with me against this thing. And so Ben put his hand on my shoulder, and we just started going, we rebuke you in the name of Jesus. We have generations of generational promise here. The Spirit of the Lord is here. God Almighty is rescuing children here. And my son started prophesying against it. So Jerry Sellers, who is my executive pastor, he's off wandering around praying somewhere. And I yelled at him. I said, Jerry, come here. And so Jerry comes up there. He said, yes, sir. I said, oh, look, now don't panic and don't freak out. But turn around and tell me what you see on that mountain up there. And he turned around, he's like, where? And I said, up on the top up there. And he goes, oh my God, it's a giant. And when he said that, this thing kind of went like this, and it turned around, and as it took like 3 strides, and it was over the face. And as it did, it changed back and forth from a tree to a person to a tree to a person as it was going off. And I went, yeah, that thing can camouflage somehow. And we're like, wow. So then the people, they're looking at what we're looking at, and they don't see it now because it's gone. And they're like, what's going on? Que pasa? And I said, guys, does anybody here ever tell y'all that there's a giant in this region? And all the pastors went, yeah, there's one that lives on top of that mountain right up there.
Oh my gosh. Wow, you got like 5 or 6 or more people confirming.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, well, we just saw it. He said, yeah, he's a devil. And they just went, yeah, to hell with that devil. And they just went right back to praying. I mean, it's just part of their life and part of who they are. And yeah, so that was my giant story. And that's the only time I've ever seen it. And we've rescued more than 1,000 kids down there since then. And we continue to do the work down there. But it's hairy down there. It's hairy, blurry down there. It really is.
So, do you think? I think so, but you were there. Do you think that that's the giant or one of the giants that, they said that many kids disappear in large groups because they're being fed to the giant? Is that
absolutely
one of them?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you guys
Absolutely.
are praying. Those guys, I'm sure if we can understand the Spanish behind that, they know what you're there for, those guys that are interceding for you, that group. And so they're probably praying about the trafficking, about the children, about you being empowered to rescue them. So those beings can pick up that type of a frequency. Right. So it showed up in response to all the intercession, and you're able to see in the spirit. And then multiple people without you feeding them any hinting lines, like, what do you see? Not like, do you see a giant? You're like, what do you see? And they're all saying, it's a giant.
Yeah,
I mean, this stuff
I
is
promise
real.
that's the truth. I promise. I didn't lead that in any way. I mean, because you could clearly see it. And, I've got a bunch of criticism. Well, how come you weren't sitting there taking pictures of it? And I'm like, dude, we were in a holy moment, and this thing was happening. Another thing, too, is we were out rescuing kids that day, and you don't take your phones with you when you go do that. And there's a whole bunch of you should be able to verify that. Well, all I can say is I'm telling the truth, and I saw what I saw, and it didn't shake my faith. It didn't rattle my world. It didn't cause me to question anything. It actually confirmed a lot of things, to tell you the truth.
100%.
And now I know that there is truly a giant. It's as in the days of Noah. And these are these days, as you very well know, and Nephilim bloodlines are real, and DNA is real, and the sexualization of children is real, and also too them being in these Nephilim beings are in cooperation with the cartel, because these cartel they're demonic organizations, and they seek these beings for power. And whether it's the selling of children, which is the whole Bell thing, that whole Molac thing, all of that mess, or if it's drugs, which is the whole pharmakeia thing, they actually look to these beings for protection, for next level wisdom, for all those kinds of things. And while the church is just now catching up to this, these cultures have been a part of these things for forever.
That's why evil is so prevalent and has so much strength, because it agrees with the demonic powers in the region. People will say stuff like, well, there's shapeshifters that do from animals to people and back. I mean, werewolves, things like that, which I've seen personally with my own eyes. Probably going to get, doxxed for this or whatever. But honestly, it also is nature, because a big part of witchcraft or Wiccan or satanic rituals happens involved with nature. They're nature worshipers.
Yes. Yes.
They do a lot of these occultic activities and rituals out in forests, jungles, out in nature. They pull from the power of, quote, Mother Nature. So I'm not shocked. I mean, you saw trees that were alive in the movie Hobbit. You think, well, that's a movie. Where do you think they get these ideas from?
Right. Yeah, you know, even on the redeemed side of that, we are called trees of righteousness. You know, on the redeemed side of that, the Word of God says that the trees shall shout to the Lord and they shall clap their hands.
Wow,
you know,
look at
God Almighty healed a man of blindness, and He said, "I see men as trees walking."
Yeah, right.
Well, what
exactly.
was He
Wow.
seeing? You know,
I mean,
what was He seeing?
These things
So,
are real.
Yeah, these things are real. It's just not a part of Western Christianity, but it's very much the kingdom, and it's very much the Bible.
Well, the earth is alive, guys. I mean, so it's not surprising that, you know, the trees will clap their hands. I mean, the earth is called a she in many translations, and God spoke to her, and she brought forth what He commanded it to bring forth. So they're living beings. They've already proved that plants are alive, and you know, the earth is alive, and they're releasing a signal, and they can hear your voice when you speak to it. So why are we shocked when we see this kind of thing?
Well, I
So
wasn't
the earth has a
happy. I
vagina?
saw this thing. I wasn't happy about it. It was disturbing, but I was not shocked. I really wasn't. One of the things that we've seen in rescuing children, Katie, is, you know, we rescue children all over the world. I just got back from Uganda yesterday, and I've been in East Africa for the past 2 weeks. And so if my jet lag starts hitting me, it's not that I'm bored. It's just, you know, I'm old and everything hurts now.
Stop that.
But one of the things that sent me off down these trails that challenged me as a pastor, as we
Said, are you familiar with the kids that got eaten, school kids that got eaten by a giant in Malta?
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
rescuing children is when I rescued a child. I went to Kathmandu and I rescued all these kids in Kathmandu, and we still do ongoing work there. But this one particular little girl told me this story about this ritual she had been through, and it was the same exact story that a Ugandan child had told me, the same exact story that many Mexican children had told me, same exact story I'd heard in Belize and Costa Rica and also down in the Amazon. And I couldn't deny it, that these kids that were being abducted and brutalized and sexualized were also ritualized, and it was the same rituals. It was the same kind of people doing the same kinds of things. And there were gods, there were deities, there were shape-shifting monsters involved in all of it. And after a while, you begin to realize this is not a fantasy. This is not psychological trauma. This thing is real, and it's going on all over the world in every culture, among all races, all geographical locations. It's truly global. It's truly Luciferian.
Yeah, I mean, look at the power of the blood of
this kind of stuff makes me happy I don't have kids. Imagine like living in fear that like anytime they leave your presence, they could be abducted and smuggled into sex trafficking or ritual or whatever.
Jesus
That's why they
Christ,
say
guys.
the way of the warrior is a lonely one, because there's no attachments. You don't want to fall in love.
Right. I really believe that like the school system that had kids leave their parents for education, suspicious.
Well, you don't want it. You don't want to like used. Like that's why Spider-Man was afraid to get with Mary Jane, because then she would be like a liability, you know, because the enemies would use her against him.
Right, but like that's okay. But the point is, that's still different from having kids. Okay, that's just having a girlfriend. Like having a child, that's like a part of you. It's different.
Right.
And kids are targeted more than adults. Like,
Jesus shed his blood so that we can get healed of sickness, to break the curse.
All right, I don't need more comic book nerd shit. All right.
So that way we can have eternal life, to totally wipe out our sin, the power of the blood of Jesus. So of course the enemy understands the power that's in blood. So they're trying to counteract and come against Christ's work, and also to tap in to demonic powers through the shedding of the blood. And that's why they kidnap all these children. That's why they ritually sacrifice all these children, because of the blood has so much power.
It does. And also, too, not only the blood and actually using the blood, because the blood speaks in the courts of heaven, and it gives you certain rights. Okay, so we know that blood speaks, and we know that the blood of Jesus speaks better thing than out of the blood of Abel. And we know that there are times, we know that God legally, let me say this, God Almighty is sovereign. He's omnipotent. He's omnipresent. He sees everything, but he does not legally see everything. And I have a lot of haters that go, man, you're crazy. No, I'm not crazy. When you see God show up, when he shows up, and then when he says to Abel, what have you done? Your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. He had heard it legally, but he hadn't seen it legally. Whenever you see God Almighty show up and he tells Abraham, I must go to Sodom and Gomorrah and see this thing that I have heard.
What? Person said, why isn't there a legal force for violent Luciferian cults like ICE or Satan worshippers? Because part of the justice system is involved. That's why.
Okay, he hadn't legally actually seen it. Okay, he had seen it. He had legally heard it. How did he legally hear it? Through blood, because blood legally speaks. And so these demons in these demonic realms, they use the blood of children, and they use it in the courts of heaven. And they're a bunch of sniveling lawyers that that are looking for an advantage any way that they can for power and for their own ego's sake. And the blood of children is a great big part of that.
Wow, what a revelation that was. Man, that is incredible. And, you know, it's funny, I was on YouTube the other day and I watched an old video from a woman back in the 1970s who was saying she was satanically ritually abused. She's on an interview and she's saying, there's just something about the blood. There's some sort of a thing inside people's blood, and that's why they want to take the blood. But that thing that's in their blood, and I don't know what it is, it only comes when they torment and torture a person. And I'm like thinking,
adrenochrome.
It's adrenochrome, and she didn't have the language for it. But that's already now been scientifically proven and everything else. And you've got a person testifying to that back in the 70s who people probably thought was a nut and belonged in a nut house. But she had the language and didn't know all the words to explain something that has now been proven.
Yeah, and they also, okay, yes. And I mean, I know through firsthand experience, I know from personal involvement, I know from eyes on, boots on the ground in rescuing children, that there are huge adrenochrome producing places all over the planet Earth.
They're literal factories.
Yeah, they're literally factories.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I think I've read, I don't know if this is accurate, but I have read that, like, that's part of the reason why they legalized abortions in the first place, so that clinics could sell, like, the fetuses and shit. And, like, that's why they take placentas sometimes from, like, the moms when they give birth. Like, you have to request it or else they have the rights to sell it to whatever.
I mean, I know for a fact, and I mean, I don't have to hear it from anybody else. I've actually seen it. I testified against it. I've testified against it in courts and those kinds of things from different, we filed 375 files just in Mexico last year and sent over 2,000 traffickers to prison over 300, at least 375 different children that we had rescued. And adrenochrome is a part of probably at least 100 of those 375, maybe 150 of those. And I mean, some of them were just had so much blood taken out of them after they were terrorized and brutalized that they were just almost dead. They had very little blood left within them. And so I know this to be true, and I know it's a fact, and people can keep their head in the sand if they want to, but it's becoming front page news now everywhere all over the earth. And for 30 years, people have been telling me I'm crazy. And here's what I'm telling you, Jesus is coming soon, and I'm going to walk in the power of the Holy Ghost, and I'm going to rescue as many kids as I possibly can, and I'm not going to back off. Just not going to.
Yeah, and it's crazy. And you got the proof is in the pudding. You definitely have a lot of pudding. How many thousands of kids have you rescued?
Over 12,100 now.
My God.
12,100. And Katie, we've raised every single one of them. And so I do not turn these kids back over to the government. I raise every single one of them. So we have over 6,000 children under our care at this very moment. And they're all over the world. And we rescued 908 kids last year in the year 2025. And we expect to be able to rescue more than that. We rescued a 15-year-old child here in Texas on Tuesday.
Yeah, and you did that through like a prophetic GPS God positioning system encounter. Talk about that. So cool.
I love that. Well, yes, I want to say this before I continue to say this. This is the role of the body of Jesus, Katie. And if godly, spirit-filled kingdom people do not show up to fight for these children, nobody else is coming. The Muslims of the world will never unite to stop slavery. The Ivy League schools will never do that. Hollywood will never do that. And the governments of the world will never do it. It's up to the body of King Jesus to answer this great evil with the goodness of God. And so, so a guy gets out of prison a month ago, and he's been in prison for a long time, and he's in his mid-30s. He immediately gets on the web, starts looking at girls, starts getting on Instagram, starts talking to them, starts schmoozing them. And it took him 2 weeks to talk a 15-year-old little girl to crawl out of her window to come out to visit him.
Oh, my God.
2 weeks. That's all it took. And, of course, she thought she was visiting somebody else. She thought this guy was going to be cool and all this kind of stuff. And, boy, he got her. And then he kidnapped her, and he took off with her. And so everybody started looking for her, and nobody could find her. I mean, when there's a teenage girl missing here in Texas, the Texas Rangers get involved, and they are such professionals. They're so elite. Wow. They're amazing human beings, actually. I love the Texas Rangers and a bunch of other people, and they all got involved, and they couldn't find her. I was coming back from South Africa. We had a 10-hour flight from South Africa to Qatar. And while I was in Qatar, I talked to our teams and talked to our friends, and they're like, hey, be in prayer. We just met with so-and-so, which is this wild prophetic lady that is a friend of ours. And they said she was praying, and she said, I really believe that this house has one single light outside of it, that it's been abandoned, but that it's all locked up. And I believe that there's a red vehicle involved. And to make a long story, and they just said, hey, man, you need to pray. Would you? And I said, yeah, man, I'll pray into that. So we all prayed. To make a long story short, they found an abandoned house that was all locked up that had a red pickup truck.
No.
And the perpetrator, that was his red pickup truck.
Oh, my God.
And had they not had those prophetic words, they wouldn't have been able to find it. Now, whenever they kicked down the door and they went into the house, and they were not there. They did find blood on the bed, and they found some disturbing things that was there. And they're like, we just missed her just by a couple of hours. Everybody wailed and cried, and then everybody said, let's come before the king, let's come before the king. In the midst of that whole process, the little girl was found. And God literally led them step by step by step to find this girl. And if it wasn't for the prophetic gifts of the Holy Spirit, I don't know that we would have ever found her.
Oh my gosh, this is such an example of what is available to us to help extinguish this plague, that we can actually pull on the voice and the words of knowledge and the encounter of the Holy Spirit to help us hunt down these children. I mean, that's incredible. Man, you should, like, I don't know, guys, get together and impart that to hunters that are like you, that are looking for these kids.
Amen. Well, I know that there's a bunch of, your crazy tribe is a very prophetic group of people. Man, be in prayer for all the rescuers in the world. Be in prayer for the rescuers and say, Lord God Almighty, release your gift of sight, release your gifts of hearing, release a spirit of wisdom that can pinpoint to the square foot where these missing children are, because the Lord wants them found.
Yeah, I mean, we've spent our Christian life doing stuff like, okay, where's my car keys, God? And asking him for stuff like that. And God will answer. They're in your top drawer,
he'll show you.
blah, blah, blah. Well, how much more? I'm forming an elite intercessory team, and I'm going to definitely put that on our list of things to pray.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Right this second, we have a crew that is headed to the East Coast. I can't tell you what state, but they're headed to the East Coast. They actually left yesterday. And they're looking for a girl, same thing, talked out of her house, by a group of cool kids. And it turns out the cool kids are not cool kids, they're adults, and they're literally a satanic group.
Wow.
And that girl is with them right now.
Oh my God.
And man, we got to find her. We got to find her. And we got to shut this mess down. And we got to fight it. And this is a dark fight. I literally hear the voice of children and the voice of young women crying all the time. I will wake up in the middle of the night and I'll hear it and I'll tell Leanna, honey, we're fixing to rescue somebody.
Wow.
Sometimes Leanna will wake me up. Troy, I'm hearing crying. And I will sit there and listen. I go, okay, I just heard it too. And it's like, whoa, okay. I'm like, Lord, you hear their cries. We have heard it. God, you have heard it. So, God, we have a legal right now to rescue them.
Wow.
And Father God, so we cry out to you, lead us and guide us and direct us. And God, we pray, God, for all of our rescuers. And we just start going through the whole thing. There's a girl that's on my staff that I'm mentoring right now. And she told me that she and her husband heard the voice of a mama and a child crying last night. And they have a brand new house. It's like, they got up and looked around like, where did that come from? I'm like, welcome to the madness, honey. There you go.
Oh, man.
So I love it.
People, that's cool, though. It means the people underneath your umbrella are getting your anointing and your mantle. That's awesome.
It's transferable. It is. And when the Bible says that he hears their cries, that's not a metaphor. He hears their cries.
That is so incredible. Tell us some of the craziest, awesomest, scariest, all the above stories of rescuing, because this subject, I'm sure you just a bucket full of amazing testimonies.
Oh, sister, I could sit here all day long. I mean, because we've been doing this for 30 years, you know. And man, a lot of the trouble that we've got into throughout the years is just because I was stupid. I was young and I was stupid and didn't know what I was doing, and just I had so much passion, and I just would go and do crazy things that I would never do now. And I wouldn't allow any of my people to do those things now.
Like what? Wait. Stop right there. Don't pass that up. Like what? What crazy things did you do that now you wouldn't do? And we're not asking anybody to follow suit. We're asking you not to. But go.
No. I would not recommend it. And I want to just tell you this. I've been kidnapped. I was kidnapped, and my 16-year-old son was kidnapped with me in India. I've seen machine guns on my wife and on my little bitty kids, my biological kids. I have seen a pistol pointed at my beautiful bride, and I had to beg a guy, please do not kill her. I don't recommend it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not funny when those things happen.
Man.
It's not funny. But yeah, we would do crazy things like how I first got into this, Katie, is I was building food banks, and I was building a food bank in Costa Rica, and man, we went to the trash dump and was telling everybody, hey man, we're building a food bank just right down the road, free food for you, you're gonna love this. Jesus is here, we don't want anything out of you, we just want to be a blessing to you because Jesus loves you. And while we were doing that in this really nasty trash dump in Costa Rica, this lady walked up to me, and she had two little Nicaraguan refugee children, and they were just little sticks and super, super skinny and sick. And she's holding their hands, and she walked up to me, and she asked me if I wanted to buy those two little girls.
Oh, my God.
And, I was 29 years old, and I had never experienced anything like this before. I'm 59 now, and I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, you can. She said, do you want to buy these two little girls? And I said, why would I buy two little girls? And she said, you can make a movie.
Oh, my God.
And I wanted to just run away. I was embarrassed. I was alarmed. I was freaked out. And just about the time I was about to go in 10 different directions at once, the peace of the Holy Spirit came upon me. And I had this supernatural confidence. And I looked her in the eye. I knew exactly what to say. And I knew exactly what to do. And I said, yes, I'll buy them right now. How much? And she said, $120. Katie, I reached in my pocket, and I had exactly $120 in my billfold, to the penny.
Thank you, God.
And I emptied my wallet, and I handed it to her. And I took those two little girls by the hand, and I turned around, walked out of the dump with those two little girls. I went and found my wife. And I'm just walking with them. Now, of course, these girls are thinking I'm taking them to go molest them.
Wow.
And I'm walking with them, and we're walking, and they're not saying anything. And I walk, and when they see my wife, and I walk out, I said, honey, look at what I just bought.
Oh, my God.
And she's like, what? And then I told her what just happened, and she goes, oh, my God. And she picked them up. We loved them. They're not talking. They're not saying anything. We get to the car. We start talking to them through a translator. We had other pastors there with us, Costa Rican pastors. And the Costa Rican pastor said, well, yeah, you could buy He said, Americans come down here all the time to buy children and to molest them. And yeah, you could buy tons of kids down here. And I was like, what? How is that even possible? Okay, well, those girls are in their 40s now.
Wow.
And they're both grandparents.
Oh, man.
And you know, we raised them, we had them grow up, the whole 9 yards. Well, just a few weeks after that happened, I was in Matamoros, Mexico, in the trash dump there, and same thing, building a food bank, feeding people, loving people, praying over people, preaching. And I saw this guy, to make a long story short, he had a little boy that was with him, and I knew by the Holy Ghost that child was for sale. And I went over and asked him, so what do you got for sale? He said, I got all kinds of things. I said, what about him? Is he for sale? He said, yes. I said, how much? And he told me, and I didn't have enough money. And so I had to go back to my friends and borrow a bunch of money, and I don't even remember how much it was. And I paid for him, and I walked out of there with that little boy.
My God.
And now we had 2 kids. Okay, well, that was 12,000 kids ago. And because then we ended up getting strategic. We didn't really get strategic until 2016. We just did it randomly all throughout the world. And then we built homes, and because we put them in schools and we didn't like how they were treated. So we had to build our own schools, and we had to do the stuff. We had to get in compliance with the nations. But in the process of that, I promise you, there have been times that I thought, one of the stupid things you were asking me, what's the stupid things? I would grab a bunch of hairy-legged friends of mine, and all of us being Texans, and I'd say, you guys want to go rescue some girls and rescue some kids? And they say, yeah. I'd say, okay. And we'd go down to Central America because I'd heard where there was these brothels. And anytime I'd hear about a brothel, I'd pack up a bunch of friends of mine, and we would go there, and we'd walk into the bar, we'd order a bunch of drinks, we'd start being loud and crazy and talking like Texans and talking to everybody in the place, come here, honey, and we're talking to everybody, and then we'd ask them, do you have any kids here? And they always had kids.
Wow.
Always.
Oh, gosh.
Didn't you spend like $1 million in 1 year buying kids at one point? What?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. We spent this last year, we spent a whole lot more than $1 million for every 1,000 kids that we rescue. It costs $2 million to rescue them. It's a $2 million bill for every 1,000 kids.
Wow.
And then there are special things that we're a part of. That there's big operations and there's a lot of money involved in that. But man, yeah, me and Leanna mortgaged our house 7 times. We mortgaged our home 7 times. I was just in Uganda. I was in southern Sudan and northern Uganda 2 weeks ago. And I can tell you that 29 years ago, I was there. And I went to a human market, and I took $60,000, and I bought 60 human beings, 60 Christians, and paid cash for 60 Christians and walked them across the border into Uganda. And I don't know how I did that without getting killed, honestly. Wow. That was like, to cross the border with $60,000 to be a Christian, to be a white guy in a war zone when you have no experience. I honestly have no idea how I got through that alive. I don't know how I didn't get Leanna killed.
She went with you? Leanna went with you?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And it was just, there was a foolish kind of Psalms 91 belief that we had. If we could rescue people, man, we were going to do it. And we did do it. But man, we had a grace from the Lord upon us that was ridiculous. I went into a brothel one time in India, and this was another Holy Ghost thing. I was driving from one church to another church. I had a driver, and this guy named Prakash, who has since been murdered. That's a whole nother story.
God.
But Prakash was my friend, and he was driving me, and he said, we were driving down the road, and he just says in a very heavy Indian accent, "This is a house of ill repute." And I said, "What?" "This is a house of ill repute." And I said, "This is a house of ill repute? Is that what you just said?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Are you talking about a cat house?" And he said, "They're not having cats there." I'm like, "Brother, I've been growing up for a long time. I know what goes on in there." So I told him, I was just sitting there, and I said, "Lord Jesus, what?" And that was my prayer. "Lord Jesus, what?" And instantly, I saw 3 flashes. I saw a little girl, I saw me buying her, and I saw me leaving there with her. Just like that. And I told him, I said, "Turn around." And he said, "What?" And I said, "Turn around and go back to this place." And he wouldn't do it. "No, Pastor, no." I'm like, yeah, I want to go back. Well, he didn't know me that well then. And so he pulled up to the front door and just threw it in park and just pointed like, "Oh, wow, the great American pastor wants to go to a brothel." Wow. Awesome. I said, just keep the car running. I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me see what's going on in here. I walked in there to the bar, ordered a bourbon and a Coke, started talking to everybody. They had a big cigar box over there. I opened up a cigar. This is Pastor Troy Brewer, right? I started smoking a cigar. I started talking real loud. And I started asking, and they sent a teenage girl over to me who needed to be rescued. I mean, she did. She was probably 16 or 17 years old. But I had in my spirit that there was a little girl there. And I felt like I had an assignment for a little girl.
Wow.
And so I asked them, do you have any little girls? And they're like, well, I don't know. We have to talk to somebody. So a few minutes, man, this woman comes out, this demonic woman that runs all these kids. And she said, well, we actually have 3 and 2 of them are in school. Now, mind you, school in India only goes to the 7th grade. So we're talking about 6th graders or below. And she said, if you can come back this evening, they'll be out of school and you can buy them. And I'm like, well, you said you had 3. What about the other one? She said, well, she's new and she's not very healthy and she's not very cooperative. And she still has to be convinced that this is a good life for her. And I said, oh, you got a mean one. I said, I want to see this mean one. And she's like, no, I'm afraid that's impossible. I'm like, nothing's impossible. And I busted out my billfold and I just started throwing down $100 bills. I'm like, come on, I want to see this new recruit. And she said, well, she is very fresh. I went, okay, I want to see the fresh one.
Wow.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how these people are.
Oh, man.
It's unbelievable. Now, mind you, I am by myself. And I have nobody in the world to help me. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just believing that I heard God speak. And I'm just sitting there processing this thing. My heart is beating out of my chest. And I sit there for about 20 minutes talking to everybody in there and act like I'm having a good time. They come and get me. And when she came back with these 3 other guys. And they were very concerning to me.
Wow.
Because I had to follow the 4 of them down this hall. And 2 of the guys were walking behind me. And I was like, these guys are liable to kill me down here. And if I get killed in a brothel, that's going to be a terrible testimony.
With bourbon bourbon and cigars.
Exactly. And I'm just like, this is nuts. And I'm like, what am I doing? And I'm like, okay, I've bitten off more than I can chew. And I think this one guy, I can take him. This other guy, I got to run from. This guy is going to mop the floor with me. But this guy I can take, this other guy I don't know. And I'm like sizing these guys up because I think I'm going to get in a physical fight with these guys. They're liable to stab me to death. And I got to get back out to the car. And I got to get out of here like, okay, I shouldn't have came here. This was silly. Oh my gosh. And then all of a sudden I'm at a room and it was literally like the size of a closet. It was just big enough for this small bed. And it had one blue light hanging down from the ceiling. And this little tiny girl was sitting on the bed, and they had put this white dress on her, and she was sitting there. She had her hands like this, and she was just sitting there, Katie.
Wow.
And they had this one blue light because they didn't want me to see how sick she was, and they didn't want me to see how bruised she was. And they had all this white makeup on her. I mean, like ridiculous white makeup on her. And she was a dark-skinned little girl.
Oh, God.
And I was like, I said, so this is the mean one. And said, yes. So we get to talking to her, and I said, hey, darling, how are you doing? And she didn't say anything. And one of the guys yelled at her and to answer me. And when he yelled at her, she jumped. And I was like, King Jesus. And so I started going, hey, yeah, she's perfect. And I said, and they're like, okay, well, we'll make an arrangement, we'll be back in an hour. And I went, no. I stay in nice hotels. I'm not there ain't no way. Ain't no way. I'm not staying in this closet. I'm taking this little girl with me. And they told them no. They told me no. And I said, yes. And I just started throwing out every bit of money I had.
Wow.
And they're like, okay. They're like, okay. And they're like, so-and-so is going to follow you, and he will pick her up from your hotel room. And I said, okay, no problem. And so I'm thinking, I don't know how I'm going to get away from this guy. And I take this little girl by the hand. We walk through those halls. And I'm just telling you, I thought at any moment, I thought those guys were going to kill me. Wow. There was such a spirit of death and such a bad demonic. That was when I was really scared, was when I was walking out with her. And I got all the way out, Katie, got out to the car, and I'm like, let's go, let's go, let's go. And Prakash, when he saw that I brought out this little girl from a brothel, he wouldn't open the door.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, open the door, man. And he's like, nope. I'm like, open the door. And he's like, nope. I'm like, open the door. And he finally opened the door. And I told him, let's go, let's go, let's go. And we took off. And after about 20 minutes or so, we ended up.
Believe this. Is it so hard to believe that people get trafficked?
Right. Like, I think sex trafficking is one of the easy things to believe. What do you mean?
Yeah, why does chat keep asking that?
I don't know. Maybe they're sent by the demons through the Matrix to come and be like, shh, don't talk about it.
Ditching the guy that was following us.
Oh my God.
And I told him to translate, and he translated word for word. And I asked her, I said, honey, I said, have you ever heard of Jesus? She said, no. And I said, well, he's heard of you. And I work for him. And he loves you. And he's wanted you to be rescued for a long time. And he loves you so much that he sent me from the other side of the world to come over here and to get you.
My God.
And I told her, I said, I'm going to take you, and I want to take you to a home that I have, and we're going to love you. Nobody is going to hurt you. I'm not here to hurt you. I want to feed you. We're going to see a doctor, and it's okay. It really is okay. I took her to a home that has my college girls in it, and they've cycled out, and they're going to college. And I have several homes in India just for college girls. And I went in there and told them, I just picked up this little girl. She's about to come in. I want y'all to take care of her. We're going to go get a doctor. And when that little girl came in, all those beautiful college girls, they all started clapping for her.
God.
And I saw that little girl come alive. And they all just received her. I came back 5 days later and saw her. She's a completely different human being. She ran up to me. She hugged me. She was talking in Telugu. And all the girls started laughing. And I said, what? What did she say? And she wanted to know if I was Jesus.
Oh my gosh. You know what? You are Jesus in this earth. Man, you know what? We have 2 minutes left. And wow, that story, man. You know what, Troy Brewer, you are a rock star on earth. You are Jesus on earth to these kids. Look, guys, I'm going to put up Troy's contact information right now. Give. Troy doesn't know I was going to do this. I'm just doing this by the Holy Ghost because look at what they spend, look at what they do. You need to give to this authentic, real ministry that has fruit, like unbelievable fruit.
So is this the same guy as the other video? Maybe he just has a hat on? Probably. Yeah, I think so. So we probably don't have to watch both. Probably the same story, different interviews. Oh, here's the Epstein survivor video.
Saw that guy's story before.
What?
So we totally saw that guy's story before because I remember.
Yeah, it just wasn't as in depth.
There.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But isn't that kind of the equivalent of being like, I bought drugs from a drug dealer, and so those drugs are off the street?
No. What? Did you just compare a human's life to a drug?
No, I'm just saying the problem didn't get solved, right?
No, you can't
the people are
solve
still
the
doing
problem.
this
You
shit.
can only help humans that are stuck in it. You don't solve the issue entirely.
Right, so that building's still there.
No,
and they
it's
still
more
have people in
equivalent to
them.
rescuing dogs from shelters. You can't save every dog, but at least you can save some of them.
But you could shut down you could at least help shut down that one place you know is doing that, right?
No, not necessarily. You're one person in a foreign country, and their laws don't work like America.
Okay, well.
Boop, why do you feel
Like, what?
threatened by the dude that saved a child?
I don't feel threatened by anything.
I don't think he feels threatened. I think he's not understanding the dynamic.
I just didn't get the whole story. I thought he was in America. I was
No.
like, God damn, like, bro, like,
No,
get
he's
the
like
hell
going
out of
to
here.
Mexico, Nicaragua, like Uganda.
I didn't get the whole story.
Okay.
No, that was it. Yeah.
Sure.
I got here halfway through.
Okay.
Thank you for the context.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like that.
Lisa, it's great to finally meet you. Thank you for coming out to Jersey for this. Thank you for having me. I'm super, super excited to be here.
Well, it's been a very interesting ride for you, and particularly the last 3 weeks. And I've seen you also out there doing the damn thing with other brave survivors as well, advocating. You've done this for a while, to be clear, but now it's like because everything's out there. For people watching this, by the way, maybe you're watching this 5 years from now, 10 years from now. We're going to respond to some of the recent news at the beginning, and then we're going to get to Lisa's story as well. So if the news is old stuff, you can skip ahead to that. But what's it been like to now see, and we'll get to all the problems with this release, but what's it been like to now see so much of the things that you have been pounding the table telling people it was this bad now actually be visible to the public to be like, holy shit, it's this bad?
Well, it's funny you say that because I've always known it's been really bad. But I had no idea it was this bad.
Really?
Every year I found out more and more information that corroborates my story and many of the other survivor stories. We had to cross-reference, connect the dots.
Right, victims don't know how big this scheme is.
Couple years, everything is making a lot more sense, which is why we've come together to really bring it to the attention and awareness of, the American people and, well, basically the world now.
The world.
Yeah. Yeah, so now it just always was so important. But I mean, this last drop a few weeks ago really is where people are really getting what's the major cover up really is.
Yeah, I mean,
Christianity plus conspiracy theories equals big dollars grift to how? This actually is less dollars for me. You think I'm making more dollars from exposing these types of stories and videos and sharing them than I was in a hot tub on a bikini? Look at the view count, you fucking retard. I'm not doing this for money. This is counterproductive to money. I just feel compelled.
And I've looked at this case a lot for the last 7 years.
Oh, 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, when it came out in 2019, I remember there were like a few articles about him in 2015, I probably read some in 2017. Like I remember Politico, I want to say, did a piece. I was like, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Never went all the way there. And then he got arrested, and I'm like, all right, this feels off. And then you start looking, and you're like, what?
Yeah, no one really paid attention until he died.
Yeah.
2019. That was same for me. That's when everything turned for me.
Right. And we'll talk about that for sure. But when this latest tranche came out on January 30th of emails and files, the darkness in there and just the things they would so flippantly talk about.
It's nothing.
The code words, I mean, it's like, if you're a hardcore conspiracy theorist, you are taking a very not happy victory lap right now because you're told you.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, those conspiracy theorists, we're finding out we're right.
Yeah.
Even if you were talking about the video before, it's crazy to think that human trafficking, child trafficking, and telling stories that they've experienced is a grift. Like, we've had so much confirmation that those actually happen. Like, that is not...
Plus, on top of that,
like what?
We know that human trafficking happens. That doesn't mean that we're endorsing or that they or Chad has to go and donate to whatever that guy's foundation is.
Yeah. You never have to donate anything. But it's like, that's not a grift. I don't understand people.
A lot of things. So.
Yeah. Now, you didn't... Some of the other victims that you've connected with, that you've had a chance to talk with since this latest round came out, were some of them involved in any of the really, really bad stuff we've seen in the files? And no.
Nothing that we know of. I mean, maybe they had something to do with that, but I just feel like that was a different layer that most people didn't know about. I actually think that's the layer that they never wanted anyone to know about. Because, I mean, everyone knew about, if you're 18 and over, and then we knew about the underage girls, But when it came to what we're seeing, the really dark and depraved interactions and the way they're talking about children, that was harder. I always knew it was probably there just because I've heard things over the years, but I had no idea until you actually read it and see the pictures. And to read how it was just tossed around like it was nothing. Like it was just another day of like bring over, the pizza and beer. It was just like talking, like they weren't actually talking about real human beings or somebody's kid.
Exactly.
It's I've actually been really sickened. Like I feel sick.
Yeah.
Physically, I'm more emotional about it just because dealing with the underage girls was hard for me because I have a 14-year-old boy. So when I met the survivors and they were 14 years old when they were abused and he took their virginity, things like that, I had a hard time accepting it and understanding it. So, I mean, this goes to a whole nother level now.
Yeah, and it's also like you talk about the ones that with the really dark stuff that you haven't been able to see come forward. Unfortunately, you have to wonder if from that stuff, if anyone's even alive. Because it shows in the files. I mean, what was he buying these like 330 gallons of sulfuric acid?
Ugh.
It's like
You never know.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, most of the survivors that have come forward are 14 to 24.
Yeah.
When the abuse happened, 1,200 or something. The FBI says 1,200 plus.
Added a couple zeros to that, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think they were counting that young.
Mm-hmm. So I remember when they did when the case from 05, when they were first bringing it, and ended up being covered up, obviously, got covered. One of the things that they would find out is that Guylaine would refer to the girls. I mean, these were 12, 13-year-old, 14-year-old girls that she would go recruit as, I think the word was nubiles, which, so therefore, we've known for a while, like Jeffrey and Guylaine looked at other humans like total trash.
Yeah.
Killed children, no less.
Oh, and she said that.
Right?
Yeah.
So to see now, though, that all the people that he associated with, no matter how smart, rich, or connected or whatever they were, so many of them, I'll say, looked at it the same way. It's like, well, how widespread is a problem like this?
Not only do they look at other people's kids that way, they looked at their own kids that way. They would say, oh, we're bringing our kids, 11-year-old, 14-year-old, 9-year-old. They didn't even have names. If I'm going to meet you, I would say I'm bringing my kids, Tom, Dick, and Harry. Like, I wouldn't say, like, the ages. It's really creepy the way they talk about their own children. That's gross. But a lot of the men in the files talked about their kids like that.
Yeah, that email in particular, you're referring to the Howard Lutnick one, really set me off.
Oh shoot, yeah, and I mean even just saying like, I'm coming to the island and I'm bringing my kids and my nanny, and people were like, oh, nothing happened because I brought my kids and my nanny. It's like that's the whole thing, right?
I wonder if we'll ever get to a point in this crazy society, say like, it gets worse, it gets more nastiness going everywhere, and then in public facing stuff, not even trying to hide it anymore. I wonder if not wanting kids will be a green flag to girls from a guy. Like, he doesn't want kids, thank God. Like, we don't have to bring any more into this fucked up earth. Like, I wonder if that'll ever get...
No, my wife was there, my kids were there, my nanny was there. Well, that's why they were there,
Right. And how about the fact that he goes in front of Congress, has to admit that
You think, oh my God, if you had a girl? See, that's where I'm at. It's tough because I would only want to raise a girl. Like, I think I would enjoy that more. But then I would be constantly scared for her. I'm like, I'd rather just not even have one.
concocted, dramatic story that he told on public camera 4 months before was a complete fabrication of his imagination. I mean, did
Lutnick?
you see? Yeah, did you see
he irritates me.
his eye contact during that? And I decided that I would never associate with that disgusting individual ever again.
Ever again. And he's like, gross. Yeah. He's gross. So you know what? He was right when he said that. He knew he was a disgusting individual. That's the truth. And that he's gross. And that I've never had anything to do with him. That's a normal thing that a lot of these men have said over the years. That I have nothing to do with him. Gates as well. Nothing to do with that guy. And then it comes out, they've kept in touch with him for years and years. And really on a really depraved scale.
Yes.
That's the craziness. That's the thing where you're like, wait a second, shouldn't that be investigated?
Yes.
Like, why isn't that investigated? I have nothing to do with that man, and then it finds out years, you were visiting this guy. Why were you hiding it?
Right. And sociopaths, if you want to go straight to that term, and I would with many of the people in these files, they have no ability to feel empathy, right? And so when a guy like that then gets up in front of Congress and with a dead straight face admits that that was all a lie, and then says, yeah, I did meet with him, and we did go to the island, but it was only for an hour. I'll get back to that in a second. And by the way, when I leave here, I'm going to continue doing my job advising the president every single day. And what the fuck are you going to do about it? The hubris you have to be like that is insane. But you bring it up. I love that you brought up the details of how he talks. How about him saying during the hearing, I was there for an hour, which who goes to an island for an hour? Beef was saying that, right? You couldn't say the afternoon, right? That's number one. Number two, it was just very strange to me, and I don't know if I'm reading into it too much, but the way he said it, he's like, and we left with my wife, with my children, and as well as our nannies. And it was almost like, so there was an option that you were going to leave them behind there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the way he said it, and I am on edge listening, but I was looking at that like, you just going to leave him with Jeff on his island?
Well, they kind of tell on themselves because what a sociopath does is like they're trying to lead you in a certain way to think something by telling you these details, overly, stated details, but in the details doesn't make any sense at all. It actually makes you look more guilty.
That's right.
I mean, he's completely guilty, as we know. I mean, this is not me speculating or you speculating. It's in the files.
Yeah, it's
so, and he, in his own admission, covered it up for whatever reason. He could have said from the start, yeah, I was there. It was just business. But he was saying, I was never there.
Yeah.
So I have seen that with quite a few of those men saying that they weren't there, they had nothing to do with him, and they had no financial dealings. And then it comes out later, they're, emailing, oh, that little 7-year-old was naughty.
Right.
Little things like that. And who writes like that?
Sick, depraved people.
Who
obviously.
writes like that?
I would like to think I don't know anyone like that, but very sadly, when you look at stuff like this, you wonder if there's like someone you know who's secretly like that.
Oh, of course.
You really do. Because I know a lot of people, right? I do a job where I connect with people all the time. The percentages say I know someone like that.
I mean, as a OF girl, I've seen guys who they've shown me like, there's stuff from work they shouldn't be. There's classified things they're showing me, and they work in really high level jobs. They're like scientists trying to cure cancers, like research labs and shit, and they're over there typing that they're giving their dick Indian rug burn to me, playing Just Dance all day on Twitch or like an OF video or whatever, and I'm like, bro, this is who we are relying on to cure cancer? Like, shit, people hide it, man. But and then I met the guy at TwitchCon once, like a meet and greet or whatever, and he was so silent and didn't say a word. So definitely, they hide it. He never shuts the fuck up in my DMs for years, like literally 24/7, and then in person, not a word. I'm like, what is this illness? I don't know.
We all do. We never really know.
It's like, people are
until
crazy.
They're exposed. Then it's like, oh well. Then here comes all the excuses of why you were friends with him.
That's right.
The thing about Epstein is that all the survivors know, or anyone who's ever been around him, he was perversion written all over him. He never hid it. You knew exactly the type of man that he was. And also, I mean, to go a little deeper, having to be around these people to just get something on them or to blackmail them. He made it known very quickly what he was into, just to see how much that person would be into. Because a little bit here, here's a 19-year-old, and then here's a 15-year-old, and then to see if they can push anybody younger to get anything on them.
Yeah.
And when you have that type of leverage on someone, there's many things you can do with that when someone's that powerful.
Yes.
So that was like the basis of who Epstein was with everyone in those files. If you read on any political or powerful person, it was all, if you look at the way they spoke to each other, was on more of a little bit of a sadistic or sinister level.
Yes. That's crystal clear. There's a legal psychoactive mushroom that a lot of people are quietly using as an alcohol. The mushroom warm, I can strictly there to do always return to check out. And I heard Andrew Schultz say, he made a really good point here. Obviously, we've always heard about the famous flight in '02, infamous flight when Jeffrey took Bill Clinton and Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker on over to Africa for
Cape Town.
What was it, like the African AIDS conference or something? So that's an example where there were, some entertainers there as well. But what Andrew pointed out that he's very, in my opinion, right about is that yes, Jeffrey sometimes would be seen with entertainers and some famous people like that. But when we're reading the email files and going through the people who are clearly in on it, pretty much everyone you see is wealthy, powerful, but like a nerd. Like they're scientists, they're
nerds,
business guys, they're nerds. Whereas you know how it is. The entertainers, they don't have any problem
exactly.
getting their own kind of date. But these guys, they're nerds, and then they've pushed themselves to a whole nother level where they then, I guess, like take out their own insecurities in the worst way.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, men love to be around beautiful women. I mean, we get that. But a lot of these nerds, they're really busy. They're businessmen, some of them are billionaires. They got really packed schedules. They can't really fit in. And a lot of them are married, to fit in,
Somehow.
to fit in, having some young girl by their side or whatever. So, you do some business with Epstein, and then he has these young girls always around them.
Always around.
Always around him. He didn't travel without them. So let's just stick to some facts. So when he went to South Africa, to Cape Town, Jeffrey set up like a modeling. Cape Town's a big modeling market where girls travel to work. I did. Right after high school in 1998. In 2003, I went there for 6 months and I worked as a model there. You do magazines and catalogs and TV commercials, and you really build your book so that you're worth more when you come back to New York to work as a model. So Epstein, as a fact, set up with his secretaries and his assistants, older assistants that were there, modeling casting, where girls would show up and, if he liked a particular one, he got their information, and then later on he flew them from Cape Town to New York. So, and I know some girls that were involved in that, who were abused on that trip. So let's just say this is a fact that happened. How much do those other men know what was going on? Did he do that in secrecy? And the other men don't really know what's going on around him? So I just find it, my whole point is, I just find it odd that anyone would say, I have no idea what he was doing. Yeah. When he didn't mention the casting, he didn't mention the beautiful young girls that he was meeting there, who later were shipped from Cape Town to New York City, shipped to the island, shipped to different places, So this is just the way that he operated.
What a piece of shit.
Sex trafficking 101.
Basically.
Right there.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That is sex trafficking. You put someone on a plane and ship them somewhere else, and then
that's it.
They get trapped on the island, their passports are taken away, and then next minute you're like told to go into this room to have sex with this person.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned you have a 14-year-old son.
I hate that.
He's still not
evil.
17 or 18 or older, but it's your son. How do you talk with him about this?
Well, my boys know about, what I've gone through. I've always been honest with them from the start. I mean, a lot of the survivors are mothers of girls, but I have boys. And they're always like, oh, I do this for my girls, because of the world we're in. They need to be educated. They need to know what's going on, but so do boys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, boys need to know what's going on too. And just to navigate this whole world, it's very different from, from when I grew up. Nobody talked about these kinds of things. After I spoke out in Capitol Hill, I had thousands and thousands of emails and DMs and text messages coming in from so many people around the world who have been abused, and mostly from childhood, and they had never told anyone in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And for some reason, because I spoke out, they felt like they could just reach out to me just to get it off their chest, just to say, this is what happened to me. Do you know that an overwhelming amount of them were men? You know, there's so many men out there who are suffering through this, and so many men out there who support. There's so many men out there who support the survivors. It's not just a women's problem, right? And so when we survivors, we stand up there, we're not just standing up there for Epstein survivors, the 1,200 or maybe many more, but all survivors of sexual abuse.
Yeah.
Because it's a major problem.
If this case were just alone, the sex trafficking and sexual abuse, it's one of, if not, I can't think of anything bigger, the largest known case in modern and maybe human history of this being brought to light in, you know, decent human society. Then when you think about all the other things that was
So laggy.
used for, and all the other like the scope of it, you can't even fathom. Who was it? Tucker Carlson was saying it's like a super government or something. Steve, I don't want to get that wrong, but it was a fair point. He was talking about reading all these emails and then seeing all the people that Jeffrey's talking with about literal pedophilia. It was literal pedophilia, literal sex trafficking, and all that. And then he's like, and then you got arms dealing, and government contracts, and money laundering, and all these other things. And it's like,
Financial institutions, universities.
it's like, are these people seem to be talking like all the people that we elect work for the people who work for them.
Oh, yeah.
And then they use this kind of stuff, discarding human lives essentially,
Yeah.
to advance those means. I can't, I'm still trying to wrap my, obviously, like everyone else out there, it makes me angry, but like I'm still trying to wrap my head around that reality, because we've heard these terms for years where people talk about like the world order and stuff, and you're like, well, here it is on jeevacation@gmail.com.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually think that the whole thing with the babies and the young girls and stuff is just like a hobby or something they do for fun.
A hobby.
This is something they do for fun. It's just another thing that I'm a billionaire and these kids are, you know, just like you said, there's no value to them and they're just discarded. You know, we have 400,000 kids that go missing in the United States. And then you just said it's like the biggest sex trafficking ring. But I don't know. I mean, we have the Boy Scouts, which was tens of thousands. We have the Catholic Church, tens and tens and tens.
You know what I think part of it is, too, is the fact that they feel like they don't have to use protection. It's just so much less worry. Yeah, they can't fight back. It's going to be tight. It's just like, just a combination of just disgusting.
Of thousands. I mean, the juvenile detention center in Los Angeles came out
It's like a
$1 billion
power play.
settlements, over 10,000 kids. You know, so people need to like understand. Yeah, this is massive, and this expands to over, you know, governments and all over the world. It's a global thing, but this is a massive problem we have all over the world. That's been covered up for many, many years, you know.
It's way bigger than any of us would have liked to imagine. Like, there are far more people like this. And one of the things I struggle with is, like, do you think some people are just, like, born with some kind of deranged gene, whereas they grow up, they're like, oh, that's what I need?
Oh, the deranged gene. Well, I think having the financial means to do what you want to do amplifies that. So maybe there's a little bit of, let's say they weren't a billionaire, how would they have access to do all this stuff? Maybe they would be an abuser. Maybe they want to just, you know, have sex with a young girl. I don't know, but who has access to that? Right. To actually make that step and do those things is pretty darn difficult.
Yeah. Are just
you know
the
what I
ones
mean?
that are normally
There's
get
a lot
busted.
of there's a law you have to answer to, so you have to be pretty clever to try to get around all this stuff. I bet, look at all the pedophiles out there. I mean, it's a system that we could easily shut down, but, you know, there's so many different access to children, you know, Roblox and, you know, Instagram, Snapchat. I mean, they could shut that down so easily. Or the porn industry, you know, those girls are trafficked in, you know, so, I mean, This is a major issue in our society that it's going to take a long time to
chatty right now,
to make a difference here. But I think for the first time, people are seeing with the Epstein survivors, these brave women that are coming forward, that aren't giving up. And for the first time ever, because usually you're just like, oh, okay, yeah, we hear your story, you're out of here. But this is the first time ever that people worldwide are behind us.
Yeah.
Right? When we spoke out at Capitol Hill, there was a total global shift in the way people thought around survivors. And Congress got behind us. We met with representatives. So we're still meeting with representatives. We were at the Pam Bondi hearing right behind her. Who do you think is working or helping us out here? This is the people. At that hearing, people were right in her face asking these tough questions, and she deflected and she looked through her notebook.
The Dow's at 50,000.
That was so frustrating.
Oh God.
I mean, we could joke about it now, but I was
not
so.
the brightest bulb. I can't imagine how frustrating that is, though, for you sitting there.
It just didn't make any sense. It was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This is so important that we're here. We're standing here. We're representing 1,200 victims here. And they're asking her to just like, hey, look behind you. Acknowledge them. And she couldn't even, her face didn't even move this bit.
It was like so there's images of it that look haunting, but I would encourage people to go watch the video of when you and the other survivors stood up, because it was for like a good minute or two, right?
Yeah.
And just watch Bondi, because the video in that case can't be taken out of context. She never turns, and it had the same vibes to me as like when a serial killer's at their sentencing hearing.
Oh yeah.
And won't face the victims' families.
Oh my God, I didn't think about that.
I mean,
That's exactly how it felt.
She was so cold.
It was cold, and it was just disgusting. Like I really was like shaking, because I just couldn't understand when you take the time to go there and you're doing the right thing. Massey and Korea, like all these people were speaking out and saying, do the right thing here. Answer these questions, and she couldn't even do it.
Right.
She couldn't even answer a question. She didn't even answer one question, right? And then that moment, I think it was 3 different times, they were like, can you turn around and just say you're sorry or explain something? And it wasn't even, she could have just been like, hey, said anything. But it was just like the total feeling of being dismissed, that you don't matter, you're unworthy, like you're nothing to us. We're up here and you're just little pieces of shits over here that are giving us so many problems and we can't stand you. It was more like that feeling of like how Ghislaine said about, oh, these girls, they're nothing, they're worthless.
Yeah.
And it was that same type of feeling. But I think they need to stop doing that, because the more they treat us like that, the more angry we get and the more Congress gets behind us and the more we're going to be in their face. So,
hey guys, 3 quick things. Number 1, and this is the wild thing about this story. We've lived in such divided times and it just pisses me off so much. But with this story now being something that has happened that we cannot change, that we can now learn as much as we can about it and try to right, I mean, you can't right the wrongs that happen, but make things right moving forward. This is everybody.
Yeah.
Every administration, left and right, has covered this up. Every Congress to this point, left and right, has covered this up. And you finally have some people on both sides of the aisle pushing it. There's still not enough. Like I appreciate the people that are doing it, but I wish it was unanimous, all 535 of them between Congress and Senate doing this. But, I've never seen... Like Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey both have a very similar disposition. They're very right here at all times. And Ro has maintained that, and Massey's maintained that very well throughout this whole process. I have never in my life seen Thomas Massey lose his mind, though, like he did on Pam Bondi. Like that was,
But he lost his mind with facts.
Yeah, exactly.
And upset about what he was showing. He had the printouts right there. Like, explain this.
That's right.
And he kept it together in that way. She lost her mind by insulting him.
That's right.
It was like, why do you have to go to, when you have nothing left, you go to insults?
Yep.
Right? It was like out of like her playbook of what to say to him and what to say to this one and what to say to this one. It was out of whose playbook do you think that was out of?
It's all political, for sure. Yeah, deflect, name call, do whatever. That's what politics is. And like in my lifetime, at least since John Ashcroft, who was the AG under George Bush, there's been this thing that has very clearly happened where attorney generals have gone from supposed to be separate, running the DOJ as like their own ivory tower in that way. I don't mean that in a bad way.
Right.
To now they are a legitimate political arm. We've seen that in every single administration. Guys like Eric Holder, Bill Barr, these guys belong in prison for the things that they did, provably.
Yeah.
You know, but they're not because they're serving their administration for political means. And we just saw a verbal example of that the other day that unfortunately also you as a victim and other victims have to stand there and be like, what the fuck are we even, like, this isn't hard.
Yeah.
You know? Now, do you think anyone, I'm going to get to
lag on YouTube.
Europe, because you and I got to talk about that. But do you think anyone in the United States is going to go to jail for this?
Probably not. Probably not. And regardless if they're willing to actually do a thorough investigation, a lot of the victims don't want to come forward. So without the victims, you know, actually speaking out and having that, you know, bravery to do so, it's not going to happen. I mean, most of them that I talk to don't want to talk, so.
Okay, wait a second. So, like, the ones who have been standing with you and speaking for a while now, not just recently, but who have been speaking out against that, you're not referring to those ones. You're referring to, if I'm correct here, other victims that maybe you have spoken with off the record who just don't want to. And I understand this, you know, I'm not judging at all, but like who are afraid to come forward.
Yeah, I think most are afraid to come forward.
Wow, even now.
Yeah, because look what happened to Virginia.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally took out pictures of her kids, you know, to intimidate her to back down. Look what she went through. I mean, nobody wants to go through that. I mean, I think people just want to get accountability, like answers, out them, you know, put it out there so that the public is aware of what's going on, like we're seeing now, and hopefully we'll continue to see. But actual justice, like being deposed for a case and going up against these types of people who have endless funds, that's going to be very difficult. I mean, that's what they have working on their side, is they know who, obviously, they abused, and they've already probably have an NDA with them. They probably already silenced them. So if someone has already come forward, they have already said, well, here's some money and you be quiet, and they've signed an NDA so they can't speak out. You got to remember, a lot of them cannot speak out. And then half of the ones are Eastern European or from other countries, you know, who got their visa to work in the U.S., who may still live here, and they also were introduced to their husbands, probably through Epstein, through that network. You know what I mean? So they maybe got their jobs, or they have means of not wanting to ruin their lives right now, and they're embarrassed, or they're shameful. Maybe they don't want to come forward and even to understand the part that they may have had in it. I think they would rather just, I mean, sometimes I question why I speak out. It would have been much nicer if I had stayed quiet, you know. Probably I would, it's been a lot, you know, over the last few years.
Very brave thing, though. And it's, you know.
Well, I realize that now, because now we're more in the political, you know, field of everything, where people are behind us. But in the beginning, I'm always like, why am I speaking out? Like, why am I going through therapy, you know, and dealing with this? It was a lot of shame, and I lost, you know, best friends, partner, you know, parents, you know, through all of this. I've lost a lot of people who don't even support me, you know, and that has happened to a lot of survivors.
You
a lot
lost
of times,
your parents through this?
Well, I don't have like the support of my family. Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, they knew that I knew Epstein during those years. He would send flowers to my house. Their address and number was in the little black book. Reporters used to call them all the time. My parents lived less than an hour away from Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. You know, they were aware of who this man was. I don't know. I think when it just comes to sexual abuse, a lot of people are just like, I don't want to deal with that. Maybe they have their own, you know, issues around it. And things they have to work out on their own. I'm not quite sure, but I've lost a lot of people, a lot of friends. through this process, which is the reason, which is the whole reason why, Julian, is why I found the Survivor Sisters to begin with. Because when I started speaking out in 2020, after I started losing family and friends, I was like, well, who understands me then if my own family and friends don't want to? So I started reaching out to Virginia Giuffre and the other survivors who spoke out in 2019 and before that. Those became my really good friends. Those became my rock. You know,
chocolate
so
on your mouth.
that's the reason why it's every year I've built
That's what I'm
on. Every
eating.
year it's built on like this, you know,
Why are you
bravery is
looking at
built
my
on every
lips?
year. It just didn't happen like that, you know.
That is very hard for me to process, though, because I'm not a parent yet. I look forward to being one. I can't possibly understand what that's like until that happens. But obviously, I have friends and family where they've experienced that, and like I see through them what that is. And like once you bring that child into the world, if you were even a half decent parent, you would lay down your life for them. And so, you know, this is just me thinking about this, but if my kid came to me, and I'm always hesitant to say if I were blank, then I would blank, because in a lot of these situations you don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be a bit of a hypocrite here because I feel like in this one I fucking know. If my kid came to me and said, I don't care who it was, insert person here, abused me. Not only am I going to support them, they're going to have to drag my cold, dead hands off of their cold, dead body.
Yeah. No, I
Like,
hear you.
I don't, it doesn't process to me that your family would know that you knew this guy and were around him and you had, as you said, discussed some of this stuff with them before, and then you're brave enough to come forward and now they run away from it. Like, were you not close with your parents or something? That's not registering for me.
Well, I for sure believe you. If anything happened to your child, you would definitely stand up for them. I'm the same way with my kids. Anybody screws with my kids, whoo, those are my heart. Those are my hearts right there.
That's
Nobody's
right.
messing with them, and they know. My kids will tell you, like, I stand up for them in so many different ways. When they're just like, "Mom, back down," but I always stick up for them. I think we come from maybe a different generation than like parents or grandparents. They just were quiet about everything, and I think kids weren't supposed to speak up. You know, kids didn't feel comfortable to speak up. I saw this Mel Robbins podcast where
Mel's great.
isn't she great? I just love her. But she was talking about when she went through a sexual assault when she was young, and you know the psychologist Gabor Mate. I think his name is, he was telling her, it's not really what happened to you. Of course, you know it's awful what happened to you, but it's because you had no one to talk to when it happened. You couldn't go to your parents and tell them, you know. And when that was happening to me in the early 2000s, I didn't have anyone. I didn't have anyone that I felt comfortable enough or safe enough to call up or go to and say, you know what, this person is doing things to me that I don't think is right and I don't understand it, but I need to talk to someone. I didn't have that. And I feel like in that generation, especially in the early 2000s, I mean, this is not even that long ago, I know that I couldn't speak out to people about it. I didn't feel comfortable because we just didn't talk about it. So I think things are changing now. We got TikTok now. I mean, if anything happens to anybody now who's like under 25, they're on TikTok spilling the beans. You know, in 2000 there wasn't TikTok, so or there wasn't even like any way that I could be like getting pictures, you know,
Right.
or you know, a selfie here to get incriminating evidence. We didn't have that. You know?
This is actually a really important greater point too you're making, because the prime time of all these crimes, and we can even look at Diddy and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
It was happening during the 90s and 2000s. And it's pre-social media for the most part. Like widespread internet 2.0.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a time where people were still separated from this, right?
Yep.
People didn't start mainstreaming this till like 2010. It came out in 2007, but everyone started getting it in 2010, 2011. So these people got used to a world where all they had to do was make sure they had their guy at page 6 on their side and they were good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they had control over the media and every outlet, everything that they didn't have to worry about. I don't think they thought that. I don't think they're smart enough to think that far ahead to know social media is what really ruined it for all of them. It's all the people like you, podcasters, or just anybody at home who's just on their phone, just reporting everything they see, copying the files, putting it all out there. Now that we have that, that is why everyone is like knows what's going on.
That's right.
That's the only reason why. If this was literally 2010, not much.
That's right. It's like I've always looked at it this way. If we discount MySpace for a second, which was like the pre-bootloader to the bootloader, Facebook started to go mainstream-y in like 2007. It was around in 04, 05, 06, but it started to open up to the world in 2007. We're sitting here in 2026, which means that think about a kid that was born in 2007, they're 19, and then think about your grandma who's on Facebook who's 84. They're the same age when it comes to the internet. They're both 19 years old.
Yeah.
So there's no one in society that is a senior citizen or having lived the life and understood and seen the ups and downs, the mistakes, the good, the flaws, and everything of the internet who exists.
Yeah, but even like 2006 to 2017, for you to put this type of information out
course.
there on YouTube or
Of
Facebook,
course.
you have to still be like a creator to do that.
Of course.
It's not even like today
not
where anybody
just
can just pick
this.
up there and pick up their phone and just give their opinions on things.
Makes
You
the
know,
point
the
even
dudes
stronger.
that
Yeah,
cheat
even
on
stronger.
women
Yeah,
are
you'd have to be like a
sexually
YouTube-
abusive as well. So they pissed me off a shitload.
We were
Right.
back in 2015, and most people weren't.
It's funny too though, because you talk about these guys couldn't see ahead to this, and I agree with you. It's so
Yeah.
clear that they couldn't, and yet like a lot of the worlds that these guys come from, they in everything else they did in their life, they thought 3-4 decades ahead.
Oh sure, yeah.
You know, my guy Alessi Alaman, who's been with me forever, he has his own channel on YouTube. He did an amazing documentary like tying together Epstein to Leon Black to Steve Bannon and everything. And if you look at like Cambridge Analytica and like the left-right fear politics machines that came up online in 15, 16, 17, the money for that started in as far back as we can see 1991 or 1992, which means it was probably before that. So they're thinking 25 years ahead on that,
Sure, yeah.
but they can't think about the dude who goes like this. It goes,
Yeah.
yo fam, look at what I just saw out
Yeah.
of this motherfucker.
Totally.
Right?
Oh yeah, they didn't account for that happening.
No, they didn't.
And that's really what exploded these files.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now you just got back from Dublin, right?
Mhm.
And I don't know a lot about this yet. We talked yesterday, and I was like, all right, let's save this for
Yeah.
the podcast. But apparently, at least there, and maybe some other places in Europe,
Mhm.
there is some accountability that's being taken. What do you know about that?
Well, because I lived my first few years in England and then graduated high school in Belgium and spent half my life in Europe, I've done a lot more European press than most of the survivors. I think do a lot of American press, but I do a lot of international press. Just because I know that a lot of the after I was a model, I had after I was a model, I was a scout, an international scout for big agencies. And so I would travel a lot to Eastern European countries like Bratislava or Lithuania and Poland. And so I was still absorbed in this world. So I was seeing what was going on and happening. So I have like an understanding of Jeffrey's ties to that part of the world in the modeling industry. And so and then also my story started on the island seeing Prince Andrew there, and my story ended in 2004 with a girlfriend that had a story about Prince Andrew. So, I do a lot of press over there because of, what I know. And so, yeah, I went to Dublin and did the Late Late Show and had a really great conversation, about over there, and met with some people in England and have been doing some press just to bring awareness and try to corroborate the stories of others over there. Mainly Virginia Giuffre.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, by the way. That's tragic. She was very brave. I mean, she was really out there pushing it for years and years and years.
Yeah, she was very brave.
Definitely did some amazing things for representing the victims. But who was it, Steve? There's like was it someone in Norway has already been arrested? And then my question for you was, are you hearing about like them doing investigations now in England and in Ireland on some of the people that they have tied there?
Well, I mean, the justice departments in these countries in Europe and Scandinavia are very different from the United States. As we know, in the U.S., they haven't done anything. But in Europe, they're investigating. Yeah, they're looking into whoever was in the files for their country. They're asking for the files to do a further investigation. And I know they are in Ireland. I think Lithuania and Norway.
Good.
Yeah. So all these people that were mentioned in the files, maybe they're innocent, maybe they're not, but at least look into it.
Yes.
Right. At least take that next step and call for the files for their country or flight logs or whatever, and do your research. So, I don't know. I love to see that these nations are doing what they should be doing.
If enough of them do it, maybe it puts some pressure even on the big dog in the United States. If enough of them do it and then see results, and their people, like the people of those countries, then get the press of it, and they're like, "This what?"
Yeah, it's so crazy because in the U.S. there isn't really the empathy. I don't know why we're lacking so much empathy here. Even when I do media. I don't know if they're just told to be stone cold and have no reptilians.
Yes, lacking empathy, like all the people in chat that said, "Oh, human trafficking, that's a bullshit story."
It's like, what? What happened?
No feelings, but I just hate doing media in the U.S. And I've done quite a few of the major, broadcast networks and things, and I just don't enjoy doing it. But when I go abroad, Ireland, the UK, Germany, Australia, they've
been going in on this case
No, they
forever.
go in, they care, they want to get the answers, and then they also want to do something about it.
Right.
So it's totally different. Like, what's your story? And they have empathy for your story and what you've gone through, and then that empathy feeds into, connecting the dots and looking into who, even in their prime ministers or people that are really important, they will do the right thing and they either resign or, or take further measures, but at least they do something. It's always to do something. In the U.S., it's just like, oh yeah, let's hear your story. Oh, that's good. Okay, or that's great. But what else happens? What else happens after that?
Oh my God. What about off camera? Are they like once the cameras go off? Are they like a real human?
No, yeah, they just always have an agenda. So they ask you questions, and you say one thing about Trump that's leading you to say something. Then the headline is about that. And it's like I didn't even talk about Trump. They like make you just to have a headline. And I've always said, not to say that he's guilty or not guilty. It's just that's not my agenda because I know there's so many other men that are involved that were abused. I know of many, many girls who have gone to that island and that are forced to have sex. Passport taken away and forced to have sex with somebody they do not want to have sex with.
Passport taken away.
They take your passport away. There are girls that have tried to swim off that island. Where do they think they're going? I have no idea. But they're scared, No,
I'll bet.
They're scared. That's not what they were thinking of when they were naively going to an island. Yeah. But I have girlfriends that were made to go into a room or in the middle of the night, somebody comes in and just has sex with them and leaves. It's really gross, to be honest with you. It's really gross. But I mean, I've seen some of those names in the files, but until a survivor comes forward and says, we're going to rally behind this and come forward, most likely those men will just get away with it. So.
I think sometimes, like when you look at like content creators, there's people take themselves way too seriously and think it's way bigger than it is. It's like, dude, you're talking to a camera. It's not that big a deal. Yeah. What I will say when it comes to a story like this that has released so much investigative files publicly for us to review is that when you look at all these shows put together, and there's literally millions, if people can keep their eye on the ball with this and all review the same evidence that we all have a chance to review and do each of our little parts to keep it on the front burner, if you will, maybe we can get 10% of what we deserve to get. I'd like 100%, but you know what I mean. It's hard not to be I mean, you know better than anyone what I mean. It's hard not to be cynical.
Yeah, I mean, if the DOJ had just done their job, the FBI, the DOJ had just done their job and taken the people out of the files and investigated them, the survivors and the people would know you're doing something because we would see actual action happening, then they wouldn't have had to release the millions of files to the public.
Right.
But you have to remember, they don't care that the public sees all that. They know they're going to be like, oh, I'm disgusted by it for a few months, and then it's going to go away. That's the least of their worries, is giving that to the American people, because they know nothing's going to happen from that. What should have happened was, when they had it for 15 years before they released it to us, or 20 years, how long has it been, 25 years before they released it to us? They should have done something about it.
Of course.
These calls have been coming in since the 90s, and the files only start from the early 2000s. They don't even go back to the 90s when the most depraved shit was happening.
Yeah, I don't know. This is where it gets into speculation. I have to say that because we'll never know. I mean, you didn't even come into contact with them until 2001, so I guess you don't even know.
2000.
But 2000.
Yeah.
You talk about the 90s and stuff. Jeffrey Epstein, in the 90s especially, you can go back to the 80s with this for sure, but especially the 90s, once he's like the man, money-wise.
Yeah.
He was very well known in the high-level New York socialite circles, but he was not known publicly at all.
No, nobody knew him.
When Page Six did the story in September 2002 about him taking Bill Clinton on his jet, then suddenly, who's this Jeffrey Epstein guy? Then he brings in Vicky Ward in March 2003 to do this whole, like he liked the attention. And then he got known. So it's like when I see these files begin then, I do wonder what kind of incompetence within every law enforcement agency and espionage agency we have known to man here in America might have occurred, at many levels at least, prior to that time. And now that you start to make that case, and I'm sure you ask yourself this a lot more than I do, but like, why do you let him cop to a plea of soliciting a prostitute? I think it was like a barely underage, like 17-year-old, and then he basically had house arrest. For all intents and purposes, they had the whole case.
Well, there were 43 accounts.
That's right.
Of young girls who came forward and had the same exact stories of what was going on. Yeah, that sweetheart deal of just saying they were a prostitute. They weren't a prostitute, so. Well, I don't know. What I know of Jeffrey Epstein from back then is he did not want anyone knowing about what was going on. He was not public. Nobody knew about him, and that's the way that he liked it. I think he was furious when in 2002, Page Six did a story about him. He did not want his name out there because he wanted to be able to be incognito and nobody really know what he was doing. And I think the more known he got, the more scared he was because he was supposed to be under the radar.
That's
you know?
interesting.
Yeah, he was always under the radar. Any event you would ever see him at, he'd pop in and pop out. He was not a playboy. He was not in the limelight. You never saw pictures of him. You never really saw girls around. I mean, around him like that. So he didn't like that. Vanity Fair did that article about him. He was furious about that as well.
He was furious after it came out, but he agreed to do it. He brought her over and did. That's
Yeah.
what I wonder if there's like a.
Well, he had to do it. Yeah.
He had to do it. Why do you say he had to do it?
Well, because people were starting to understand about who he was, and so he felt like he had to just put it out there what he was doing, and more like a philanthropist and like just trying to clear the air of who he was without saying what he was really doing, and his ties to people. So it was kind of on the surface. It wasn't like what we know now about him.
Of course.
Yeah.
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, no, he did not want his name and who he was out there. Yeah, because he would call a lot of us and been like, "Are you talking to the media? Are you talking to the reporters calling you? Don't say anything. Don't say anything."
Oh, he would.
Oh yeah. And I would never have said anything back then. I mean, I only started speaking out because he died.
Right.
I would never have. If he was alive today, I wouldn't be here.
Did you? And I want to get to your story in a second, and we could do that linearly. But in the years between 2004 and when you last saw him, and 2019 when he died, obviously, you were abused, so there was compartmentalization of that went on and everything. But did you live in a constant or more like subconscious fear of him?
Maybe subconscious, but I think after I left New York and moved to Los Angeles in 2004, I didn't have any contact with him. He was starting to be like found out, the articles that were coming out, and he was being investigated. So I think he slowed down a little bit. I think from 2004 to 2006. I think those were the years he slowed down, because he definitely picked it back up later. But I just went on with my life. I was married by 2006. Was pregnant by 2006. I just literally did not think about that man again. And the stuff that I heard, like in the news, I just didn't read the news, and I kind of just didn't even want to go there, like kind of in my heart that he was involved with like underage girls, someone who has put their hands on you, and trying to think of him as a pedophile and stuff. It really grossed me out. So, and they had to understand, nobody really gave a shit back then. It wasn't like big news like it is now. So, I just kind of went on with my life for the next 15 years and didn't really think that much of it. Yeah.
Now, you said you were born in England, and I think you were telling me off cam that your father was in the military, so you traveled around Europe a lot as a kid?
Yeah, my father was a navigator in the Air Force. He went to Columbia and he studied electronic warfare. He was in electronic warfare in the Air Force, and he was stationed at the Pentagon, and then we moved to Belgium, where he worked at NATO. So, yeah, my dad worked on
quite a resume.
Yeah, he worked on really important high-profile things. I would always ask him about. He'd say, "Well, I tell you, but I'd have to kill you." So, I didn't really know so much about what was going on. My dad was, he was a great father. He taught me a lot about life and gave me a lot of really good morals. And I did, I had everything I ever wanted growing up. And then, graduated high school in Belgium, and then started modeling.
So you were never in America, really?
No, I was in America. Yeah, I lived
how long were you in America as a child?
Half my young child life. So, I lived in Virginia when my dad was at the Pentagon. So
right,
yeah.
That would make sense. That's that one. So, but either way, was it hard for you constantly having to pick up and go somewhere new and have all new friends? And I mean, you're clearly a very friendly person, but still, you have relationships.
Her dad worked for the Pentagon. Well, that would explain why her family never stood up for her then.
And suddenly it's we're going somewhere new
sense.
again. Was that difficult?
Well, I hated it growing up. Every 2, 3, 4 years, we'd move somewhere different. But, in hindsight, it was the best thing that could happen to me, because you just get adjusted. You go here, this new state in the U.S., and then you go to this country in Europe, and then you're back in the U.S., and you're back in Europe. And, I have so many different friends in different places and just adapting to different types of people. And I've always had a very outgoing personality. I'm a definite extrovert, even though I have introverted moments where I definitely spend a lot of time by myself. I do a lot of self-care by myself. Go to the movies or have dinner by myself a lot, But I'm an extrovert at heart. And I've always wanted to be in the modeling and entertainment world. So that was a big drive for me.
Even as a little girl?
Oh, yeah. I was always that one in front of the camera, doing all that stuff. So my father and my mother and father supported that. My mom put me in beauty pageants. They took me to New York City at 16 years old to meet with the agencies. Went into Ford models and elite models, and then
So her dad worked at the Pentagon, and then her family takes her to modeling, and then she gets involved in the Epstein Island, and they don't stand up for her. Now I'm suspicious of all the model agencies in the pageant industry and all of that. That's such a bad look.
Dude, it sounds just like the guy you last night whose grandma sold him out. It sounds like her parents sold her out.
Right? Yeah, exactly. It's insane.
The industry is fucked up. Like you watch videos of the dark side of Hollywood and shit. It's like holy fuck.
Mm-hmm. Ugh.
I was in a contest at 16 years old and flew to New York. At 16 years old, I went up to the top of the Trump Tower when I was 16, which is so crazy. That one at Columbus Circle, you know, and I was at the top of that, looking down. Was it there in New York City? I was looking at.
Yeah, it's just off.
Yeah, right.
Just off the wall here. You can't see it, but it's 57th Street up on Fifth
Yeah,
Avenue. Right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, 57th.
Did she say what ages she was on the island for? I don't remember if she said it all so far.
No, no, Fifth on the west side.
Trump
Yeah,
Tower.
yeah, on the west side.
There's that one on Fifth too.
Yeah.
What?
I don't think it did. I was gonna say I don't think that came up.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's where he lives.
The Columbus Circle.
Columbus Circle, yeah. Yeah, right at the park.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember going up there and met like some country music star that I can't remember his name. But I remember looking out over New York like, oh, I'm gonna live here one day. You know, so I was always really into just kind of like manifesting whatever I wanted. So kind of put it out there, and then, you know, was in Belgium, graduated high school there, and I was working like in Brussels, Amsterdam, and went to London, and then moved to Miami in the late 90s.
That's a switch up.
It was awesome.
I'll bet it was.
Awesome.
I like Miami for 4 days. It's
Yeah.
a great town, but I
Yeah.
feel like if I don't leave after 4 days, bad things will happen. But
Yeah. Now, but in the 90s, when you probably weren't even born yet, but like in the late 90s, it was like the heyday. All the stars
bet.
were there, and it was like all the modeling agencies were there. It was really, really fun.
Now, what was it like when you're 15, 16? Because now, like, you can look back on it as an adult, having way more understanding of the world. Would you describe it as somewhat of a normal experience dealing with the modeling agencies, or was there anything that now you're like, well, that's kind of weird that they did it this way or that way?
Are you kidding me? Like everything is kind of weird now
Yeah.
when I look back on it.
Yeah, Joe worked in it as well. He
yeah.
knows what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was just accepted the way that people were back then. And you have to understand the modeling industry back then was you had to be a certain height and weight and look. You had to be kind of special in a way. It's just different now. Now it's like all different types and anyone can model. But like back then it was very serious. So you had
Pageants called that they do for kids?
What?
What are those pageants called that they do for kids?
I think they're just called pageants.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like where like the moms get all like crazy obsessed about making sure their kids win and all that shit.
You mean like? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But yeah.
Yeah, that shit has always bothered me. I always thought.
Yeah, they try to sexualize those girls and make them look too old. It's so weird. It's like a little girl and it looks like she's like 30 because of all the makeup they put on her, and she's wearing like some kind of like weird pop star outfit that looks kind of slutty.
Yep.
It's always weird.
And then they try to like normalize all of that.
Uh huh.
Fucking weird.
It was a career, and you had to travel around the world. I went to Greece, I went to Cape Town, and like build your book for 3 or 4 months, But yeah, in the States, you definitely noticed that there were older agents that would take you to parties, and you would be around, younger girls, older men. That was so.
I think the only pageant my parents ever put me in was like, they were there with me the whole time, and I was literally like a baby. Like I was less than a year old, and I won like prettiest baby or something. But obviously they're not like dressing the babies up like sluts. It's like actual baby outfits with like bows in your hair or shit. It's like much more innocent than like the crazy shit that I've seen.
Who knows though? Maybe that pageant's literally just looking for babies to sacrifice.
I mean, they probably are, to be honest. Maybe. I've dodged so many bullets. I survived the baby pageant. My mom didn't let me join the GATE program. I got pistol whipped and I didn't die. I've had a lot of close calls.
Well, maybe they would give you drugs and alcohol. It was very normal.
Even at 15, 16?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you could get in the clubs.
Well, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was just the way it was, So when I finally met Epstein, it was like, oh, this is kind of how it is. I mean, the women agents would do the same thing. Would take you to these dinner parties with old men all the time. Like, don't you have anybody our
but
age?
at 15, 16 is crazy.
Well, the models back then started around 13, 14, 15,
Oh my
16.
God. Ugh.
We all started really young. Where nowadays they don't start until maybe 17, 18, 19, 20. It's older now.
Still, like, it's weird no matter what, but like the blatancy, I don't think that's a word, but you know what I mean, of having a 14, 15-year-old at dinner with old rich dudes or whatever because they're the new model, and then you wonder how something like Epstein happens. Like,
yeah, exactly. It was just the time.
Did your parents know that was happening?
No, probably not. They never asked me.
And they never asked you about that?
No, I think everyone, all the parents, I mean, didn't know. I mean, I know of many parents that would line up their girls to meet with John Casablanca at Elite Models, and when they go into the room, they were sexually assaulted before they came out, to go back with their parents. John Casablanca, who was tall and good-looking and charming, and everybody loved him. Yeah, Gerald Murray, Jean-Luc Brunel, all these these big agents who, they were assaulting a lot of girls. I mean, this is a known fact. So,
yeah. And it's amazing that it took until like Harvey Weinstein in 2017 for people to realize, oh, there's a casting couch in all these industries. Like it just
unfortunately, when you have that power, someone like Harvey, it's like, oh, you really want this movie role? Well, show me how bad you want it.
Right.
Like this whole thing is just that's why I got out of the acting world. I couldn't even handle it, how bad it was.
When did you get into that?
Well, I was always like a young actress doing acting classes since I was like 19 or so.
Okay.
My first film was with Oliver Stone. I booked a role.
No kidding.
98, 99.
What movie?
Like right out of high school. I started auditioning in Miami. Any Given Sunday.
Oh, you were in Any Given Sunday?
Yeah, I was opposite Jamie Foxx.
No shit.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, it was a great movie. Really great
The
cast.
6 inches in front of your face.
Wow, yeah, you're good. And then
I was like, that sucked. Don't ever do that.
it was a good movie, but it was a great cast, But I started realizing right off the bat, oh shoot, this is how it works, Yeah, so, I mean, Jeffrey would send us on auditions with big movie directors.
Yeah, and we're seeing that, and we're seeing even darker stuff than that in emails. Just sending girls to gynecologists, skincare people.
Yeah.
Oh, she doesn't get out of high school till 4 p.m. or something.
Yeah.
But so do you, looking back on it, when you were 15, 16, so when you come to New York for the first time, how long, it sounds like you were alone when you went there.
Yeah.
You stay there alone.
Mm-hmm.
At 15, 16?
16, yeah.
So they put you up at a hotel.
Yeah.
You have your own room.
Mm-hmm.
How long, what was the longest time you were there by yourself?
Well, that time I was just there for a week. So you
But
should go for
still.
a week or two at a time. Yeah.
But that's like a week or two.
I know.
In New York City.
I know.
Without your parents and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, looking back on it, were there things that happened there too?
Well, that's normal to bring a 16-year-old, 15, 16, 17-year-old, to New York City by yourself. They put you in a model apartment, and then you go out with the promoters, and you go to the nightclubs, and you get the VIP room, and you're around all these celebrities. That was pretty normal. Yeah, I mean, you were there hanging out with Leo next to you, and all sorts of celebrities and things since we were really young.
Did you ever say, I'm 15?
I mean, I don't think anybody really cared, like that that girls were underage, or I don't think people really cared. I think it was just kind of accepted. Yeah.
That's hard to that's really hard for me to process. I mean, I know this stuff happens.
Yeah.
But the normalcy with which you're talking about, oh yeah, they all did it. 13, 14, 15. Yeah, you come for a week, you stay without your parents, they take you to clubs and promote it. It's like,
yeah, but you're supposed to be protected. Like, who's
Right.
protecting you?
Right.
You know what I mean? And so you feel like you're protected. I'm in a mall apartment. Okay, I go out to these clubs. They want you to socialize. Your agent is usually with you. You know what I mean? I mean, agents would give you some Coke or something in the bathroom. Like, agents would give you, during that time, not now, but during that time, it was definitely, things were more accepted. Then you would go to your agency and you would get your castings for the day, and you'd run around.
Are we talking about
castings,
Coca-Cola or
literally to
cocaine?
hotel rooms where there's photographers. Like, you would go to hotels and meet with photographers at hotels. It was the strangest
Coke
thing.
slushy.
And then they would book you on jobs where you're flying to Hawaii or the Caribbean, for a few days shooting with these people, and I mean, there's a lot of women there, and most of the time nothing really happened, but every now and then you were with a photographer who wouldn't leave you alone, so there was a lot of these things going on.
did you ever feel pressured to have to hook up with somebody?
I mean, I guess I would say yes. I mean, I think I felt pressure quite a few times. Yeah, I would say, yeah, definitely yes. I think any model would say yes. And on many occasions, it's probably happened to most models and actresses. And then you would go back to your agency and tell them, so-and-so, this French photographer wouldn't keep his hands off me. He was touching my nipples, or like, putting his hand by my private, like things, just, little things like that. Well, I mean, I would say something like that to an agent, and they would just say, oh, it's just how he is, things like that. So things were just kind of accepted. Yeah, and then when I became a Ford model, I mean, Katie Ford used to take us to these parties and these charity events where you're all these girls at a table, and then all the rich older men would sit next to you, and you'd have to have a conversation with them, and she would tell you how to, like, use your knife. I already knew how to do this, but like, use your knife and fork, elbows on the table. Like, they would want you to be like a little lady, while you're just having a conversation with like a 60-year-old man. It's like, I don't know if they ever stopped to think that that's probably not what young girls really want to do, is to hang out with these.
Oh, they don't care
older
what you
guys.
want.
But you're useful to them to do that. That's how they look at it.
Yeah, that's how, because they're friends. They're just,
Right.
you're just like pawns for them. You don't really matter to them.
Yeah, there's a couple things clocking for me. Number one, what you're describing right here, I'll be conservative and say it's not much different from some form of sex trafficking. And if I want to be really just off the cuff with this, it sounds like sex trafficking to me. I'll let people in the comments decide that on their own, I guess.
Yeah.
But the second thing is the years where this is happening to you psychologically, 15, 16, 17, 18, you're getting desensitized to all of it. It is being ingrained in you as a young girl
normal.
that this is normal. This is how things work. Oh, you want to have this career or whatever, you have talent. They say you'll be great at this, but you got to do these things. And it's look, everyone else is doing it too.
Yeah, I guess in a way. It's kind of like that.
just
I mean,
the way
no
it
one really
is.
says it like that. But I think you kind of have to play along a little bit. You learn pretty quickly when you speak out that nobody really cares or you should be quiet. Yeah.
Did your parents ask you about anything that ever happened when you were away from them for a week at a time in New York ever?
No. After I left home, I was by myself, living in countries for 3 to 4 or 5 months by myself. In countries. I lived in Greece by myself for 3 months. I lived in South Africa for 6 months by myself. So I was traveling. And it was pretty normal up until maybe like 5 or 10 years ago to travel as a teenager to these countries by yourself. I mean, I saw crazy shit happening, like in Greece and other places. You know, yeah, just weird stuff. And usually involved like drugs or alcohol or, photographers or, clients or crew, just expecting girls to do certain things. I mean, you would push back as much as you can, but I think you could find pretty quickly that the more you push back on things, the more you're not really accepted or your career doesn't advance. So I think that's the reason why so many people leave the modeling business and especially the acting business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does seem you see it all the time, and like you were saying earlier, it's we're talking about abuse of girls and boys and everything.
Yeah, don't even get me started on the boys. It's pretty bad.
Within Hollywood that you've seen.
In the modeling business.
In the modeling business.
Oh, sure.
I've heard a lot about that too.
Yeah, Abercrombie. Boys, yeah.
And you put someone who's got like a dream to be able to get to this point or
Crazy,
do this thing,
'cause
and they're
Emma's
young and they get sent somewhere
survived
far away to
shitloads
do
of
it, and then it's like, well, you just got to do this thing and you'll get it, and their mind is groomed to be like, well, I guess I just gotta.
Yeah, it's a really sad business in that way. I knew a lot of male models who went for like big castings with huge photographers and were assaulted, and like if you didn't do something, you don't get the job. And I knew boys that walked away from it. It's like, F you, I'm not doing that. And would walk away and just give up on their careers, and then I knew some who.
No, I avoided all this shit because I had helicopter parents. 'Cause I tried to do some modeling in high school, but they wouldn't let me like do anything where I had to be alone. So.
I feel like you shouldn't be alone, period.
Yeah, you shouldn't. If you have to be
Just
alone, it's a red
like
flag.
Like I had a female roommate that I first lived with when I moved to Los Angeles, and she was telling me about some photographer that she was going to go have a shoot with, and I'm like, so you got somebody to go with you? Because I'm working. I can't come with you. And she was like, no, I'll be fine. I'm going to just go by myself. I was like, that's not a good idea. And guess what fucking happened? Dude tried to assault her.
Yeah, I've never had that, luckily. But like my parents never let me like go out, with like I don't know, anywhere with like a group of teenagers. It was always like they knew where I was. They knew their parents. They knew the situation. I never had the desire to do anything either. Like I wasn't like a party person. I didn't have that many friends, just a few. So I never went to any high school parties. Never saw any drug usage, never got peer pressured, never anything. So
Well, I think that's the funny part, though. Is like, I've done a couple of bad things when I was younger, but I usually, ran with a little crew. You know what I mean? Because safety in numbers. So that way, if shit went south, we had each other's back. Like, duh, just don't go anywhere by yourself. It's kind of a golden rule, it feels like.
yeah, but like even in a group, girls still get assaulted. So guys are usually
Oh, yeah.
safer in groups than girls are in groups.
Sure.
Yeah.
Shame around, things that they did or didn't say no to, or yeah. That's why I've always told you when I speak out, it's always for the men too. It's not just for women.
Right.
Yeah.
What was now you wanted to become a model, so you put yourself in a position to do it, but then once you were in it, you're around all these people from the business, the masters of the universe, if you will.
Yeah.
What was modeling scouting like back then? That's always a term, like you said you did it as well, we can get to that, but like whenever I hear that, I'm like, do you just like walk on the street and watch people pass by and go, she's good looking, he's good looking, let's talk to him? Like, was that what it was back then?
I mean, back then, not really. I mean, you do some street scouting. Obviously, if you see someone who has potential,
Right.
you go up to them and, you hand them your card, and you always tell them for their mother or father to
By the way,
contact you.
just for context,
and
the
then
group
you
that I
say,
ran with
you know,
was girls and boys.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying because I see some people in chat being like, "Yeah, it's different when it's just girls." I'm like, "Yeah, I know, I get that totally." I'm just saying that in my group it was both, so we all looked out for each other.
and then they come into the agency with a mother or father. That's how I've always operated. I mean, obviously there's scouts out there who don't operate like that. I mean, for me, I loved it. I really loved it. I would travel to all these countries and I would actually meet with agencies. So in each country of the world, let's say Sao Paulo, Warsaw, you know, I went to Bratislava, like Croatia. I mean, China. No matter what
You went to
country.
China, too?
Yeah, no matter what country you go to, there's many agencies within those countries, and so you go as a scout. You meet with that agency, and one by one, the models come in. And I'm a woman and a mom now, but I think I was a mom then when I was a scout. Yeah. So when I would sit there with the models, you'd evaluate them, take their photos and videos, and then you send it to the New York agency, and whoever they liked, you know, they organize the visas and they come work in the U.S. That's how it works. Now, how these men were doing it was a little different. They would have a casting probably at the hotel, you know, and you know, if you want to model, maybe the ones that probably didn't have potential, maybe they would do certain things. So there was this underground of abuse and assaults that were happening just right at that level, even before they even got to New York.
Mm.
You know, and then they were sending them to the people in New York, like MC Square, Jean-Luc Brunel's agency. You know, that was Epstein was funding that agency, you know, and bringing them there, and poor things, you know, having to do things like live in the mall apartments or have to go see Epstein or others, and they were getting assaulted left and right. You know, I mean, this is the higher level of modeling. I mean, even like our biggest agencies in New York, even the women that own these agencies and that were the director of these agencies, in the files, there's emails of them sending their girls to Epstein. I mean, in Paris, there was an agency that just came out too that was also saying, "Oh, I got a nice 16-year-old Brazilian. Can I send her over to you?" You know, sending him over to Jeffrey. I mean, why are these women sending young girls to Epstein? Do they not know why? Like, why would this older man want to see these girls? Like, do they not even think about it? Or is it their relationship with them too important, or the money that he gives their agencies, or whatever it is, the clout? I don't know. Why is it so important that these older women are sending young women and teenagers to Epstein? Do they even know that Epstein is now taking these girls, putting them in his orbit, and then trafficking them out?
The term that keeps coming to mind as I read these files and reading the same things that you're describing right now, of which there are, that I know of hundreds of examples like this, which means there's probably thousands. I just think the term vampire. It's like this, the people who do these types of things to young girls, young boys, or just take advantage of anyone sexually, regardless of age, period. There's a shame that with their power they put into that act that is symbolically, to me, the same thing as vampires biting someone's neck in any, you know, fictional fantasy story you've read. And the idea is like, it's the ultimate
control,
and I own a piece of your soul.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Like I own you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when they send, what did you say example was, a 16-year-old, I had a 16-year-old Brazilian for you, no name, just the age and the ethnicity. Go take a piece of her soul, then she'll do whatever we want. That's how it reads to me.
Yeah, but isn't it funny that you have these Epstein files, and it's like you're expecting to see, you know, these men who are abusing young women and teenagers, let's say. We've kind of all known about that for a long time now. I just find it really kind of peculiar that now we're seeing emails between men of talking about like a 7-year-old. Like, why would you not think, just from seeing emails that have to do with a child, why would you not investigate that? Would that not tell you that there's something really, really, really wrong in the minds of some of these men?
Well, look,
Do you know what a 7-year-old looks like?
You're talking about the most obvious example in the world. But go all the way to the top of the pyramid here. How about the fact that the man who owns the company...
Person asking in the chat, no, I never vote for people because I refuse to partake in a fake democracy.
that among his holding companies has the biggest female lingerie brand in the world, who gave all the wealth that we know of, I shouldn't say all, a large portion of the wealth that we know of personally to Jeffrey Epstein, and gave him power of attorney and shared businesses and trusts with him that sold houses to Howard Lutnick's of the world, by the way. You know, fuck you, Howard. But, you know, how about the fact that that guy was still covered up in these documents until Ro Khanna came out and said his name? He was still never arrested. He was never interviewed. To this day, they're about to go depose him at his mansion, by the way, on his turf, at some congressman in Ohio. But he was never even questioned by the DOJ. And yet in the documents themselves was listed back when Jeffrey was arrested as a co-conspirator. So you talk about, of course, the obvious examples. Oh, they're talking about a 7-year-old right here. Yeah, I think we should investigate that. But the dude at the top of it with him, or that we know of as the top, gets to live in America with all his billions of dollars, run all his companies for free, no problem, and doesn't even get questioned. Meaning, what the point I'm getting at, Lisa, is it is much deeper than just all the horrible individual examples we see. It's like if you go to dig a hole and your goal is to dig a 30-foot hole. Well, if you don't dig the first foot, you're never going to go to 30 feet.
To the person in the chat who said, let's make all politicians take an oath of poverty. Even if you made the politician job yield no salary, they would still be rich because of the insider trading information and everything. Like, if you think about it, what are the presidential salaries? Like $400K? You think he makes just $400K a year?
Yeah, right.
Like, it's...
Oh, lobbyists. Lobbyists and
It's not
campaigning.
as high as you would think it is anyways.
Yeah. All their money comes from lobbying and campaigning.
Yeah. Like, it's not the salary that they're after.
We're talking about things where we should be going to 30 feet. They haven't gone to the first foot.
Oh, I agree. You dig really, really deep.
Right.
Now. Yeah.
But you cynically seem to share my opinion that someone like that probably won't end up in prison.
Yeah. Too much money.
Is that all it is?
Well, how do you know that they haven't called him in and showed him all the unredacted files? I mean, like, this is what we got on you. And it's pretty depraved, you know? And maybe he just paid him off. I mean, there's got to be some type of leverage here. I just don't believe for a second that you have that much information on an individual and they haven't tried to do something.
I agree with you, but not on the
Someone
method.
in the ball.
As much money.
I
Can we look up
expect
Les
for the
Wexner's net worth?
small-
So not on the money, but maybe some other leverage?
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
Yeah, to make sure.
I would think it's about money, but what do you think it's about?
I mean, there's money in all this, to be clear. I shouldn't. That's unfair of me to dismiss that. I'm not trying to do that. But what's he worth, ballpark? 9.1 billion. All due respect to his 9.1 billion, that's a shit stain ashtray money. When you're talking about the United States government, which in debt alone has, what is it? I don't know, 38 trillion, whatever it is. Guys like that, guys like Jeffrey Epstein, who gets a sweetheart deal like he did in 2008 after you said it was known he abused 43 women girls, underage, 12, 13, 14-year-old girls on record and gets basically nothing for it. Their leverage goes well beyond money.
Yeah.
It's information, and it's dirt, and it's on people. Like,
No,
there
I
are,
hear you.
he had, I don't know if you ever had a chance to like look and see this in the years that you were around him, but because I mean the whole point was it was hidden, but he would have 80 cameras in one room. If like this thing right here, if this were sitting on his table, it would have like a hidden camera in it.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
I knew he had cameras everywhere.
And you could see some of them,
No.
but you knew it.
No, I never saw them. He had shown me the room once with all the monitors.
In New York. What was the context that you see in that room? Was he like, I just want to show you something?
Well, that was the thing about Epstein. He was very much like very cheeky about things. He liked to show these things off.
Yeah.
He'd like to let you know on his famous friends, billionaires' friends, little secrets about them. He would tell you little things. He would laugh about things. Yeah, he always had this little grin on his face. I think that was after he I don't know if he to say the word trusted me, but these were the conversations I would have with him. I mean, because I was very I've always been really curious about things, so I would always ask. But yeah, no, he had showed it to me once. I knew, but I don't think he hid that from a lot of people, except for maybe the powerful men that were coming over.
Like, how big is this room that you're talking about?
A little smaller than this room.
All right, this is a big room. This is 18 by 14 and a half. So maybe like a 15 by 12 kind of deal? Something like that.
Just where someone who sits at these desks around it and then all these screens.
So someone's in there sitting at the desk watching. And would you see, like, are we talking like 60 screens?
Gosh, I don't know how many.
I'm sorry, that's really specific.
30 or less.
Okay.
Half of that or less, yeah.
And then there's all kinds of mobile cameras and stuff that he has that you don't see in there.
Well, this is the best technology, so
Right.
people aren't coming in thinking. You're coming over for business with Epstein. I'm sure he has a really good business, and they're fascinated by him. He's really intelligent. He's fun to be around. I'm sure all these people really like to hang. around him.
Yeah.
Then he says, surprise, I have like a little, 15-year-old here, and maybe some say, no, I'm married, or no, that's gross. I don't know. But then some were like, what? Just what? I can just go and, they go into a room and then the 15-year-old goes in there and does whatever and then they leave. Then he has it on a camera. We can blackmail you very easily with that. I mean, that's what Virginia was doing, underage, with many, many men.
Yeah, that's the thing about him that he was unfortunately well aware of and very good at. It's even a layer below that. What you just talked about is when he really gets someone. But he knew, because of how dirty and radioactive he was, because of the shit he was around, and Ghislaine knew this too, all they had to do was just get in a picture with you somewhere. Something that's not public, right? Just someone's got it on their camera roll somewhere. Just you with a picture with them. And forever, you're going to be like, how well did you know that guy? If you're someone else, right?
Yeah, because if Epstein's protecting these people, he would never have let Virginia take that picture with her camera of her with Prince Andrew. I mean, Ghislaine is standing just right there. It's almost just like
It's a sinister picture.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, if he was really protecting Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew, he would have said no picture.
Right. But that wasn't the point. He was a target.
Exactly.
Everybody was a target. And now you can see that in the emails. Like
you can see it in the emails for sure.
And there was a different tone with, at least from the emails I've reviewed with Elon Musk. When you see those emails that he would send to Elon, they were very obsequious.
Yeah, he was just like kind of like playing around with him. What's going to be there? Like trying to find out information.
No. I'm sorry. I should explain that better. Jeffrey, that's what Elon was doing.
Oh.
Jeffrey was very like
trying to get him. Yeah. Yeah,
he was,
like that would have been a good one for him to get. But he never got Elon.
He never got him. Which
well, Elon, do you know that he recently just said that any survivor that wants to name a name of their abuser, if the abuser comes forward and tries to do a defamation lawsuit, that he'll pay for it. He'll pay for their law fees.
Good for him. I hope to see that.
I do hope to see that
through.
too.
That's good. Good for him because
that means he's not on their side.
Again, if you have nothing to hide, then you should act like that. And you should, and because that was the thing. Like when they came out, he'd always said like, "Release the files." I never knew this guy. Never had anything to do with him. It's like, well, you were emailing with him. That's what I had to say was sketchy because Elon is personally answering these emails. It wasn't even like an assistant or something. It'd be like same day, and it's like, well, you probably should have told us you were doing that, but it does appear from what we can see that he never got him to the island. He did meet him a couple times, but
and trust me, if he wanted to go to that island and if he really wanted to be around all that, he would have went. But he didn't go for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I that's the kind of thing you need though. Someone extreme. Unfortunately, you got to fight fire with fire. Just the reality. Someone with extreme power like that, saying to the people that are supposed to be powerless, like, hey, yeah, you can be on my team for this.
Yeah.
You have legal problems. I got you. Les Wexner has no money compared to me.
Yeah.
Right. That's good. But you mentioned like Jeffrey being affable to be around, or whatever it was. Like he's like kind of friendly and charming in that way.
Yeah, I think most people wanted to be around him.
Right. It's also, he was almost born with a little smirk on his face.
Yeah, that little smirk.
Right.
Oh, my stomach just turns just thinking about it.
And now you also have a guy who's like, there's so many people who are just quick to say, oh, this guy was really dumb and whatever. And when I hear him talk about science on the limited tapes we have, I think he is out kicking his coverage on that and being a little charlatan-y for sure.
Right.
But when I hear him talk about finance, he bumbles around, but like it's clocking.
Yeah.
He knows what's going on there. He's not dumb. And the thing is, when you kind of have that Coney Island accent, people underestimate you. They're like, this is the fun guy. And then they don't realize like, oh, this dude a shark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like he had that package to be able to make you feel like.
Well, to me, there has to be some sort of extreme intelligence to pull all this off.
Right.
That people pick up on.
Right.
I mean, why would those types of men want to be around him if he wasn't brilliant in some way?
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, because they didn't even know that before they'd meet with him.
Probably
before
not.
they'd get to know him. A lot of
No.
them didn't know that,
No. No, because Jeffrey's not going to put that out there until he knows who's going to, be playing.
Yep. Yep. That's why when I hear a lot of these guys in the years since it's come out be like, I knew he was a charlatan right away. I'm like, you don't need to say that. It's okay if you. I know you're a smart guy. It's okay if you didn't think that.
Yeah.
Like not clearly you and all these people went in there with him before there were women around in some cases. Like you must have thought there was a there. And that's that part is okay to admit.
Yeah.
But like just be fucking frank about it. Don't try to act like, oh, I knew it the whole time. Well, then why did you fucking meet with him 40 times?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's frustrating. It's
Yeah.
frustrating. But let's get to it because we haven't gone there yet. We've been talking about him. Obviously, you spent some time around him. But what was the context of you first meeting Jeffrey? And it was in 2000, you said?
Yeah, I was a young model, had like worked my way around, European countries and South Africa, Miami, and then I found myself, moving to New York City. And, I was working with this model agency called Q Models. They're still around, great agency. And booked a job for a cover of a magazine and a spread, and booked it with this Eastern European model. And so we flew to Tortola. It's in the British West Indies. It's next to Little St. James and St. John's in that area. And, did the photo shoot for a few days. And then the clients were like, you got a day off. You guys can do whatever you want to do. And we were on this little tiny island. So, the girl that I was booked with, she was like, I have a friend who owns an island nearby. His name is Jeffrey. And he helped me to get my visa to work in the U.S.
Oh, no.
He's been really great. He's like a mentor to me.
No.
Anyway, he said that we can go to his island, just hang out there for the day. And so the client said we could go. This is really strange, British clients. And so a boat was sent for us. We just got on that boat and we went over to, Little St. James.
What kind of boat?
It was just a little boat. It wasn't anything fancy because it was not that far away, the island, so
it was a
it was not that far away. So we got on this little boat. We went over to
the little
Little St.
dinghy.
James. And then we just hung out there for the day. Like she said, we were just going to hang out. Didn't see or meet Epstein, for a while. I just hung out with the other girls. Now, I always remember there was 2 other girls there, but since the girls have spoken out and are connecting that they were also on the island, I've understood now there was other girls there. But I only remember 2 of them. So, like, we were playing in the pool, myself, the Eastern European girl, and 2 other girls. They were all blonde. And there was an older man in the pool, too. And he was just, like, hanging out with us, but he was really just, like, kind of frolicking and canoodling with one of the other young girls. And so I just observed that.
How old are we talking?
I don't know. I don't know. When you're in your early 20s, everybody looks old. I would think 40s, late 40s maybe at that time. I just knew he was like my dad's age. Yeah.
Can we take one step back for a sec? Just when you first got onto the island, you dock, you get off. Like, do you see the temple first? Do you see what do you see?
The temple.
Whatever that thing was.
No, I didn't see the temple or anything like that first. No, I think it was farther back. And I think going up to the island, I could see like the structures and stuff, and I thought, wow, it was really beautiful. Gotta remember, we're not thinking too hard about everything back then. So it just saw a beautiful island, and definitely saw there wasn't too many structures on the island, just some buildings, and it was really. I just remember it was like a really exotic, gorgeous island, and the pool was really pretty. And
who took you back to the pool? Like when you get onto the island, who receives you?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know who receives us. I'm guessing it had to have been the other young girls. I think it was the other young girls. There was always young girls on the island. So like there was a couple girls that greeted us and brought us in. All I saw were young girls that I was hanging out with while I was there. I only observed an older man who was in the pool for a little while. But he wasn't with us for most of the day. He just was in the pool for a little while, then he left. And then we were all just hanging out around the pool. Then we went into the room just to get dressed, for dinner that evening. And then we went to this really long table on the main house and sat down at the table with the other girls there. And that's when I met Epstein. And he walked in and said hello and sat down right next to me. And he just started asking me a bunch of questions, about like my dreams and ambitions and like what I was doing and where I'd traveled. And I was just telling him, about my life and what I was really into and things like that. And we talked a bit, and I had the one thing that really sticks out to me is I had lived in England growing up, and so I was telling him about living in Oxford, and he had said he'd been there and knew a lot about Oxford, so we talked about that, and he had asked me if I wanted to meet a prince. And so I was looking at the other girls like, what, a prince? And in that moment, the gentleman from the pool walked up. And he was dressed like he was leaving. So he said goodbye to everyone, and he said hello to me. And then it was brief, and then he just left. So after that, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I met a prince.
That was Prince Andrew who was in the pool.
Former Prince Andrew.
Former Prince Andrew.
Then he was, yes. So I'd definitely seen a prince on the island. Didn't really think that much of it. And then we were trying to leave, to go on the boat to go back to the other island because we were supposed to get back because we had work, But then it was getting dark, and Jeffrey said, "Oh, you can't leave. You have to stay on the island. You have to stay here tonight." And
I think I'm going
so,
to how did he Baymax in a cage and put her in here, in her cage?
Okay.
Just for night, just so it's easier to hang out tomorrow.
Okay.
I get along really well.
I'm good. That's what I said.
Very interesting. Oh, they remember
I
each other.
said let them hang out, and you were like, they might fight.
Mother daughter.
They're not gonna fight. She hangs out with the doves all day.
Say it.
Well, he just was like, oh, well, it's getting dark. You guys can't leave yet. We can't send the boat back. So he couldn't send the boat back for us to leave on. So I didn't really think anything of it. I just thought, okay, well, I guess we'll just stay here. And so we went to that room. And I remember there was like an outdoor shower, and we got ready for bed, and I was just hanging out with the other girl in the bed, and we were just like chatting and stuff. And I had known her like from my agency, you know, I'd seen her around and stuff. So I felt really comfortable with her and safe with her. And then one of the other girls knocked on the door and was like, you know, Jeffrey's ready for his massage. Let's go. And I was just like, huh? What do you mean, a massage? And she's just like, oh, well, you know, Jeffrey likes massages. And then the Polish girl that brought me was like, oh, yeah, well, sorry, Lisa, I didn't think that he was going to want to do a massage with you. But, you know, he likes to do these massages, you know. She was like, you can just follow what I do. And then we kind of argued a little bit, like, you go do the massage. And then I turned to the girl who knocked on the door and was like, do I have to? And she was like, yeah, you have to. He said you have to. So I was just like, okay. So I just went with the other girls.
I'd be like, the fuck you
walked
mean?
across the island to his bedroom area where
What the
you know, we
hell?
walked in and there was a real massage table and he was laying on the massage table naked. There was like a towel.
No towel.
Well, there was kind of a towel on him, but you can see he was naked.
He's just lying there.
Yeah, he's lying there, and then
How long was the walk between where you were and because you're outside?
I don't know. It felt like forever.
Right.
Because at that point, things had taken a different turn.
Yeah.
Because I just thought we were there to hang out on the island and we were going to go back to the clients and back to our safe job. But I didn't expect to do a massage. I mean, first of all, I don't even know how to do a massage. So the whole thing just seemed really weird. And I could see on the look on their faces that probably wasn't a good thing. So I just was in the room. And so it turned out to be a real massage where I remember learning real massage techniques, like how to like massage the back.
They're teaching you.
He is teaching me and how to close my eyes and give them a massage. I remembered all that. Because he
Close your
definitely directed
eyes.
us through. He definitely
I
liked
don't know.
massages.
Okay,
You know,
I
he
don't
had
know
mas-
anybody who has massaged me while their eyes have been closed. Bitch, you better be watching what you pressing. The fuck?
masseuses and all that stuff. So he's probably trying to see if I could be a
That's
really
weird.
good masseuse, you know, maybe to hire me later. I don't know. But he definitely wanted me to do a real massage and the other girl. So we did a real massage like on his back and shoulders. But then that's when everything was done. The massage was done. And that's when he flipped over. And that's when he wanted to play with himself and look at our bodies and take our shirts off. And I just looked at the other girl and we kind of just had this thing where we were just like frozen like this. And we just kind of just did what he said. And he was touching us kind of aggressively, and it turned into an assault between her and I, and that was just ended. It just ended after that pretty quickly.
Jeez. YouTube, get your shit together. They don't want us to know.
Yeah.
They're
Come
lagging
on,
out.
Let's go, YouTube.
That's fucking crazy, man. He just pulled a
And
Louis
we just kind of
CK.
ran out of there.
When he first turns over, and any questions you don't want to answer here, you don't have to answer. We can get off this, and like you realize this is taking a very, very dark turn. Did you said you looked at the other girl, like did time stop, and did you freeze at all, or was it you went into some form of like autopilot, like just get through this?
Well, in hindsight, she knew him. And obviously, since she got her visa through him, she probably has done these massages before. So it was a thing where I was looking at her, and she kind of held my hand in a way of like don't leave. Like I was like to turn and run out of there, and she was like holding my hand too, and like helping me just like to get through it. And so I just kind of looked at her and just relied on her just to massage this dude and get out of there. But his demeanor changed. He wasn't like this friendly, mentory type person anymore. Now he was a little dark, and he just like kind of got off on us young girls, So it was kind of like that nasty grin he had, that sinister little grin he had, of just trying to just get off and do he was literally getting off. So we just had to just deal with it until like he was done, and then we just literally ran out of there.
Did he look you in the eyes at all?
Mhm.
What did you see when you make eye contact with him?
Well, I know that look with him, so it was it was definitely a dark look. He was definitely, it wasn't the same person as before. It was definitely a shift in his personality.
Form of ownership kind of thing?
Yeah, in a form of like getting off on your fear.
Mm-hmm. I've heard a lot of these accounts from victims who have been brave enough to speak out over the years, and even young girls have talked about it. And I don't know, like you can't understand it at all if you're not there. Like you get it, but
I get it now.
You get it now.
Well, because it's never just about a sexual assault. It's not really about sex. It's really about controlling me. So what I saw earlier was a very powerful figure, royalty on his island. And if he had just let me go without assaulting me, I can go run my mouth to whoever. But controlling me in that way of a sexual assault is like, no, you're going to shut up. You're not going to say anything because now you have a secret. Now you did something bad. So it's in a way of making me feel like I did something wrong. So now I have to deal with shame and not the fact that I saw. So if I tell people, then it might be like, oh, then I have to tell what else happened on that island. So now, when I left the island, I didn't want to tell anybody about anything to do with the island. So the assaults are usually to keep your mouth shut.
Right.
People have to understand that. The assault that he was doing to all the young girls was to keep you quiet. It wasn't to just get off on you,
Or secret, you're not allowed to say anything. Yeah.
Yeah, because, I didn't see it like that then. Dawn broke and we got on that boat. I never went back to the island again. I got as clear as away as I could. But also something bad had happened on the island that now, that's what was in my mind. I didn't give a rat's ass about seeing a prince on the island. I never really thought about that until a couple years later when another incident happened. So I didn't really think so much. Honestly, when I started telling my story at first, I didn't really a lot of times even bring up the fact that I saw him on the island because it wasn't the most important thing that happened to me. It was only another girlfriend was like, that prince was on the island. And I'm like, yeah, but she was like, that's really important that prince was on the island. And to me, it never was any importance really until 2019 when Virginia G. Frey spoke out.
Right. Because your experience is on an awful personal level. That seizing of power exchange is just so dark to think about because it's like the way you describe it, it's almost like this telepathic messaging that happens that's like, I got you.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. Yeah, the telepathic thing of just like, I think that's like that with most serial predators and abusers is that sexual exchange really isn't about sex. It's really just about this control they have over you.
Yes.
Because it's filled with the shame they know. They put that shame on you.
Yeah.
And
you said it was relatively quickly, you used that word, but is that just you thinking it sped up or might you have been in there for a while?
No, I don't think it was that long. I don't think it was long. Well, the massage was longer, I think, than the assault, but the assault was very aggressive. And he uses tools.
He uses tools.
Mm-hmm. A lot of his assault on this is the same MO he uses, as he uses like vibrators and things. So.
Were you ever in pain? Like very physical pain?
Yeah, it didn't feel good.
Yeah.
I'd never used something like that before. I have a lot of trauma about those things.
Yeah.
So now, even so, that's not my thing.
Do you remember when it was that part was over? Did he like?
Yeah, chat. Contrary to popular belief from men, vibrators, they're not. They're too aggressive in themselves. All right, like even the lowest setting is too much for most of them, I would say.
Whitey's now.
They're trying to like play that shit like it's Guitar Hero when they're hitting the whammy bar. It's too much. It's too much. So like, especially from like an old man who like doesn't know what he's doing and he's just horny. That shit's probably like a weapon. It's gross.
Discards you.
Ugh.
Yeah, did he say you can go?
It's discarding, yeah.
Men
or
are
did he not even say
responsible.
anything?
The more you know.
Well, there's no romanticizing anything, so it's definitely discarding. Okay, like that. Bye.
That's what he said.
I don't know if I can't remember exactly what he said.
Right. Okay.
But I know that's how he was. Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the walk back to your room?
The walk? You mean the run?
The run.
The run. Yeah, it was kind of like a run back, yeah. What I remember most was staying up all night and staring at the ceiling and like literally in fear of he was going to come back, or there was going to be another knock on the door, or there was going to be another request for massage, or there was going to be a flat out assault and just jump in the bed. I don't know what was going to happen. It was just scary. It was just scary just to think that I was like trapped on an island. Like, how the fuck did I even get on this island? What am I even doing here? And not even being able to really talk about it with the girl, the girl who brought me.
There was no discussion at all.
Not really. Just more of an apology. Like, I'm sorry.
She said that?
Well, I think she thought, because her knowing of Epstein, you have to understand the type of people that he's around and the type of purity they love, and the type of blue blood they love is very white skinned, blue eyed, and blonde hair thing. And all the girls look like that. And I'm like this exotic girl, you know, even though I've grown up like in Europe and things. You know, my mother's like Indian background. I'm Italian and like Scottish and West Indian. I'm like this multicultural girl. That's how I saw myself. And so I saw myself as kind of being a little bit different than these other girls. Like I looked a little bit different. So I started thinking in my mind, well, maybe he just wanted to do that to me because I was different. I don't know. And maybe she brought me thinking that he wasn't going to do anything to me. Why would he? Why would he do anything to her? Because he likes this type. So I think she thought I was safe. And maybe she would have to do a massage, you know, not me. I don't think they thought that he would want me, because when he asked me to go do it, when the girls came, it was like they were like, you have to go do it. He said, you.
I want to come back to that girl specifically in a second, but I'm thinking of a more extreme example that was around Jeffrey that I would love your analysis on. What do you think of someone like Sarah Kellen Vickers, who, at least from what I'm able to see, was someone who seemed to have been abused by him and brought in and groomed, and then eventually becomes order follower, who is bringing in other women, allegedly, I guess I have to say publicly, but you know what I mean, bringing in other women for him to abuse. What do you think of someone like that who started on the one side and ended up on the other? Do you have any empathy for them whatsoever?
Absolutely.
You do?
Absolutely. 100% I do. If she was assaulted and groomed, then she was still being groomed by him. I mean, the love-hate relationship, that trauma bond that you have with your abuser. And that's how Jeffrey operated. Every girl was made to bring in other girls. Like if you were brought to him and he didn't like you or whatever, then he made you bring in another girl, or at least introduce you to your best friends or friends. I believe that the secretaries that were never abused, I believe they were 100% at fault, and they knew what they were doing. The ones who used to hound you to go meet,
like
with
Leslie
him.
Groff and all that.
She was the one who used to call me all the time. I believe, unless I'm told differently, that they should have known better. But I think someone like Sarah Cullen, even if they got a little older and brought people in, I think that's just the grooming that he had, that attachment that he had over you. I know a lot of survivors may not feel this way, but I really believe that sometimes you have. That's just what Jeffrey did, was have that kind of girl. That's what Jeffrey did, was have that type of grasp over you. I don't know what he was holding over her head to make her bring in other girls, but there was 14, 15, 16-year-olds that brought other girls, and lots of them too.
Yes. I have a ton of empathy for the really young girls, like you heard about in the cases in West Palm Beach, where he just made this fucking pyramid scheme with, here's a couple $100s.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Bring your friends. Go to high school, bring more friends.
I just wonder where the cutoff point of empathy goes, because it's tough when you can see pictures from the press of like Sarah at age 28 hugging him on the street 8 years after his conviction, working for him. And this is another example here,
but that's why it's so complicated, right?
It's very complicated, but here's a tough one. It's not guaranteed, but there is some serious evidence that Ghislaine Maxwell was sadistically abused by her father, who was Robert Maxwell was an evil, evil man.
I can believe that.
Does that make what she did empathetic?
No, because most abusers were abused.
Yes.
And you have the choice. And you have that choice to make a right decision in your life, to do right by people. And I do know that a lot of people were, I would definitely believe that she was abused to become an abuser of that massive scale. But that doesn't give them the right to do that.
Of course
to be
not.
a grown woman in your 30s, 40s, jumping out of a car and running after a child to bring them back when she knows that what they're doing is abusing, because she was in on the abuse. I think a lot of the victims who were bringing other girls may not have known so much of how much they were being abused. Unless Sarah Cullen was participating, I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't really know her full story. But I do think that he groomed you so much to believe that he was doing right. Like he helps out people. I always thought he helped out people. I've had friends that have met him through me and that have gotten jobs through him, and went through 4 years of college, university through him, met their husbands through him. And that will say to this day, oh, nothing was wrong. Everything's fine. Like I'll never speak out bad about him. There's so many layers to it.
Yeah.
There's so many layers to it. So, to answer your question about people like Sarah Cullen, I just think there's a big difference with someone who was abused by him.
I understand.
And then he grooms you later on, because I was really groomed by him too.
Yeah. And that's the thing about the power abusers like that hold, because
You feel awful about it when it's happening. You run out of there when it's done. You don't sleep that whole night. The other girl, who's obviously been abused a bunch herself, is like, sorry, but doesn't want to talk about it. So you just don't talk about it. And then somewhere in there, that power that they have makes you, well, you tell me, does it make you like kind of turn on yourself like, well,
Because it's not about me, and it's just not me. So when I spoke out recently, the agent that booked us on that job, the Polish girl and I were at the same modeling agency. The agent that booked us on that job, after we got back home, she said to me, I'm sorry that I didn't protect you, because Leslie and those secretaries called the model agency over and over again looking for me.
And this woman knew what this guy does.
I'm telling you, that's not just like, ooh, I go to an island, I'm abused. Oh, it's all my fault. I was so stupid. I shouldn't have gone to an
Right.
island. This guy was hounding my model agency to look for me, to bring me back over there. And they knew. And she said to me, I'm sorry that I didn't protect you. I should have known
Right
better.
away.
But she didn't know. I mean, she just recently told me, as I've been speaking out, and more people, you know, the agent who booked me on the job, I mean, she had nothing to do with the abuse. But,
Okay, I understand
But Jeffrey Epstein's secretaries were calling my model agency after I left the island for months, trying to get me back over to meet with him.
We got to get like.
And even
all the
after I
tools
became a
on
Ford
here,
model, even after Jeffrey Epstein introduced me, after he finally got me back on a phone conversation to go meet with the Ford modeling agency, I went to go meet with that agency when he called me because I felt like he owed me something. Like, you took something from me on that island. Okay, well, maybe you feel bad, and I'm going to go meet with that Ford modeling agency. Even after I became a Ford model, when I had to go meet with Epstein for the second time, it was written in my schedule, in my modeling calendar for the day. So it wasn't me just like, oh, well, I'm going to go back and see Epstein. It was actually written through my booker at my model agency.
Who was the booker?
Well, I'm not saying her name. It wasn't Katie Ford. That was the owner and director. I mean, she may not even known what was going on. You know, I'm not like
At
holding
the
her.
least.
Okay. Like, I haven't heard from her.
But they
like,
wrote that, so they would schedule out your days. And it would be like 2
yes,
o'clock,
like,
Jeffrey Epstein.
why am I seeing Jeffrey Epstein through a modeling agency? That's the hold and the grasp he had on people and institutions, agencies, universities, everything.
If you don't mind, I do want to back up for 1 second to the first day there. You didn't sleep the whole night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you leave the island in the morning, like
Yeah.
right away?
Dawn breaks, yeah.
Okay, so dawn breaks. Does someone come get you and say there's a boat?
Probably, yeah.
don't really
we just
remember.
ran and got on the boat and just left.
Okay, and you go and you do your job you're supposed to do that day back. Where was that again?
Tortola.
Tortola.
Well, yeah, we finish up the job, then we leave and go back to New York.
Okay. And then you said that you found out that he was calling right away the modeling agency saying, we want to get her back, whether it be to the island or at my New York place or whatever.
Make an appointment for me to go see with him.
Okay.
To go see him. I know the secretaries also called me over and over and over again. So they called me, they called my model agency.
Ugh.
Did you tell anyone else about this, like a friend or anybody?
Well, I went to like some, what are they called? Those group centers where you go and you sit and you talk to people. And
Oh, you did?
listen. Yeah, I did. I went to that. I had told one girlfriend about it, and she went with me to this counseling thing, but it was traumatizing hearing about all the.
You fucking idiot. What do you mean you're not getting victim vibes from her? What are victim vibes? The fuck? What does that even mean to you?
That's creepy. You just said that
You're
random.
expecting this
viewer.
broad to like be bawling her eyes out, like the fuck? She's just telling the
What do you
story.
mean she doesn't seem like a victim? That doesn't make sense.
She's not because she's not crying and being like.
It didn't just
Birds
happen.
Trying to relax.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they were more like brutal, and mine was kind of confusing, and I felt like if I told my story, like I would look like I did something wrong.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I just
You didn't find
I didn't feel
your-
as comfortable telling my story because it was so confusing what happened.
But you didn't think your own was pretty. The way you describe it, I mean, any is brutal, but that seems pretty brutal to me.
Well, because it's digital. You know what I mean? That uses fingers and tools and things.
Yeah.
Is very different than the other words I was hearing were like, you know, like how do you say, like
Yeah, being
Yeah.
overpowered. I see what you're saying.
yeah. I mean, I was overpowered, but they were, you know, I'm talking about like, you know, penal rape. I don't know, I like the term for
Yeah.
it, but Epstein's were digital, so you know, I didn't really know how to like understand it.
So you only went to one of those?
I went to a couple of them,
Went
but
to
I
a
just never
couple.
really felt comfortable with those types of therapy sessions. Yeah.
How long was it between leaving the island and having that first meeting with him? approximately?
4 months.
4 months.
Oh yeah, it was months.
So you have time. You're trying to process it on your own. Was there a point in those 4 months where you kind of like, I don't know, trauma compartmentalized it and went about your life?
Oh yeah, of course. I had a complete personality shift after that. It was like I was kind of damaged. So I didn't really feel good about myself. I know that I started drinking and like doing some drugs and like partying and being out on the scene, and you know, now I identify with all the people who hang out and party. I felt like them. Where before I don't think I really understood them so much. I think I was like a little more that goody goody, like, you know, like, ew, you're doing that, you know, that kind of stuff. I think after that, I was just like, oh, let's hang out, let's party. And it works because it suppressed those memories really, really good. That I didn't really even think about it so much.
Did it change how you looked at men, though?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, I just kind of didn't trust men in that way. You know, I just didn't want to be around them and didn't really have boyfriends as much, or never really took them seriously. And kind of just focused on myself and my career.
Right.
Work and stuff like that, and didn't really focus so much on men. Didn't really want to be like in a long-term relationship or get married. I just thought, you know, that probably wasn't right for me. I think I was just dealing with a lot of shame.
For sure.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, you hear the common story, like people turn to alcohol or drugs to just try to get rid of that feeling. You know, obviously it's not a positive thing, but like I fully understand why that would be like logically like, all right, let me just get rid of this, like numb the pain. And then you want to, it affects how you look at the opposite sex and what their motives might be. And anyone, including people obviously who are normal, who would never do those kinds of things. Like that's a really difficult shift. And you said your personality changes as well with that, like maybe a little colder in a way, because you mentioned you're very
around
outgoing.
Men. Yeah, maybe around men a little bit. I just remember having to like drink or party to have a good time. You know, and I didn't need it before.
Right.
And now it's just like I definitely started drinking and partying, and just it wasn't really into it as much. Yeah.
Did you have any siblings growing up?
I have an older brother and younger sister. Yeah.
Were you ever close with them?
Not really, no.
So at that time, your older brother and younger sister and your parents, you obviously are not discussing any of this with them.
Well, my family lived in Germany at the time, because after Belgium they moved to Germany. My sister lived in Germany. It wasn't really. We were never really super close family. No.
Why do you think you were never close with your siblings? What was it?
I don't know. I think sometimes that comes from the parents, right? That keeps the siblings close, making sure that you support each other and you keep that conversation going. But I think my mother kind of like played us against each other a lot. You know. I just remember being very alone in my early 20s when I was navigating life by myself. I didn't really have them to call on, or I didn't really have that close.
The way she describes it reminds me of like, not as necessarily like directly cultish like that Nathan Reynolds guy, but like how he was like the chosen child of the family to be like the sacrifice. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Family bond growing up, so that was kind of missing, and I think that's what Epstein picked up on me.
Definitely
too.
groomed.
You know, he would ask me lots of questions. Are you close to your father? Like, and I would say, I traveled all around the world growing up. I had everything I wanted. I played all the sports, but he would say, oh, how often does he call you? And I'm like, doesn't really ever call me.
Oh boy.
Never ever called me to check up on me and stuff. So I didn't have that, emotional bond with my father. I never had that. So I think he definitely stepped right into that role because he was definitely a mentor role to me, and I really looked up to him a lot. After I got to know him more, I really looked up to him in that way.
Ultra predators like him, unfortunately, you see the profile, at least like I've seen it when people have talked about it, like sometimes they are psychologically evil geniuses.
Oh, he's an evil genius. Brilliant. Master manipulator.
Yes.
Yeah, he knew exactly how to get into my psyche, and he knew what worked. He probably saw it on the island, and that's why 4 months later when he called me up and he was like, I remember what you said on the island, that you wanted to be a Ford model. He knew exactly how to reel me in. Probably took him a while to get to it because 4 months it didn't work. And he was like, oh, what did she say to me that I can make work? Because he had already spoken to Katie Ford and already gotten me in there by the time he called me up and was like, go over there.
You said when he came into the room that first time on the island, when he sat down, he started asking about your dreams, your family and all that. Now you're literally recounting exact examples, but...
He remembered it.
Yeah.
What men remembers what girls are talking about their dreams and ambitions. Like, none of them,
Ones who have ulterior motives, for sure.
Exactly.
Or, on the other end, ones that really do care. It can go either way. Obviously, he wasn't that.
But he pretended like he really, really cared.
That's right.
I definitely thought, after I got to know him, that he really cared about me. How stupid was that? But that's what I thought.
It's not stupid.
That's what I thought.
I totally again, evil, sociopathic, genius, who, like, that's the
How
thing, like,
manipulation
so many
works.
smart people I talk to, from the psychiatrist and psychologist side will tell you, like, they're the best sociopaths are the one who know how to make it look like they're in no way that until it matters. Until they
And
get
every
what they
decision
want.
that I made was because I wanted to make it, not because he was manipulating me to make
That's
that. No, he
Makes
was
you
brilliant
feel
about it. Yeah.
So 4 months later, after all this was the one where it got put on the schedule that you were going to meet with him?
Mhm.
Okay. And you were already at Ford at this point?
Yeah. No, it was a Ford model.
Now
yeah.
you're at Ford, so he had made that call. So you see his name on the schedule. You're like, well, I guess I got to go. What's your initial reaction though? Like, oh fuck, or like?
Hey guys, there is a second episode with Lisa that is going to be coming out next week. We recorded.
Maybe we'll watch that next time. So I'm tired. I don't have the mental bandwidth for another episode.
How long are these episodes?
I just want to play like a chill game and then go to bed.
I still have PTSD from yesterday Overwatch. Huh?
Getting slaughtered.
Yeah. So no Overwatch.
Nice.
Can you
What
check
about
out the trailer of a
What, the
game?
levels, or-
What trailer?
Windrose on Steam.
Wind Rose?
Windrose.
The new pirate game, isn't it?
The pirate survival game.
That looks cool.
Check out the music.
It looks better than Sea of Thieves.
Dude, they're cute. The girls are cuter than Sea of Thieves at least.
I mean, I'd be down to play Sea of Thieves.
I didn't ask.
I thought you said something. Jeez.
Imagine.
This looks like a soul.
Getting the watch.
We even have the dummy monkeys.
Oh yeah, this looks great. Wonder if it's on console.
Watch
It's
the
got
second
good
trailer.
reviews. It's only been out a few days. Watch this one too.
This is another good music.
Look at they use AI music. Looks fun though. Wow, look, that looks so advanced. Wow.
Wow.
I like it.
Wow.
Wow. Wind Rose. Is it? Huh?
I sense a big problem though.
What?
It's $27.
That's not that expensive.
It may be just you and me playing it.
Yeah, probably. That's okay.
I'll play it. It's not on console, so at the end of the day.
You don't have $8 for the golf game, Joe.
I can do.
I know, but that was because it was that. But if we play this pirate shit, if we actually play this pirate shit consistently,
But
at
you
least
spend all your money on horse.
I don't. Yeah. I will play the pirate game.
He's like, yeah.
God,
That's so funny.
Okay. Yeah, and booking them for shoots and having them sign release forms and provide ideas. Buying
Yeah,
horse,
like
I
what we
guess.
said. Whores. All right, let's see.
Whores don't fill out. Whores don't fill out release forms.
And I know a few other people that are playing it too.
You don't
so
know that.
I mean, if they're on
I'm
set
sure
for a
thought of it.
fucking movie, yeah.
If they're making movies, they fill out release forms. If they're just in a
Exactly,
motel,
if they're
maybe not.
No.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
yeah, I'll buy it. I'll buy it.
I'm deeply
At the
shocked.
beginning of
Okay,
May,
I'll do that.
when I get paid, I'll buy it.
You my card.
You can get it. Let's see.
Payment.
I'm
Or I'll
gonna get it.
put it on
I'm
credit card.
getting it. It looks fun.
You can host the game up to 8 players. So
Ooh.
Yeah, if you guys get
Are we
I'll
playing
buy
it tonight, or are we playing it like another night?
whenever you want.
I'll try it tonight.
Oh,
At least make the character and see and walk around.
I think we just make the character.
Depends how advanced the character creation is.
Exactly. Finally. And so this can get us up to the summer and to anime, I hope.
1 million copies sold in 6 days. All right.
That's good reviews. Though. That's a lot of reviews for 6 days.
So what time I night out? Sure, the penguin game.
Why does she look high? I don't even know what high it looks like, my friend.
none of your
I have never been
business at
high
all,
in my
person.
life.
High all life.
Hi,
I'm
Amouranth.
high all life.
Why are you high all the time?
I have no idea.
Dude, what a stream tonight. Holy shit.
Only 20 gigabytes.
So small.
Penguin game.
And yet it's still slow to reserve space. Thanks, Steam.
Uninstall.
Yay, game is ready to play.
Shit.
Motherfucker got lockjaw, slurring words, staring off into space. I'm staring at my computer screen, bro. I have 2 monitors.
Bro, you have to watch yourself when you watch it. He's not entirely wrong.
If I have lockjaw, it's from my husband's huge cock, and it's bigger than yours.
Downloading. 22 minutes.
Why it's taking so long to reserve space?
Buy down. Buy down.
Hurry up.
8%.
Why is
Okay,
it
let's
so
talk about
slow?
The Europe travel. Which place you like the most? Which place you like the least?
Oh, I like Stonehenge the most. It was cool.
Trying to
Oh
launch
shit!
it for like
It's
2
just
minutes now.
No, it felt the force there, Drugo. I felt the ley line's magnetic force in my fingertips. They were tingling.
You spent 80% of the time at the merchandise store. Bullshit.
It was cool.
Ew. Place you like the least?
What?
Place you like the least?
I don't know. I didn't really hate any place. I would say Denmark. I was kind of bored by Legoland, I'll be honest.
I was about to ask how it was Lego.
It was okay, but like compared to all the other places, it was eh. It wasn't bad. It just was underwhelming compared to all the other places we went.
Well, there were a lot of things.
Yeah, but It wasn't as fun as Disney, I guess, because it's like the rides are like, it's like sitting this, like the most,
It was more historical about facts.
like the most interesting ride was like get in a safari car and do a little circle around like Lego safari animals, but it was like so fast that like you couldn't even admire the work really.
Oh, I didn't see the rides. I just
Yeah,
saw the
it
music.
wasn't. I mean, that was like the most interesting thing, but everything else was kind of slow.
Now be careful. Where did you eat the best, and where did you eat the
The place we went for pizza with you was the best, and then
bush?
no, that was the best.
That's so bullshit.
The little rice thing, the rice cheese ball was the best thing I ever ate in
I know.
Europe. It was so good.
I know that you didn't have it in America. You didn't know what it was.
No,
It's
so
called,
good.
It's called suppli.
Yeah, but in America it's called something with an R.
It was Ancini
Risotto.
or something.
Oh, you have it in America? Nah, maybe some Italo-American places. Because
Risotto.
in Italy, it's not all of Italy. We have in Rome, in Naples, I think in Sicily, and not in.
Yeah.
If you go to the
Yeah.
northern Italy, it doesn't exist. They don't.
No,
eat that.
it's yeah, it's a southern thing.
It's South Italy delicacy.
Yeah.
The place
The
where you
fried
eat the
meatball.
most.
I'm looking it up right now.
Hey, answer. Place where you eat the worst.
Yeah, arancini, Sicilian balls.
Arancini is a different thing.
Well, no, the Sicilian rice balls, arancini is like.
If you say it's the same soup, they will kill you in Sicily.
I know,
They
but
will
in America
discard
it's arancini.
They are not the same thing. They're completely different.
In America, they're fucking arancini. It says it right here.
No, America is America. But in the arancini, there is no tomato. There should be no tomato inside. There should be peas
I'm
and.
not seeing any. I'm not seeing anything. It's just rice.
I'll tell you the recipe of the
Arancini di rosso. First time in Sicily. Let's see. my nonna would make it. My nonna would make it. There was no sugo inside.
Exactly. Instead, in the soup, there is
Yeah.
tomato, mozzarella, and rice. And meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably my favorite part about
It was
Sicily.
definitely made with the Modiga breadcrumbs for sure, not like regular. Yeah, it's just rice.
Dude, you can't even get that in America. Like, where are you getting that in America?
Rice, cheese, you'd be surprised. Rice, cheese, and pepper. Wow, just simple ingredients.
Hurry up, game. 94%.
But there's a way to do it with the risotto too.
48.
Fried. There's a risotto version of it. I knew I was right about that.
Kate, where did you eat the worst?
The worst? Probably the very first place we went in Italy. It was like highly rated on the tourist
I imagine.
thing, and it was bad. So bland. Not the one, not anywhere we ate with you. It was when we first got, when we first landed. I didn't know what it was called. Rachel took us there.
Where did you eat in Denmark?
Just at the Legoland hotel. It was like hotel buffet food. It was
Seemed like IKEA.
kinda.
How was Euro Disney? Compared,
good.
now
I
that
loved
you
it.
know it.
was great.
No, compared to the American ones.
I think it was prettier.
Prettier?
Yeah, the architecture of like the frozen area, especially beautiful.
I thought it was the same in all Disney.
No, no, they're all different. It might be the same style of like parks like a Magic Kingdom, but they look different aesthetically. Some of the rides are the same, but this park is still different looking.
What was it smaller than the American ones?
Maybe slightly, like the Magic Kingdom, but it was still around the same size. The castle in Paris is definitely cool.
Oh yeah,
with the dragon underneath. So
yes,
cool.
yes.
Here we go. I'm gonna turn my volume down.
I got 57%. Why? What's that? It's Windows? This is... Arr!
Oh, just come on. Here. Okay. Oh. Oh, interesting.
Pirate Queen.
Mm-hmm. So you can take the different looks and turn them male or female.
I think it's fully customizable, but you can take a preset. But
I like her face the best though, so like as a face. Let me see. Let's do. Oh, it's even. Oh, there's even more changing happening. So wait, so what are the presets for? Just a
for
starting
people
point?
that don't want to mess with
Oh, interesting. Okay.
character
People
creation.
like me who just want to play the game.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a. Can you change your skin tone, or is that what the presets for?
I think you can change it along the customization.
You can a little bit.
Hair color, eye color.
I've got it downloaded.
Still 84%.
Let's keep this one. Body shape. Oh. I want buff, not fat. Buff.
Oh my god.
You bitch.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
That was snooze no.
Yeah, let's see.
90%. Let's go.
I'll be slow. I've got slow country internet, so. But
Oh, why does she have like
yeah.
weird skin, like markings?
Weird what?
She's got like weird skin markings on her.
The scorbuto, how do you call it? Scorbuto in English.
They're like yeah,
Scoopy,
squiggly,
Scoopy.
squiggly things. What is the fuck is that? I mean, no, they're not.
The scurvy. Scurvy.
Fuck is that?
Dehydrate.
Let me try a different preset, maybe.
Your game is ready to play.
I guess
Oh,
they all
really?
have it. Oh, weird.
Yeah. I wonder if there's some sort of like in-game lore reason, like some type of disease or something, maybe? I don't know.
What are we talking?
Yeah, I don't
Are you
know.
trying
Whatever.
Try pulling the age back to like number 1.
No, it's already that way.
Oh really? Okay.
Whatever. Let's see.
I don't know, maybe we're just...
Got some ratchet hair. Oh, looks like me sometimes.
Got it covered up with tats.
Yeah, their skin.
Oh. This is like the Beast when he had his hair curled.
Lol. Oh, the origin is the skin color.
The what?
Origin. At the start when you set the character.
Her pirate name should be like
Origin?
Bloody
I don't
Mary.
have that option.
Go back. Go back.
Go back? Where?
Well, at the start. Really at the start when you press the create to press character. Your camera is on the.
I see. Okay. This is the best option from that then. Ew. This hair is rough. I hope there's better options in the game.
Hey, all the way to the map.
I want some. I always get nice loose curls or something. Come on. Why you gotta do it so dirty? So bleh.
That's it right there. That's the best you're gonna get.
I guess. Jeez.
Unless you want cornrows.
Yeah, I don't know. Come on, give me something cute. There's a
Go
braid
back
at
to-
least. Braid. Sure. Maybe with the
That's
hat,
that's
it wouldn't look as bad. Probably when you have a hat on.
Yeah.
Cause I think that looks better than like this mop, the braid at least. Sure.
Okay, my hair. Want long
Is
hair.
there a tramp stamp option? No. Like a proper winch? No, these are all too big.
If Drugo made his
Ew.
character look just like him, it looked like Father Time early in his career.
Making
Or like
myself
Albert Einstein.
long hair.
Yeah, you're like a cross between like Albert Einstein and like Father Time, but Italian. You don't see it?
I don't see it.
Oh, the mustache and the beard.
And the color. And the long hair.
Oh my god, there are so many options.
You look like Father Time. But like a young Father Time.
That one's okay.
There. So many options for the beard.
Thank God.
Maybe that one. Oh, these little black's kind of harsh. I don't know. I wish it was like a gray or something. Let's see. Ugh! I think maybe just... I don't know. It's kind of creepy looking. Just natural looks better. Like the
Oh, yeah.
freckles. Freckles are cute. I think I'll do no eye makeup then if I'm gonna do freckles. That looks better. Less busy.
Yeah, that's cute.
Okay, next. On the chest. So. Yeah, this one. Back. Same one.
What's your pirate name gonna be?
I don't know yet.
What about like Bloody Katie?
The fuck?
Or like just Bloody Kate? Kind of like Bloody Mary, because Bloody Mary was like a famous pirate with red hair.
I don't know yet.
Do I want makeup? No, I don't.
Bloody.
I think I'm gonna go
The
with
name
K
was Bloody
Enforcer.
Kate.
I wish I could do chin and nose separately. I don't like how it's making me do both at the same time. Ugh, whatever.
Woohoo! Done. Drugo Greybeard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greybeard. That's perfect.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh, you went for
Okay.
the braid.
The eye color is so not visible.
Doesn't seem like a pirate at all.
Well, it's because I don't have a pirate outfit yet.
No, you have to.
I don't like the tattoos. They're ugly.
You don't even rock tattoos in real life. Might as well not even put any on your pirate.
She needs an ankle bracelet.
Why? Is she on house arrest?
Oh, I like ankle bracelets.
Character name? Miss Amberlamps. No.
Gotta be bloody. Bloody something.
What's your
You got
pirate
red
name,
hair.
Drugo?
Drugo Greybeard.
No.
Classic.
Bloody Kate.
Bo Jackson.
Or like
Sure.
Typhoid Katie.
What the fuck? No.
Typhoid Mary.
Slave material. She looks like she can survive a week.
Bloody. What is it? I can't even see. What are you putting?
Kate Kraken.
Kraken.
No,
Kate
without
Kraken.
the C. Without the C.
The tentacles.
Without the C. It's only the K.
No, put
Oh,
Bloody Kate
okay.
Kraken. Put Bloody Kate Kraken. That's perfect.
No. I don't
gotta
take
put
advice from
bloody-
you. Shut up, Joe.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
So, what's cracking?
Put at least one Kraken tattoo.
What?
Put at least on her one Kraken tattoo.
One
with
kraken?
the
What do you mean?
The one tattoo on her. Of the Kraken.
I'm confused. What?
One tattoo of the Kraken on her.
What do you mean 1 to 2 of the kraken?
Tattoo, the Kraken tattoo. How do you go?
Oh, a tattoo.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the name still.
No,
No, there was a Kraken tattoo.
Where?
What's up, guys? I had to go take care of a security thing.
This
I'm back
thing?
now.
It looks
one
more
on
like
the-
a
One on the left side.
It doesn't.
They are all
It,
different. If you change places, they are all different.
it looks bad. Let me see.
Put the same on the left shoe, there will be another time.
Oh, I see.
They're all different.
Well, that's not helpful.
If you find the one that you like.
They're all bad.
Not tattoo then.
There. I'll just do that one. That's fine.
Just an octopus on the.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's.
What's Kraken?
Exactly.
I think Bloody Cake Kraken.
Oh, I didn't ask you. Okay.
You will lost.
Bloody Cake Kraken.
I don't know what's the difference between us and create dedicated server. Maybe the dedicated server.
I'm
stays
sorry.
online.
I'll do host or whatever. Let me see.
Yeah, host the game.
World name. Crack-a-lackin'.
The game with this.
Oh no, the locker. There we go. That's better.
Did you put combat difficulty easy?
Huh? Oh yeah.
put
We can just keep it there. That's fine.
No, just to.
It was. That's what the default was. It was easy.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep everything in default.
Yeah. Just check the multiplayer settings just to be sure that.
I don't know where those are.
The last one.
Oh.
multiplayer set.
On.
Share request on. Go enemy security. Okay. Go. Okay. I think it's fine.
Okay.
What's the name of the locker?
Yeah. And then, oh, here's the invite code.
Okay.
Okay. Connect to server. Invite.
I'll put it in the React section.
Okay.
Fine.
Let's
Server
see.
not found.
Oh,
Perfect.
try now.
Nope.
I had to make it first. Officially.
Okay. I will wait that you are on the.
There we go. Found it.
No, I found it. Let's go. Password? No password.
I didn't put one.
Let's go. Okay, blah 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 blah.
Well, let me see if I can add a password once we join in, maybe. Okay, great. Okay.
Oh, I have the. I'm fully dressed.
Hold on, let me see.
thing.
Let's see if I can add a password.
Okay. Do we have to get off? Vertical access immediate.
Let me see.
What do we need to do?
Can I really not add a password after? That's weird.
What game you playing right now?
Windrows.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have
Here, hold on. Let me make a new one with the password.
Get off and get on once again.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, let's. I'm gonna make a. I'll make
Let's
a
see
new
what
one.
happens. You get off.
Alright, let me leave the lobby.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a new one.
Ask.
Okay.
Exit to main menu. Exit to menu.
edit. Okay. Oh, I'll delete that one. Let's see. Create new. Oh, I guess. Oh, there we go. Okay. So. Here, now I can enter it. Okay. I'll put it in. Oh, I don't know if the code is the same now. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Or changed.
It's loading. Let me see. Get the code.
Yo, Rescott, we give you your TV.
It's pretty cool. They already have access to private servers on here too. And direct IP.
Thank you.
Better?
Okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna send y'all.
yeah, my
who's
fault. I
who's
just
all
gotta put my
playing?
shit down
Who's
before.
got it? I know Drugo's playing it. Who else?
I'm downloading it.
So just Drugo right now, or what?
No, there were more.
No, I asked who, and no one's saying anything.
Because they're shy.
Yeah, no, I'm not playing.
Joe said he's playing, and then Tenno Stark's on his way home, and then I can't remember Sarah.
I didn't.
Yo, Sarah, if you playing?
I ain't playing. Who
What
said I
you
was
said?
playing?
You said you were putting it on your credit card. What are you talking
Oh
about?
yeah. Oh yeah. I want to watch it first though.
Oh, okay.
If you guys end up not playing, I can.
I said I
just
could put it on my
return
credit card, but I want to watch it.
I thought there's a third person.
Gareth said he was gonna play.
I don't know.
Choppa, you wanna play? Choppa.
Wait, so who's the third person who was gonna play?
Seraph.
Oh, okay.
That was probably me, Mike. My bad.
Mike, Seraph.
Is my mic not?
It's not. I can't hear very much. Okay.
You know? Yeah, I was gonna hop in.
Okay. I just like messaged y'all the code.
Okay.
What with the password?
Paste.
Oh, God. Dr. Galen. Blackbeard's pirates are boarding us. They're everywhere. Half the crew's dead. Are y'all in the server yet?
I mean, I'm doing the tutorial, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we start, everyone starts the ship.
That's not how I...
Check.
Oh, drink some coffee. Get out.
How many players?
I didn't see.
8.
Alright. This is already the most realistic game I've ever seen. Your life is fucked. Alright, drink some coffee and keep going.
Oh, teach me to block. I see.
They just gotta go in like
Bitch, get out. Woo!
Okay.
Fucking
Okay, I finished.
Spider just jumped on me. Goddamn.
Loading. Loading.
Did you get shot by the captain?
Don't think so.
It's creating.
I don't know what we're loading. So long.
It's creating the world, probably.
Oh, I skipped. Oh. Oh.
Ah, you
Not
skipped
bad.
it. No, I skipped it because I already did it in the. They released the demo a month ago.
Oh. Well, it looked like it was showing me the same scene. So I skipped it.
I know someone, I guess us, maybe, was shot.
Yes.
Okay.
Wake up on a deserted island. Yet your body, heart, your fingers laced with powder, shimmer, cold night, touching them hurt. You figure out where you are, why you're still alive.
Damn, I hope we have some compliment for this.
So you keep showing me the same thing. Well, what am I doing wrong?
What?
How do I get to the next thing? Do I just have to wait? I guess wait.
Oh, now I gotta allow access to the game for stuff.
Oh, I have to. See, now it wants me to skip. Hello, Drugo, Greybeard.
Hello! No, I stripped off all my clothes.
Oh, man.
Okay, we have these and these. Okay, new quest. J.
We need an axe.
Light the bonfire. I need to pick up a good spot with enough space around it to build structures here on the beach. Oh, with B you can build the stuff. We need wood. 5 wood.
5 wood.
5 wood. Where do I find wood? This is a rock. Can I? Oh. Oh, it is a wood. Can we run?
I got us some food, I think. Can I eat the dodo? No? Wait, I can't collect the dodo meat? That's stupid.
You have to kill it first.
I did. Okay.
Yay. I'm here.
Jump,
Oh, it's slot
dash.
6. Oh, okay, 6. I guess it picked it up automatically.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you can hit the bonfire? Let's go.
You don't
New
have any
quest.
guests? What? Yes, I do.
Set up camp. We need to build a cooking fire, a workbench, and a tent.
Yes.
Open catalog.
With B, we can build the stuff. Oh, we need wood.
I am looking for wood.
Me too. I need one more. Okay.
Yeah, this gives me Valheim vibes, but much prettier.
Uh-huh. Okay, I built the workbench.
This is like what Skull and Bones was supposed to be.
I put
Okay.
it here. No, wait. Okay. And then we need a tent. Tent. No, a cooking.
I need 3 more stone.
I can build a cooking thing.
Okay. How do I drop things on the...
Let's build it, I guess, near the bonfire-ish, so... There.
Whoa.
Oh, press me at the... Did we build the tent? No. Build the tent. We need the plant fiber and food.
I made some dodo broth for me.
Plant fibers.
Ah, you have just to slash plants. Okay, you have the fibers. Do we have a couple wood?
I have 2 wood, so I need to get more.
How do we exchange them? Because I think tab. I drop them. Oh no! If you drop the wood, you destroy the wood. Okay.
Oh shit! A boar's chasing me.
Where are you?
He's running around the fucking
You're a
island.
crackhead. You should.
Get it.
Where is? You lied. Oh my god.
There it is.
I have no.
Get up.
Kill it.
Woohoo! Good job.
Bitch. Wood. 1 wood found.
I have 5 wood now. How many wood do we need?
Okay. 4.
Okay.
You have everything? Enough?
Yeah, I'm counting.
Yep.
Oh no, the setup already did it. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay, and we have to set the revival point. Okay. Done. New quest. Kill a boar and obtain his side. No, we already did it. Okay, we have to find another boar.
Oh man.
Oh, can I change my F from V? Video. No, frame limit 60. Play. Motion blur off. Blend off to the okay. Shade okay. FOV. Oh, you can adjust the FOV and see more around you.
Adjust the what?
If you go to video, there is camera FOV. Ah, it's wider. Slide it to the... You can see more around you.
Nice.
Okay, let's kill a boar. Oh, I have the meat. Can I cook the meat?
Okay.
You. Oh, the craft is instantaneous. Oh. Oh, the food is like Valheim. See.
Oh, it already says we killed the boar, so we don't have to find another one. It's already checked off.
It says,
So craft
it
new
says,
boots.
Kill a boar and obtain its hide.
Oh, mine says it's already done that. We should have the shared quest. I gotta craft boots. Maybe we need more though for 3 people.
Let's search.
Okay. I was about to start collecting the fibers to craft the
coarse fabric. That's what I was working on.
Mm. Is that what we need for boots?
Do you need to get the board, Seraph?
Possibly.
Yeah, you gotta cut down the bushes for the coarse fiber. Or plant fiber, I mean.
Go ahead and get some going on the bench.
Oh, there is auto pickup? Ah, thank God.
Today is 420.
And the stamina is generous.
Wait, how do we make the boots? Where did we see that recipe? You wanna know?
You need the hide for the board, I think.
I have that already. So what? How do I make the boots though?
Try out the workbench. I don't know.
Let's see that.
Because I don't have the quest. I don't know. You discovered it already. Oh, wait. I need to... No, there are different workbenches, I remember.
Oh no, I did something I shouldn't have. Dang.
Oh god.
Did I take an extra one? No. Yes.
Oh, armor and clothes. Okay, here we go. Well, hold on. What do I need?
And we can build a lot of stuff if you scroll down the...
Oh, need more coarse fabric. Okay. So we make more of that.
How do I drop something?
Tab and then drag the object to the lower part of the screen.
There you go. Wait, where'd it go?
On the floor?
I don't see it.
Or maybe it's to destroy it. I don't know.
I guess that does destroy it. Alright, I guess I'll make another one.
What?
I was making us backpacks.
We need to do a chest.
Wait, I made. Where's the fabric I just crafted? What the fuck?
I'm making a bunch more right now.
Someone take my fabric?
I don't think so. What, you mean plant fiber?
No, I made coarse fabric from plant fiber.
There's more right there.
Where?
Oh, there's more coarse fabric made at the workbench.
I'm at the workbench.
Oh, there's 12.
It's in the workbench. Kate, it's in the workbench on the lower.
Yes, at the very bottom.
At the very bottom.
What?
Open the
Oh,
workbench.
it has its own inventory. You're saying, okay?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. And one of y'all can grab that extra backpack too.
Okay.
Since there wasn't I couldn't find a storage thing, I figured to go ahead and make some backpacks.
Roof required. Oh, of course. Okay.
Now we have an axe.
Here, one more backpack for whoever didn't get one.
Make a stone.
3.
Some more plant fibers.
Maybe just.
Stop rolling. Oh, convenient.
More stones.
Or start craft something. I need to kill a boar.
Yeah, I gotta kill a boar too. I guess that doesn't count for the whole
I guess.
team.
Oh, search for another one. I may need help.
Need more stones.
I'm with you.
Ah.
Come on, boar.
Oh, there's one. Nope, that's a sow. Damn it.
Not the same?
No. Cells are female, boys are male.
Okay, let's try.
I'm guessing since they actually have a naming difference, it will matter. I could be wrong, but... Annoyingly specific like that.
Oh, it did count. It did count.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Sweet.
But now I'm lost. Ah, no, I see the minimum. Can I open the map? Oh, yes. Can I set the waypoint? Craft a new book.
Alright.
Did you craft the boots? You seem barefoot.
Oh, I see you light a fire. I'm going the right way.
Oh, stone? Really? Okay. How do I...
I need a roof. What's the difference?
Roof required. Two cords, one rope. One, two of these. One rope. And I have...
Now it's got a roof.
Okay. I take one of the bags.
Oh, I need more animal hide. I only have one rough hide. I need two.
Okay, we have two bags in the workbench. Kate, take one. Seraph, take one.
I have one bag. Do I need more?
Oh no, I thought you did. Okay.
I need another animal hide though for the boots.
Okay. Rough
I will
hide.
go hunt for another boar.
I have one rough hide. The boar was on the north.
Oh wait, it says I'm hungry. Maybe I should eat before I run off into the woods.
Yeah.
Thorn fiddlers. Ew.
The food just gives you buffs, like a paladin.
Is it crab meat? Or is it? Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, there's monsters now. Help!
Where are you?
I'm over here.
Coming.
They were running towards me a second ago. It's over here, this guy. Armored drown, he's level 3. You can take him. Maybe.
Oh shit! He's fucking me up.
Oh god, he's fucking me up too. Run away! I yield!
Perry!
Drugo, get over here so he can fuck you up now and then we can kill him.
No, I'm building my house. Fuck you.
You're building a house?
My house.
Is
Yes,
it near
our
us still?
Huh?
Is it gonna be near the fire still? So we know where you are?
Yes, I'm building the platform right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm farming for fibers.
Oh, I see.
Oh
I
wait.
see.
Getting fucked up wasn't bad. I just came back at full health.
Oh, nice.
I
no, wait,
think
maybe
that you
poison
just
feet.
simply respawn.
Wait, Wait, is all my shit over here where you killed me? Yes, it is.
I'm getting resources if y'all want to pick some up. Right here. By the fire.
Okay. Build the chest.
Motherfucker, round 2.
How do I destroy it?
Got a silver button.
Okay. Watch.
Okay, I'm being chased by a giant crab.
Oh yeah. You get some crab meat.
Oh, crab meat.
Oh shit, the crab's stronger than the dead guy.
Oh gosh.
What?
Rip. Let me see. How do we build a chest? Can we? Where are the chests?
Yeah, under storage. B and then storage.
Storage. Ah. I need nails though. How do we get nails?
I don't know.
You have to craft them.
I need copper for that. Where do I get copper from?
The caves,
You're
probably.
gonna need a pickaxe.
Okay.
Oh, I'm hurt. I need to take a nap.
Oh yeah, we have to.
Oh wait, it just heals, I guess, being here. Okay.
Oh, you make a little floating house? That's cute.
Alright,
make a
wait, I
door?
need to kill another boar, I guess.
Shock buck Rex, you can find some too. Oh, equip, nice. I guess I already have one equipped, okay.
So how does it work? Oh, roofs, okay.
Oh, I have some nails, I just don't have enough nails.
Dodo try to peck back at me.
So I just need to chop up some more Rex, I guess, to get nails. My stamina. Your stamina recharges fast.
Yeah, thank God.
Yep. I got killed by a boar.
Yay, got some nails, nice.
Not 5.
Oh
round
God,
2.
not that guy. No, too much over there. Are there sharks in this game?
I think so.
I would hope so.
Okay.
No, I am out of farming time.
Not enough resources still, why not?
Oh my god, the boar killed me again already.
Oh, I still need more nails. Damn. Do you drop any items when you die?
Yes, you drop everything
Yes,
you
you
had
have
on
to,
you.
you have to get them back.
I can get away with this here.
Alright, boar, round 3.
Oh, you need that?
Maybe.
There's some more nails. Okay, that should be good.
Ow.
Where are you? North?
At the very northern part of the island.
Okay, coming.
Oh, he's chasing me.
Here I am.
Okay, I made a chest.
Nice.
Um,
Ouch. Oh, with control you kinda dodge.
let's see. Boiled crab.
Let's go.
Yay, maybe I can make my boots now.
Oh yes, I have to make my boots too.
Oh, I need some more rough hide. How much did y'all pick up? I need just one.
I have one.
Okay. Yeah, the boots take 2.
I'll put it in the watch. Which one?
Where's the boots at?
Oh, how do I... Where is the chest?
It's by the workbench.
Oh, fun. Take similar all sort. Ah, there is a... Similar.
2 feathers.
Finish the house and come the house.
I don't know what we use clay for, but might as well mine it if it's here. Dude, good. There we go. Okay, I gotta find a boar again still.
Okay.
Oink oink, motherfucker, where are you?
That's gonna be decoration. Ooh.
Where's an oinker? We need an oinker.
What is it, okay?
I don't know.
I still have to grab my boots.
Me too. I'm gonna get so far away from y'all, I'm not gonna know where I am anymore.
There's one rough hide in here.
Ooh.
Are you saying one extra?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll come back then.
am looking for the nearest cave.
For what?
I have to go mine copper ore.
Hmm.
Okay.
I've made it back. Woohoo! Let me see your house.
No, not enough resources. Fuck.
How do you get in?
What do you mean? Oh. Wait. How do I...
Can I crouch? Oh no.
No, no.
Oh, okay. It's cute.
Thank you. How do I build... floors and walls? Oh my god. Has to be designed, the door? But we don't have... Okay. Okay, I'm alright.
Did you find a cave?
No. I found a giant rock that kind of looked like a mountain that was almost a cave, but I don't think there was a way
Oh.
inside of it. This might be an issue trying to find a cave.
Okay, let's check the quest log, I guess.
I don't know what signs there are. Wait, is that a symbol on the minimap that could mean cave?
Progression. What was the button for the quest log again? I forgot.
J.
J. Oh yeah, and I need to go do the copper ore too. So, where are you?
The back boots.
Where'd you go, Seraph?
I did find some ruins.
If you open the map, you can see all of us.
I don't see him.
North.
Very far north.
Oh shit, way over there already, huh?
If you scroll the mouse wheel, you can adjust the...
Got all my shit back.
I guess I should put the clay in the chest in case I die. Put my resources in there.
I will put all the food near the camp.
Here's more building materials year ago if you wanted to do stuff.
Oh, I found a cave. Alright, so it was marked on the map. I figured out. It's a...
Look at the X.
Oh, okay.
Like, star symbol. Blue banner with a star symbol.
Okay.
No, we need the meat. I'm coming to you guys. Don't leave me alone.
Oh yeah, I probably do need to eat some of the food. Hold on. My health is low.
There's some, but we need meat. To do the egg and bacon. No, it's in the other chest. I moved here near the camp.
Oh, okay.
Oh yes, I'm hungry. Also. Allora, split stack with all.
I'll wait for you.
Okay, let's go. Where are we going?
To the cave.
Okay. Hey.
It's a blue thing on the map, the shield looking thing.
Yeah, we are almost there. Here I am.
How do you get in? Oh, there
You
it is.
just go up to the door and yeah, interact with it.
Oh, it's an instance. Ooh.
Spooky.
Do we need the pickaxe? I don't have a pickaxe.
I have one.
Okay.
I got one
We
too.
do all the job. I have an axe. Maybe it's the same.
You're gonna have waste rocks and the copper rocks.
No, stone pickaxe required. I'm useless. I can direct your work.
I would drop the pickaxe for you, but apparently we can't drop things. They just get.
Yeah, yes. Use. Well, I can carry the copper on. Is there weight in this game?
I don't know. I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'm gonna go ahead and take my ore back. I got a little bit on me.
Okay, slaves, you can walk. I will be searching for meat outside. Do we have a torch also?
No, I didn't make one.
Pure copper ore.
I'm draining the mines. How do I get out of here now?
No, I have to craft a pickaxe. And the book.
How do I leave?
You have to find there is light on a wall.
Oh, I see it now. Oh, there we go.
Dai, Dodo. Ah. Ouch. Here's a bunch of dodos. Zero. Oh, there is a cellar here.
There's a what?
A cellar.
Hmm.
Where I am. I'm dying. No, I'm dead.
Oh my god.
Dodos.
You fucking bitch.
I have to get back stuff.
Wee. Smelt copper ingots. Now we gotta make a smelt thingy.
Okay.
Smelting furnace. Let's see. You can put it here. Here, let me build this wall first in case.
Okay. Ouch.
Schmelt. Whoever smelt it, dealt it.
No, I'm dead again.
I need charcoal. Where do I get charcoal from?
Probably burning wood on a furnace.
Made in a charcoal kiln. There we go. Oh. Yeah, wait for it.
Oh, nails. Okay. Give me back all my stuff.
Oh, I guess I do have to do more.
Bring my stuff. Oh, the creatures remain wounded. Oh, okay. Now we're talking. Ancient chest. Minor healing potion. Clay vase. Wooden talisman. All my stuff. Cellar.
It's a slow process.
Oh no, this is a horrible idea. Good. Sold to smart. Okay. Okay. I don't want to die.
Woohoo! I craft a
What did you
new
craft?
melee weapon. Any will do. Okay. Do I need a new bench for that?
Probably.
Weapons. Any more wood?
I'm bringing back the wood.
I remain at your service.
Where do I put the wood?
In the
35.
chest.
Okay. I have nails, I have wood.
Oh, watch out when you're chopping wood. The tree can fall on you and actually cause damage.
Dang.
I didn't know that out.
Should I let this Dr. Galen stay in the camp? Oh, I don't have a choice. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. me see. I thought I had ingots. What happened? Oh, I need 5. That's what I need.
Crab meat. Can I sell this guy something? Oh, he gave me 1 minute reading potion. Dodo egg.
Okay.
Ah, the campfire that takes from the chest. Ah, thank
No.
you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Do we have material to do the boots?
Let's see.
No, we have just boots.
No.
I'll put another treasure chest right here by the tent for the the treasure stuff. I guess it's just for being sold.
Oh yeah. I need to kill a boar. Nord. Ooh, there's a crab. Ouch.
Roofs.
What do you mean? Ouch!
There we go. No, I need another roof. So I'll make more wall.
Can you help me kill a boar?
Need any more material or anything?
I mean, roof. It has a roof. Roof required. There is. Fuck you.
The roof isn't roofing hard enough.
I guess not.
Build into my house, build another house. Però fine, okay.
Hey, now it's a roof, apparently.
Whatever. Bullshit.
Here. Survivor boots. 2 course fun. Nothing. Woohoo! I'm with the boots.
Shit.
You got the boots.
Look, I'm on a boat.
What?
Oh my god, you built a boat?
I'm on a boat.
Sheesh.
Smelt copper ingots. Can I?
Oh shit. I crashed the boat. Okay, boats don't take damage.
Done. Okay. Craft a melee weapon. Armor and clothing, workbench, weapon ship.
This game's called
Save.
Windrose. It is on Steam.
No, I need more rough hide. Oh my god.
I know.
Can we just destroy the thing we don't?
Oh, I gotta grab the copper ingots. I smell. Doesn't count for the quest.
Yeah, you have to grab them. Okay, I'll go search for other boards. Oh, wait. I need a pickaxe. Where do I craft the pickaxe?
The workbench.
Proper. Shovel and stone pick.
Need rough hide.
Oh.
Yeah, rough hides.
Okay.
You have some? Or no?
We have to go kill some boars. Let's go kill some boars.
Okay.
There's a weird ADS button for the gun. It's Alt.
Yeah. But I don't have neither a bullet nor
You can craft them out of stone.
Oh, I have now. Where?
At the workbench.
Oh, I get just one. Lol.
Is there crouch or anything in this game? No.
Mm-mm.
I might have to look at keybinds and play around a little bit later.
Yeah. Because control is the dodge.
Oh, yeah. I do not like that on control. Oh, here's a boar on me.
Ow! You shot me, I think. Oh shit, I died.
Oh shit, he's mad at me now.
That was partly your fault. You shot me.
Wait, did I shoot you or was
Yeah,
that the boar
it's.
that-
I think you did.
Okay, we'll just go with. I guess we can go with I shot you.
Careful the boat.
Motherfucker.
Gotta get all my copper ingots back.
Seraph, stop shooting indiscriminately. Okay. One board down. Another one. Another two, Seraph.
Okay, it takes a minute to reload.
Oh god. Oh god. Be quick.
I'm running as fast as I can.
No,
I gotta get my stuff.
Right.
Stuff is here. Okay, kill button.
I get all my
Okay,
stuff.
I have
Yeah.
3 rough fight.
Nice.
How many do we need? For each
I
one?
think we each need 2 again, maybe.
Dodo. Oh, there is a question mark here. Oh, another 2 board.
Oh, where are you?
Near the northeast.
I think it bugged out because where I died, my stuff isn't here now.
Careful!
Sorry. It's a little laggy, huh, when you shoot. A little delay.
There's another board somewhere here. Here it is.
Move out of the way. Oh, I have to reload. Damn, I missed. Move out of the way, Drugo. You fucking... Okay, listen. Ah, no! Ah!
Look, I have a sword. That's all I need.
Good job.
Okay. I have 5 or 5. Not 5. How many do you have?
I don't know if I have any. No, I don't have any.
We need 1 more. I think it's 2 for each sword. We need 1 more for... Maybe inside here. Oh, another 2. Come here.
Okay.
They are standing still. I think you can hit them. Here. Through the door. They are standing still. No, don't go.
Oh god, there's 3! Oh shit!
Now they are moving. I
Oh,
told you,
shit.
shoot them, but not...
Get up.
Oh my god.
Can I get up on here?
Oh my god, there is a board.
No, I can't. Can't get up. Can't. Oh, there we go.
I'm
There we go.
circling.
Alright, I
Shoot
got
them
one of
from
them.
the ruins. Oh my god.
Where are they? Oh.
Behind me. Oh.
Ah, any more bullets. Fuck. If you have bullets, get up here. It's safer.
Okay, one is almost dead. One is dead.
Get up here.
We have all the rough fight we need.
Jump up here. There you go. Oh, at the end. You have to start at the end. There you go. Now shoot it.
Look.
Ouch. Coming back, huh? Coming back. Shoot. Okay, there is a chest here. Okay. Ancient chest.
Cool.
Okay, come take. There are potions. Take the potions because they heal a lot.
Cool.
There should be somewhere to go back. Ecco, here it is. Some pickaxe required. Okay, there is another one here.
Nice.
Decoration. No, take everything. Take everything. Ah. I take everything. Take one. And there should be another one. Yeah, I saw it. But I'm not able to get it.
Also, these top streamers are viewbot. Look, bro, I'm not a top streamer. Okay, not these days. If I was gonna viewbot, I would be viewbotting and chatbotting myself for over 10,000. I think people just fell asleep from all the conspiracy stuff we were doing.
Okay, take the everything. Ancient container. And take everything. We are done here. We have to craft what? The weapons?
Yes.
Did you take the stuff from here? Kate?
Yes.
So there, I also take the stuff. So
Yeah.
there is stuff
Yeah.
for
I think
everyone.
we all get different instances for the chest.
Oh, Seraph, come here. There are 3 chests where we are.
Oh.
It says for me 2 out of 3. Why? Ah, because I have to take everything. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good. So we have everything is for each one of us. Good, good.
That's good to know.
Well, when you have time, let's go back and craft everything. Oh my god, there are too many!
Oh god!
Oh.
Bitches, get down.
I need the eggs, I need the... Okay. It's fairly simple as a game.
Yeah.
It's
Pretty
good
chill.
to spend time. How do you craft bullets?
The workbench with stones.
Okay, I cannot craft them here.
Mm-hmm.
It's also pretty relaxing.
Yeah, I like it. It's a nice vibe.
Yeah. I saw we can craft like a galleon. So I will put the hide in this workbench. No, in the. How do I do that? No, I will put everything in the here.
No idea how often I've had to treat sailors' wounds inflicted on them by their own captains.
This is the chest for the stuff to sell. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, animal fat is for crafting lamps. It's not for eating.
Oh.
So we'll take it away from here and put it here. I have one alchemical ingredient. I put it here. I craft some food.
Yeah, me too.
So bacon and eggs, I can do 5. I can do dodo broth, and that's it.
I'm trying to get us some more fucking materials right now.
Okay, and so. So where do I craft the web? Take these.
Upgrade your weapon.
Craft a melee weapon. Saber.
Oh, we need
Oh,
more.
we need a lot of copper
We need
ingots.
more rough hide to upgrade our weapon.
No, we have. To upgrade. Oh, you are.
Ooh, there's another chest on me.
I guess right now I have enough, but ingots. More ingots.
Yeah, we need more ingots.
They
Do
should
we have
be
them?
being made right now.
I need 7 ingots. Ugh.
We need to put wood in the to make charcoal, and then because the furnace is.
I found a fast travel bell.
There you go. I added more. What's the fast travel bell?
A teleport.
I know, but where? Like, how do I use it?
I'm not 100% sure yet. We have to it says, used to build fast travel points. That's all it says when I hover over it. I'll put it in the workbench for now.
Okay, I'm crafting charcoal. I need to do this. Ah, the coconut you can eat without cooking them.
The what?
The coconuts.
Oh, nice.
Stop. Fast travel bell. We need a lot of copper.
This is not working.
What?
The... There we go.
Okay, upgrading my weapon.
Hey, I need a normal weapon.
Oh, I guess I didn't have to upgrade it. I just needed to make one. I just didn't equip it, so I didn't. I thought.
Now you go mine more copper.
I have a lot of copper. It just takes a while to make the ingots.
I have 1. I need 7.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay, homemade gunpowder. I need the bullet. Where do you craft? Ah, stone bullet. Okay. How many do I grab?
Well, now my weapon's pretty good now, I guess.
Okay, I have 10 bullets.
How do we upgrade the smelting furnace to go faster? That's what we need to upgrade. Shit.
Right.
I need 4 more ingots. Yes, maybe we can build the multiple of them. As always.
Yeah. I would need more stone. Or I guess, yeah, we need a few more stones for another one. So let me see.
Found a whole other patch of cayenne peppers too.
There is the crafting. I need 10 wood. Oh, I need company. Never mind.
Another chest at this house. Ooh, a cellar.
Oh yeah, I was there.
Oh god, there's a bunch of dead guys.
Yeah.
Dead guys.
Woohoo, I can craft my weapon. Saber. Okay. Okay.
I also go hunt. Let's see how this new saber is.
Yeah, let's go to Seraph and help him with the cellar.
Wait, where is he at?
Alright, guys, like,
North
dead
of
guys
it.
were
Northwest.
dead.
Oh, they're done? So we can get the chest?
Yep.
Well, let's go. The chest. Oh,
do,
no.
do, do, do.
Ah, the stamina regenerates instantly.
What the fuck? Come here. Bitch.
Here I am.
Nice.
Where were the cellar? Oh, yeah. It's free? Free of monster.
Destroy the shipwreck, try to get more nails and stuff.
Oh, I got talisman. So this is done. This is done. I see there is a question mark where you are, guys. Okay, come where I am and get the talisman.
Where is that?
North of where are you? Where you are?
Oh.
Yeah, there's a little house up there. You can go down into a cellar.
Okay, the dodo go down with 3 shots instead of 4. Oh, I cannot hit the...
Something chasing us?
Oh?
I have like the little yellow bar.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay, Azur Dodo.
Oh.
Oh, okay, the aggro. The aggro. There is a...
Alright, the board's not chasing me anymore.
I got him.
Yep.
Okay, what do I do in here?
Go down and there is a chest.
This game is Winged Rose, chat.
And if you came up, there should be another one. Don't remember where.
Yep.
Does it say 1 out of 2 in the minimap, or is...
Yes, there's 1
or
out
is-
of 2.
there is one another around. Don't remember
Oh, right
where.
here.
Ah, here. Okay.
Okay.
Good night.
Are you going? Who's...
I think they already left, whoever it was.
Do we need to go to the cave again and see if the copper respawn? Do we need more cop? I'll go there. Now that I have the pickaxe.
So people can't just come in and just like wreck her shit like they did with fucking, what's it called, RuneScape, right?
There is a password.
Yeah, there's a password now.
Only selected people.
That's good.
Okay, I'm in the cave. How do I?
Any copper in there?
Yes.
Nice.
I don't know if it respawned because I
Oh yeah, I'm not sure.
didn't pay attention much because I didn't have a pickaxe.
I'll come try. There's some copper. Yeah, it respawns, I think.
Good, good. Okay, it is. Oh no.
Can you pick up this copper over here, where I am?
Coming?
I ran out of inventory space.
Where are you?
Keep going to the back of the cave, I guess.
Yes, I have to. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Hey, how you doing?
Good. There's like all the sparklies on the ground.
Okay. Waste drone.
Alright, after I put my items in, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, I found a broken blade.
That was mine. I dropped it.
Oh.
This is my trash.
Can we teleport to the thing?
How?
No, I'm asking.
Who?
No, you cannot.
When?
Okay, cool.
I tried to mix medicinal herbs with pineapple juice. It ruined the juice.
Yeah.
Oops, I didn't want to do that.
Okay, I'll put all the copper in the urn. Only 3. We need another charcoal kill. Probably.
There you go.
Ciao. Okay, crafting another 8.
Cool. I don't know if I disconnect. Do y'all stay in it or does it close out?
No, you're hosting, I think. Let's. Okay. I'll go. Exit to my map. Okay. Let's try to always play all together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm definitely down to play this more.
Yeah, it's nice.
Me too.
pirate simulator.
All right.
No.
Thanks for
Good
playing.
night.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks for playing.
Sounds
See you
good.
tomorrow.
Y'all have a
Bye,
good night.
chat.